Summary: Yi Chen was an honest and hardworking man, but he caught his girlfriend who was having an affair with a wealthy second generation. Because of his sadness, he decided to return to his hometown to calm down. While on his way, he met a god cultivator and ended up being his student. After that, his life began to change. On the right and left arms holding the beautiful girl, from the start of the school flower, rich young women, beautiful teachers, beauty CEO, famous beauty stars, beautiful goddesses. One by one the women came to him. Chapter 851. Enter into the giant demon's stomach. Yuan, what do you think? By using the heavenly armor, I can enter this demon's body. Yi Chen asked Chu Yuan for advice. He wanted to know whether or not he could enter the body of a giant demon using heavenly armor. If you fully use the heavenly armor on your body, the chances of you doing that are quite large. Chu Yuan said that Yi Chen could possibly enter safely if he used heavenly armor on his entire body. Heavenly armor is a heavenly tier artifact. If Yi Chen uses heavenly tier, he will be very difficult to injure by the giant demon. Very good, then let's start the plan. After hearing Chu Yuan's words, Yi Chen decided to immediately carry out his plan. Yan, I will destroy this tornado. After this tornado is gone, you immediately attack the demon with all your strength. After you do that, immediately retreat to a safe place. Yi Chen started telling Zhao Yan what he should do. Fine, I will do as you say. Zhao Yan immediately nodded to Yi Chen. She would immediately do what Yi Chen just said. Very good. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was really very easy to work with him. Yi Chen immediately went to the core of this tornado, intending to destroy this tornado from its core. Every technique had a weakness. This included the tornado currently confining Yi Chen and Zhao Yan. This tornado must have a weakness that Yi Chen could use to destroy it. Found after searching for a while, Yi Chen finally found the core of the tornado. If Yi Chen broke this core, then this tornado would immediately vanish. Sky Wind Law. Yi Chen used Sky Wind Law to break the core of the tornado. This is the only way to break this tornado. An extremely powerful blast of wind shot out from Yi Chen's body. This blast of wind blew away the wind within the tornado. When the core of the foundation held by the tornado collapsed, the tornado immediately disappeared into thin air. What? The giant demon was quite surprised when he saw the tornado he had made disappear. He had no idea what had happened. Why did the tornado he made suddenly disappear like this? Yan, now Yi Chen told Zhao Yan to attack the giant demon right now. Zhao Yan understood. He immediately attacked the giant demon with all the strength she had. As thousands of swords of light began to form around Zhao Yan's body, Zhao Yan immediately turned all of these blades of light towards the giant demon. The giant demon was completely unprepared for the attack that came from Zhao Yan. Because it was not ready for the attack that came from Zhao Yan, he had to accept Zhao Yan's attack, which was very painful. Arg, it hurts. The giant demon started to roar in pain. Its mouth opened very wide as it roared in pain. This was Yi Chen's chance to enter. He shouldn't waste any more time. Yi Chen opened his wind veins again. Instantly Yi Chen's speed increased very rapidly. Yi Chen immediately flew into the giant demon's mouth. When Yi Chen was about to enter the giant demon's stomach, Yi Chen immediately wore the heavenly armor around his body, a very cool armor with 10 wings made of golden light. After wearing the heavenly armor on his body, Yi Chen was no longer afraid when he entered the giant demon's body. He was very confident when he fully used the heavenly armor on his body. Husband, I wish you success. Zhao Yan could only pray for Yi Chen's success. Zhao Yan hoped that Yi Chen could defeat this giant demon. After completing her task, Zhao Yan decided to retreat to a place that was a little safer. Here it was too dangerous for him. Using the heavenly armor on his body, Yi Chen easily entered the giant demon's body, which was dark and damp like a cave. Luckily, Yi Chen got the light from the golden light wings on his back. Using this, Yi Chen could clearly see everything around this place. Around this place it is very dirty. There are lots of rubble scattered everywhere. It looks like this giant demon swallowed all these things into its stomach. This place is really very dirty. Who wants to live in a place like this? Yi Chen said that this place is so dirty. There is no way anyone would want to live in a dirty place like this. This is a demon's stomach. Who wants to live in a place like this? Chu Yuan began to shake his head. This is the stomach of a demon. That is so terrifying. Who would want to live in a place like the stomach of a terrifying like demon? Roar. When Chu Yuan had just finished saying her words, there were several small magical beasts appearing among the rubble. It seemed that these magical beasts were the inhabitants of this place. Straight face. Chu Yuan did not expect that in this place there would be a horde of magical beasts. What was they actually doing? Magical beast horde in the stomach of a giant demon. Were they all swallowed up by a giant demon or something? So it turns out there are also magical beasts living in this place. It's interesting. Yi Chen was a little surprised when he saw that there were several magical beasts living in the giant demon's stomach. These magical beasts are quite powerful because they can survive in the stomach of monsters like giant demons. These magical beasts looked at Yi Chen. They all considered Yi Chen to be a very dangerous enemy, in view of the aura which is owned by magical beast in this place. They can sure that the magical beast in this place have the power of darkness, so when they saw the heavenly armor that wearing Yi Chen was, all of the magical beasts felt very threatened by Yi Chen's heavenly armor. Human, how dare you enter my body? My pet can quickly kill this intruder, giant demon spoke to Yi Chen. He even ordered the magical beast who was inside to kill Yi Chen. The giant demon really felt nauseous and sick when he felt the radiance emitted by the heavenly armor. This really made the demon very uncomfortable. Oh, so this magical beast is your pet? Then I will kill them all. Yi Chen wanted to kill all the magical beasts in this place. The magical beasts who were in this place growled louder at Yi Chen. It seemed they all understood what Yi Chen had just said. Are you mad at me? If you are angry, go ahead. Yi Chen challenged all the magical beasts that were in this place. When Yi Chen just finished his words, all the magical beasts who were in this place immediately rushed towards Yi Chen. They looked like they wanted to attack and kill Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled when he saw this. It seems like it will be easier than he thought. The magical beasts in this place were quite stupid. They were easily provoked by Yi Chen's fiery words. The magical beast horde that was in this place immediately headed towards Yi Chen. They all intended to gang up on Yi Chen. Chapter 852, Defeat Giant Demon, BAM. Bam, 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 bam. All of the magical beasts simultaneously attacked Yi Chen with their full strength. When all the magical beasts attacked Yi Chen, they were instead the party that was knocked back. Haha, Yi Chen laughed when he saw the magical beast attacking him bounce off like that. It was so funny to be a spectacle. All of the magical beasts started shaking their heads. They all felt dizzy after receiving the blow just now. Almost all of the magical beasts didn't know what had just happened. Suddenly when they attacked Yi Chen, they were all blown away by an extremely terrifying force. Is that all you have? If that's all you have, then forget about defeating me, Yi Chen said. To all the magical beasts in front of him, the magical beast felt very angry when they heard Yi Chen's words. They all tried to attack Yi Chen again. Bam, 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 bam. 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 All the magical beasts tried to attack Yi Chen. Again, the magical beast that tried to attack Yi Chen was blown away. They bounced back while trying to attack Yi Chen. You idiots, what are you doing? Hurry and kill this guy. The giant demon ordered all the magical beasts in his stomach to immediately kill Yi Chen. He actually felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling from the heavenly armor Yi Chen wore. All magical beasts started to step back step by step. They no longer dared to attack Yi Chen. It can be seen that they were all scared by what Yi Chen had just done. They all disobeyed even orders from their masters. So you don't dare attack me anymore? If you don't dare to attack me anymore, then let me attack you. Seeing that the magical beast didn't want to attack him, Yi Chen decided to attack the magical beast. When Yi Chen had just started attacking, all of the existing magical beasts began to scatter away. They all tried to avoid Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't let the magical beasts run away so easily. He started chasing after all the magical beasts trying to escape. Yi Chen was seen playing romp with the magical beast in the giant demon's stomach. With Yi Chen's speed, the magical beasts had absolutely no chance of escaping. They were all easily killed by Yi Chen. Bam, 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 bam. Yi Chen hit one by one the magical beasts that he managed to chase. One punch from Yi Chen was strong enough to kill all the magical beasts in this place. In just a few minutes, Yi Chen had killed all the magical beasts around this place. He quickly got rid of all the annoying magical beasts. Finally finished, it's time to take care of this giant demon. After finishing eradicating the magical beasts living in this place, it was time for Yi Chen to take care of the giant demon. Yi Chen will definitely make the giant demon feel great pain before being annihilated. Yi Chen started hitting the cave wall that was in this place. The belly of the giant demon really looked like a rock. No wonder the giant demon's skin was very hard. The inside of its body just looked like a rock. Bam! Yi Chen hit the giant demon's stomach wall. Arg! The giant demon roared in pain when the stomach wall was hit by Yi Chen using the assistance of the heavenly armor. Needless to say, Yi Chen's strength rose quite a lot when he fully used the heavenly armor. So Yi Chen's punch was truly so powerful that the giant demon felt excruciating pain. It didn't stop there. Yi Chen hit the giant demon's stomach wall again. Yi Chen did a continuous punch on the giant demon's stomach wall. The giant demon roared in pain. This roar could be heard thousands of miles away. No one could tell what a giant demon was currently feeling. The pain that a giant demon was feeling really couldn't be described in words. After satisfied beating up the giant demon, Chen started to summon the divine yin-yang sword that he had. Time to end this all. Chen decided to end it all. It was time to kill the giant demon. Chen started to use his divine yin-yang sword to cut down the giant demon's stomach wall. This time Chen very easily broke through the giant demon's skin. Arg, you bastard, watch out you. The giant demon started to roar with a louder voice than before. It could be seen that the current giant demon was feeling unbearable pain. Chen didn't really care about the screams that came from the giant demon. He kept slashing and stabbing the giant demon's stomach wall. A pain that was far more terrifying than before was felt by the giant demon. The giant demon grabbed his stomach, which was injured by the attack from the divine yin-yang sword. The giant demon started to try to hit its own stomach. He trying to crush Chen from the outside. Unfortunately, what the giant demon was doing was fruitless. Instead, the giant demon's wounds were getting worse. You stupid demon! Chen immediately labeled the giant demon as a fool. How could a giant demon injure himself like this? This thing was really too stupid to do. The giant demon was quite stubborn. Even though Chen had injured him very badly, the giant demon still didn't show any signs of defeat. It could be seen that the giant demon was still able to withstand the pain caused by Chen's attack. You are so stubborn, you better go back to where you should be. Chen told the giant demon to return to where he should have been. Chen opened the water veins he had. After opening the water veins, Chen began to infuse his profound energy into the 10 wings on his back. The 10 golden wings on Chen's back started to give off an extremely dazzling light. With the help of the Sage God water veins, Chen can use his profound energy at will without worrying about running out. This bright light illuminates all corners around the giant demon's stomach. What is this? The body of the giant demon started to glow like an incandescent light bulb. When his body glowed, giant demon felt like he was melting. What happened to my body? Why did my body melt? For the first time, the giant demon felt a sense of panic that scared him. Little by little, the giant demon's body began to melt like a candle heated to an extremely high temperature. No way, this can't be happening. Giant demon started screaming hysterically when he saw his body start to melt. He could not believe what was happening to him. This can't be happening. This king can't possibly lose. The giant demon started screaming hoarsely. The giant demon's body had completely melted away and was devoured by the magma which in underneath its body. After the giant demon completely returned to the ground that was under Chen began to close again. The fiery red magma began to disappear and was replaced by rock debris scattered all over the place. After defeating the giant demon, Chen immediately withdrew his profound energy. He immediately released the heavenly armor from his body. It's finally over. Chen felt very relieved when he found out that the giant demon had been defeated. Now the problem has really been completely resolved. Chapter 853. The war is over. The chaos caused by the giant demons was extremely terrifying. The several hundred miles around this place were completely leveled to the ground. Master, why are there so many demons hiding on this planet? What kind of secret does this planet actually have? Chen said to Chen. Chen herself could not understand why there were so many demons sealed in this place. Things like this didn't often happen just anywhere. This is the second time Chen has met a demon with a very high rank. According to Chen, this is very, very absurd. Yes, you were absolutely right. It is quite strange when I met several demons recently. Chen felt the same way as Chen. This time he had met demons that were sealed twice in a row. This was something that was very rare to find. Chen, haven't you been on this earth long enough? Don't you know anything about this matter? Chen asked if Chen didn't know about this matter. According to Chen, the fairy gate should have been on this planet quite a while, so Chen should know something about this matter. Even though the fairy gate has been on this planet for a long time, I don't know anything about your planet. I have always been inside Gate Fairy, so how could I possibly know about such a thing? Chen told Chen that he didn't know about this issue. During this time, Chen had been constantly inside the fairy gate, so even though the fairy gate had been on Earth for a long time, basically Chen didn't know anything about this planet. Master, the planet where you live is really very strange. It seems like a lot of secrets are stored on this planet. Chen felt that there were a lot of secrets stored on planet Earth. What do you mean? Chen asked Chen. I mean, the Earth where you live has a very complex history. Just imagine on this Earth stored various kinds of things that are very valuable and difficult to find. For example, the heavenly armor, divine yin-yang sword and some very valuable inheritance left in this place. You will not be able to find them even if you look for them in high-ranking stars in God Realm. Chen told Chen about some valuable items and inheritance that Chen would not be able to find even if he searched the God Realm. Chen started to think about the words that Chen just said. What Chen said had a point too. There are indeed so many treasures and inheritances that are very valuable on Earth. This thing will really be very difficult to find even if you were in the God Realm. Yi Chen began to wonder if on Earth there were still many hidden treasures and legacies waiting to be exposed. Husband, when Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan were discussing planet Earth, suddenly Zhao Yanyan, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, and Yi Xiu came. They all immediately went to Yi Chen's side, all of them looking worried about Yi Chen. Husband, are you okay? Everyone immediately asked Yi Chen. They all wanted to know if Yi Chen was okay after fighting the giant demon alone. Yi Chen was touched by the attention given by all his women. He was lucky enough to get the attention of Zhao Yanyan, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, and Yi Xiu. All the men in this world will definitely be very jealous of what Yi Chen is currently getting. Yi Chen gets the attention of peerless beautiful women. All men must dream of this in their dreams. You all calm down, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Yi Chen said that he was fine, he was completely unharmed. When dealing with a giant demon, it's just that Yi Chen was a little tired due to using the Sage God veins in quite a long time. Yi Chen, how did you beat that demon? Nangong Xiang wanted to know how Yi Chen defeated the giant demon. She wanted to hear this directly from Yi Chen. Yi Chen began to tell all the women how he defeated the giant demon. In his story, Yi Chen hid a little about the existence of the heavenly armor. I'm tired, let's get out of this place. Yi Chen felt quite tired. He wanted to rest and recover immediately. Alright, let's go back to the royal capital. Seeing Yi Chen's slightly exhausted condition, Zhao Yanyan decided to bring Yi Chen back to the royal capital, where Yi Chen could quickly recover. All the women immediately agreed with what Zhao Yanyan said. It's better that Yi Chen should immediately be brought back to the royal capital to rest. There is no one there to bother Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan decided to go and bring Yi Chen back to the capital. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, and Yi Xiu remained in this place to clean up the mess. They had to give a cultivator the command to clear this place. There was no way they would leave a place full of corpses scattered all over the place. The war is over, the dead deserve a proper burial. The women felt sorry for the disciples from the Gates of Eternity sect that their own ancestors had to sacrifice, whereas initially, the women wanted to catch and secure these people. Unexpectedly, they would be made a sacrifice to free the demon. This is something that is not imagined by everyone. Cultivators from the royal family in the Spring Palace began to work together to clean up this place. Apart from cultivators from the royal family in the Spring Palace, Zhang Shiyun called her soldiers here. She needed these people to help clean up this place. With the cooperation of so many cultivators at once, they should be very quick to clean up the chaos in this place. We turn to the mortal world that is near Yi Chen's villa. Oh, so this is the place where the woman we supervise lives. So interesting. Nian Nuren said to Yu Ting, who was next to her, Master, looks like this is Yi Chen's villa. Yu Ting told Nian Nuren that this is likely Yi Chen's villa. Yi Chen? Oh, isn't that the man who has hurt you? I didn't expect him to have a place with such a complex and intricate of array like this. It seems that man is a cultivator who is quite a genius. After seeing the array in around this villa, Nian Nuren can conclude that Yi Chen is quite a genius. Here Nian Nuren looked at several arrays she had never seen in this lifetime. Master, that man is indeed the person who has hurt me. I want to take revenge over and over again. It's a shame that all the efforts I have put in are useless. Yu Ting told Nian Nuren that all the efforts she had used to deal with Yi Chen failed. None of Yu Ting's attempts were successful when she wanted to deal with Yi Chen. It's not strange if you fail to deal with this man named Yi Chen. It looks like he is a very smart guy. I like to play around with smart men like this. You leave everything to your teacher. I'll take care of this man. Nian Nuren quite likes dealing with smart men. She likes to step on the self-esteem of smart men like Yi Chen. Chapter 854. Yu Ting and Nian Nuren started their action. Thank you so much that Master is willing to help me. Yu Ting was really happy when she heard that Nian Nuren was willing to help her take care of Yi Chen. This made Yu Ting's business easier. Yu Ting felt herself taking down 2 birds using 1 stone. Apart from taking revenge on Lin Roshi, Yu Ting could also take revenge on Yi Chen. This was something that Yu Ting had hoped for a long time ago. Finally, now that she had her chance to take revenge on Yi Chen, Nian Nuren would soon make Yi Chen like a tramp who would beg for forgiveness from herself. Okay, then let's catch the woman named Lin Roshi first. We can make that woman hostage for us. Nian Nuren was already planning to kidnap Lin Roshi. Nian Nuren intended to use Lin Roshi as a hostage to lure Yi Chen to fall into the abyss of despair. After observing Lin Roshi for several days, Nian Nuren had come to a conclusion of hers. The relationship between this woman and the man named Yi Che must be very close. It could be seen from Lin Roshi, who often said Yi Chen's name when she was alone. Okay. Yu Ting immediately nodded at Nian Nuren, she agreeing with what Nian Nuren said. They could use Lin Roshi as a hostage, so they both didn't have to bother dealing with Yi Chen. Nian Nuren is truly a woman who was very careful in taking actions. She has thought things through very carefully. Yu Ting and Nian Nuren immediately broke into the array around Yi Chen's villa. With Nian Nuren's cultivation base, Nianuran had a little trouble breaking through the array around the villa. It really is so troublesome. Nianuran felt a slight inconvenience as she tried to break through this array. This array was deliberately created by Chen to deter intruders. When Nianuran entered, Nianuran was automatically detected as an enemy. Several beauties came out when they sensed the array around the villa was active. Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin immediately came out to see what was going on. When they all came out, they found two women who had infiltrated the villa. "Who are you?" Luyu immediately asked who these two women were. He wanted to know who the two mysterious women dared to infiltrate their place. Yu Ting and Nianuran happened to be wearing a robe, so the identities of the two were vague. "Fufufu, it looks like we were caught very easily. It seems that there are several beautiful women with strong cultivation who live in this villa." Nianuran laughed when she saw herself being found by the woman who lived in this villa. After entering the territory of Yichen's villa, Nianuran realized that in this villa there were a lot of cultivators with a fairly high cultivation base. Nianuran began to think that this villa was a base for a hidden sect in the mortal world. Nianuran began to see one by one the beautiful women in front of her. The beauty of these women was truly does not make sense. Nianuran even had to admit that she was at a level far from Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin. Nianuran had to admit that she was a little jealous when she saw the beauty that Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin had. "I asked once again, who you are, and what do you want to infiltrate this place?" Luyu asked Yu Ting and Nianuran again. Luyu still had her patience, so she did not immediately attack Yu Ting and Nianuran who were in front of her. In addition, Liu felt a very dangerous feeling from one of the two mysterious people who had sneaked into the villa's territory. Liu's instinct told her that Nianuran was a very dangerous woman. Liu tried to be careful when dealing with these two intruders. She didn't want to be too hasty in taking an action. This could harm to her and the sisters around her. "You don't need to know who I am. I only have business with one of you." Nianuran refused to reveal her identity to Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin. She didn't want to expose herself so quickly in front of her enemies. It would be more fun if she acted mysteriously in front of her enemies. Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin started to raise their brows. They were really very dissatisfied with the answer that came from Nianuran. "Thief, we will arrest and interrogate you." Sumengxin was very dissatisfied when she heard Nianuran's words. Apart from daring to barge into the villa, this woman acted extremely arrogant in front of all of them. This made the women very annoyed with Nianuran and Yu Ting. "Are you sure you can catch me? Why don't you try it, Fufufu?" Nianuran laughed when she heard what Sumengxin had just said. Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin were becoming more and more annoyed by Nianuran's arrogance. This woman was really very arrogant. On the other side, Yu Ting was currently just silent. She did not expect that in this house there would be several women with extraordinary beauty living in this villa. These women clearly had a beauty that far exceeded her and her master. What the hell? Why are there so many beautiful women living in Yichen's villa? Are they all Yichen's women? Yu Ting really couldn't understand Yichen. How could Yichen have so many beautiful women inside in one time like this? In addition, Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin were such amazing beauties. They could be described as goddesses who descended from the sky into this world. "Everyone, let's work together to fight this woman. I feel that this woman is very strong and very dangerous." Luyu invited Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin to work together against Nianuran. Liu felt that it would be difficult for them to win against Nianuran if they didn't cooperate. Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin nodded at Luyu. They really had to work together to win against Nianuran. "Go ahead, I want to see what kind of abilities you all have, whether you guys really have an ability or just a pretty useless base." Nianuran challenged Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin. Nianuran didn't even hesitate to insult Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin as useless flower vases. Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin didn't immediately get angry when they heard Nianuran's words. All of them wouldn't get caught up in the provocation that Nianuran was doing. Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin already realized that Nianuran was provoking them all into anger and losing the control they had. Chapter 855 Against Nianuran. If that happened, it would be a loss for Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin. Nianuran slightly raised her eyebrows when she saw that Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin were not provoked by her words. It was obvious that these women were very clever. It seemed that she couldn't provoke Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulaning, Qing Cheng and Lingyin with her words. Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Chen, and Lingyin were smarter than Niannuren thought. Liu was the first woman to decide to attack Niannuren. Right behind Liu were Lingyin and Mulanin, who intended to help Liu, who was attacking Niannuren. Niannuren did not remain silent when she saw what Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin were trying to do. Niannuren created a wind barrier around herself. This wind barrier aimed to ward off the arrivals of Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin. Blue Moon Shadow Blink. Liu used her technique Blue Moon Shadow Blink. When Liu used this technique, she was immediately behind Niannuren's body. Liu did not waste the opportunity she had. She immediately slashed Niannuren's back using the blue jade sword in her hand. Slash. The blue jade sword slashed through Niannuren's back. Niannuren was completely unaware of Liu, who was already behind her body. Liu moved without being detected by Niannuren. Niannuren's robe was immediately cut by Liu's blue jade sword. Liu's attack could only slightly scratch Niannuren's body. How is she already behind me? Niannuren really didn't understand how Liu had gotten behind her so quickly. Liu had even broken through the wind barrier she created with the greatest of ease. How dare you stab me in the back, I'll make you regret it. Niannuren was quite angry with what Liu had just done. Liu actually dared to stab herself in the back in a way that even Niannuren didn't know. Niannuren started to raise her palms, she intending to pat Liu, who was behind her body. Blue Moon Shadow Blink. Liu again used the Blue Moon Shadow Blink to move to a place that was safer from Niannuren's attack range. Bam! Niannuren's attack succeeded in hitting the shadows created by the Blue Moon Shadow Blink technique. Niannuren really didn't realize that what she just attacked was just a shadow substitute that Liu had. She was very sure that her attack hit Liu, while Liu distracted Niannuren's own attention. This was a good opportunity for Mulanin and Lingyin to attack Niannuren. Ice Phoenix Explosion. Mulanin made an ice statue that resembled an ice phoenix. The ice phoenix statue made by Mulanin looked like it had a life of its own. This ice phoenix statue immediately headed towards Niannuren, who was focused on Liu. Boom! When the ice phoenix statue hit Niannuren, there was an extremely powerful ice explosion. This explosion froze the area around the villa frozen into ice. Niannuren's body was covered in ice. Niannuren looked like a human statue exquisitely carved by Mulanin. While Niannuren was trapped in the ice, Lingyin took this opportunity to attack Niannuren. Shadow Dance. Lingyin started to use her butterfly knife to stab Niannuren. Lingyin didn't hold back at all. She was using the full strength she could use. Lingyin hopes that her attack can kill Niannuren, who is in front of her. Glub. Lingyin managed to stab Niannuren in a very perfect way. Crack. When Lingyin managed to stab Niannuren, the ice covering Niannuren's body started to crack and break into pieces. It could be seen that Niannuren's body was only slightly scratched by the combined attack Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin had just carried out. You guys really are so annoying. Niannuren was already starting to lose the patience she had. She couldn't believe that Liu, Mulanin's, and Lingyin attacks could scratch her, even though the difference in their strength was so far away. It should be that the attacks from Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin couldn't hurt her. Perhaps the difference in strength between Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin was quite large when compared to Niannuren, but the cultivation techniques they learned were of a much higher level than Niannuren's, so Liu and Mulanin still had resistance. When fighting Niannuren, our attacks can only scratch her. It looks like this woman is much stronger than we imagine. Liu's guess was correct. Niannuren is indeed a fairly strong cultivator. Niannuren started rushing towards Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin, intending to attack Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin. When Niannuren intended to attack Liu, Mulanin, and Lingyin, suddenly around Niannuren's body, springs appeared that gushed very profusely. This spring immediately enveloped Niannuren's body. Now Niannuren is trapped in a water prison. Lin Roshi directly sealed Niannuren's movements using her technique Ocean Prison. Now Niannuren's movements will be limited while in this seawater prison. Niannuren felt a little difficult when she was inside the water prison created by Lin Roshi. The pressure inside this water prison was immense. If ordinary humans were confined within Lin Roshi's water prison, it was certain that their bodies would instantly shatter and crumble. Luckily, Niannuren had such a high level of cultivation, so the pressure in the water didn't really risk her life. Niannuren intends to use her wind power to get rid of the water enveloping her. As Niannuren wanted to get rid of the water around herself, Niannuren felt her consciousness become a little blurry. Niannuren felt that she was about to lose consciousness. This was Cheng's doing. Cheng used her inheritance from her purple butterfly to control Niannuren's mind. Thanks to the frequent training she did, Chen was able to use her inherited purple butterfly very freely. As long as the other party has a weak and careless mind, then Chen can immediately step in and control the thoughts of the opposing party. Too bad Niannuren's mind was strong enough. Chen had a little trouble controlling the thoughts that this woman had. What Cheng could do right now was only to make Nianuran weak and helpless, so she could create a situation where other women could freely attack Nianuran. Sumengxin, Luyu, Mulanin, and Lingyin took advantage of the gap created by Lin Roshi and Qing Chang. They all worked together to attack Nianuran using their full strength. Rain Goddess Flower Petals, Blue Moonlight, Ice Phoenix Explosion, Hurricane Vortex, Sumengxin, Luyu, Mulanin, and Lingyin used their full strength in this technique. Chapter 856 Dangerous Poison 1. Boom. The attacks made by Sumengxin, Luyu, Mulanin, and Lingyin hit Nianuran very precisely. Yuting, who was near Nianuran, was blown away when she received the blast wave that came from the technique released by Sumengxin, Luyu, Mulanin, and Lingyin. Master Yuting's immediately shouted Nianuran's name. She was quite worried that Nianuran would be defeated by these beautiful women who appeared. If Nianuran lost, then Yuting would no longer have the support to deal with Yi Chen and Lin Roshi. Yuting didn't want this to happen. She really hoped that Nianuran could survive and win against Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin. Did we succeed? Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin began to wonder whether the attack they had just taken overcame Nianuran or not, because the smoke from the explosion enveloped the bodies of Nianuran, Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin. They couldn't see whether Nianuran had lost or not. They all had to wait for the smoke to completely dissipate to find out whether Nianuran had lost or not. The smoke gradually started to dissipate. As the smoke started to dissipate, Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin could see the shadow of a person standing in the middle of the smoke. Nianuran didn't seem defeated even after taking the combined attack they all put up with. Right now the clothes Nianuran wore were completely smashed to pieces. It could be said that Nianuran was currently naked, plus Nianuran's hair was disheveled due to the strong impact caused by Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin's combined attack. Seeing that her master was fine, Yuting felt very relieved. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about failure. Her master was too strong. Yi Chen's women would not be able to beat her master. When the clothes she was wearing shattered to pieces, Nianuran didn't immediately pick up a new set of clothes. Nianuran looked very relaxed as she exposed her naked body. Nianuran really didn't expect that the combined attacks carried out by Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin would be this great. What the heck? Why do I feel weak in front of these women? Is there something wrong here? Nianuran felt that something was wrong with her. She felt very weak when faced with attacks by Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin. Even though the difference in their strength was quite high, it should be that with this difference in strength, Luyu, Sumengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin couldn't do anything to her. Nianuran began to look at the arrays around this place. It seems that the arrays around this place are the cause of Nianuran's strength to become weaker. I see, it turns out that it's because of the array's effect that they are here, and they're all very strong. Nianuran finally came up with a good conclusion to this matter. Most likely the reason she had become weak was because she was in this array. Nianuran must destroy the array around this place, so that he can freely fight against these beautiful women. It didn't work. This sexy woman is really very strong, said Luyu to all the women next to her. Seeing that their combined attacks were unsuccessful, all the women were extremely disappointed. Sister Yu, we'd better use the array formation left by the husband. It seems like the only way we have to fight this woman. Sumengxin said to Luyu was to use the defensive array formation left by Yi Chen for them. With that array formation they had the chance to win against Nianuran. Do we need to use that thing? Luyu asked Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin. She wanted to know if they should use the defensive array right now for against Nianuran. I agree with what Sister Mingxin said. We should use the array power left by the husband. All the women agreed with what Su Mingxin said. They wouldn't be able to win if it continued like this. Nianuran was so powerful that even the combined attacks they launched couldn't have much impact on Nianuran if they continued fighting in this manner. Sooner or later they would definitely lose to Nianuran's hands. Luyu, Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, and Lingyin started to activate the array formations that were in this place, each of them controlling a single array formation. Nianuran, who wanted to attack the array formation, immediately stopped in place, feeling a terrifying pressure around herself. What happened? Nianuran was a little confused by what was going on. Suddenly a terrifying pressure pressed down on her body. Apart from that, there were several fireball, iceball, and several flying sword strikes that were heading towards Nianuran. Due to the pressure pressing down on her body, Nianuran couldn't avoid the attacks that were heading her way. Boom, 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 slash. Nianuran's body was hit by the incessant attack. The attack this time had an enormous impact on Nianuran. Nianuran's body was severely injured by the attack launched by the array. Bastard. Nianuran had to endure the pain in her body. Parts of her body were partially blistered by the attack just now. Nianuran rose from the ground, staring herself at Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Ling Yin with a very powerful murderous gaze. The current Nianuran is really furious at Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Ling Yin. All of you are the first women who can put me in this state. You must pay for what you have done. Nianuran said to Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Ling Yin. These women must pay for what they have done to her. Nianuran started to dig something from her storage room ring. Nianuran took out a bottle that contained a black liquid that was thick and looked terrible. Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Ling Yin were confused by what Nianuran wanted. They started to wonder what Nianuran was trying to do right now. Nianuran started to open the lid of the bottle, which was filled with a black liquid which looked terrible. She used her wind power to throw the liquid that was stored in the bottle. Everyone be careful. Ling Yin immediately rushed in front of everyone, himself creating a special barrier to hold back the liquid that Nianuran had just thrown out. The liquid that Nianuran had just thrown so easily broke through the barrier created by Ling Yin. This liquid directly hit Ling Yin's body. Ling Yin's body, which was hit by the black liquid, instantly turned a little dark. A moment later, Ling Yin felt weak and very helpless. Chapter 857 Dangerous Poison 2 Sisterine. Several women shouted when they saw Ling Yin fall down after being hit by the black liquid just now. Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng intended to help Ling Yin, who had just fallen. Wait a minute. Don't touch her. Luyu immediately stopped Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng from touching Ling Yin. Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng immediately stopped on the spot. Sister Yu, why are you stopping us? Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, and Qing Cheng asked Luyu, who suddenly stopped them from seeing Ling Yin's condition. If you touch Sisterine now, then you will be contaminated by that poison. Luyu said to Su Mengxin, Ling Roshi, and Qing Cheng. Luyu had already realized that the black liquid that Nianuran had just used was an extremely dangerous poison. After listening to the explanations that came from Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, and Qing Cheng finally understood why Luyu had stopped them. If they touch Ling Yin now, then they will also be contaminated by the poison that Ling Yin possesses. You are a very smart woman. I think I have to get rid of you first. Nianuran saw that Luyu was a very smart woman. A woman like Luyu was a very troublesome thing for Nianuran. That's why Nianuran intended to defeat Luyu first. Nianuran again raised the bottle in her hand, intending to shoot the black liquid that was in the bottle at Luyu. When Nianuran intended to shoot the poison that was in the bottle at Luyu, suddenly a fire arrow shattered the bottle in her hand. The bottle that was in her hand broke and hit at Nianuran's hand. Arg! Nianuran shouted. As the poison liquid hit her hand, Nianuran's hand instantly turned black when it was hit by the poison liquid. The poison quickly spread. The poison began to spread throughout Nianuran's hands. In an instant, Nianuran's body was full of poison. Fu Lanling descended from the sky. She descended right in front of Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Ling Yin. Are you all right? Fu Lanling asked about the circumstances of Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Ling Yin. Sister Lanling, this is very bad. Sister Yin was exposed to a very dangerous poison. Luyu immediately explained to Fu Lanling what had happened. Fu Lanling immediately saw Ling Yin's state. She found that Ling Yin's body had turned black in several places. Fu Lanling immediately took an action. She immediately stopped Ling Yin's blood flow so that the poison would not spread quickly. When Fu Lanling touched Ling Yin's body, she found that the poison in Ling Yin's body was trying to enter her. Seeing this, Fu Lanling immediately stopped the flow of blood in her hands. Fu Lanling has absolutely no idea what kind of poison Nianuran used to poison Ling Yin. The poison that Nianuran used was very strange and had never been seen by Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling immediately turned her attention towards Nianuran. When Fu Lanling turned her attention towards Nianuran, she saw that Nianuran's body had completely turned black. Just like Ling Yin, Nianuran also fell to the ground and was unconscious. Nianuran was far worse than Ling Yin, herself being exposed to more poison than Ling Yin had. Yu Ting was very scared when she saw the condition of her master like this. Her master looked like she was dying and was at the edge of death. It's bad that I have to leave this place. Feeling that Nianuran couldn't do much, Yu Ting decided to immediately leave this place. Her great master was already in a terrible state. If Yu Ting continued to be in this place, then she would likely be judged by Luyu, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Cheng, and Fu Lanling. Where are you going, after injuring one of us? You want to go like that? Seeing Yu Ting wanting to run away from this place, Fu Lanling immediately went to stop Yu Ting. Fu Lanling only needed to use her own pressure to knock Yu Ting out, because Fu Lanling had just entered the entry level of the divine nascent realm. the pressure Fu Lanling had could easily knock Yuting unconscious. Nianuran is currently in a bad state due to the poison, meanwhile Yuting is now unconscious. Sister Lanling, how is Sister Yin condition, can she still be saved? Su Mingxin asked Ling Yin's state. As the person closest to Ling Yin, Su Mingxin was very worried about Ling Yin's situation. Her condition is quite bad. I don't know what kind of poison that woman used. For sure that woman's poison is very dangerous and very contagious. You all don't want to touch Sister Yin body. Fu Lanling told Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Xing Cheng about the dangers of poison suffered by Ling Yin. Then what should we do now? If we don't do something, Sister Yin's life could be threatened. Su Mingxin was quite confused about what to do in a situation like this. She didn't know what to do to heal Ling Yin. If even Fu Lanling couldn't do anything to the current state of Ling Yin, then what power could Su Mingxin have? Even less knowledge than Fu Lanling. I will immediately look for husband and master. They might know a way to solve this problem. Fu Lanling decided to immediately look for Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang. The two of them just might know a way to heal Ling Yin. Sister Lanling, husband is currently in the Kunlun Holy Land. You can search there. Lu Yu told Fu Lanling about Yi Chen's current whereabouts. Fine, I understand. I'll be right there. Fu Lanling didn't dare delay. She immediately went towards the Kunlun Holy Land with the full speed she had. Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Xing Cheng could only see Fu Lanling's departure. They all hoped that Fu Lanling would return to this place as soon as possible. What should we do with these two people? Xing Cheng wanted to know what to do with Yuting and Nianuran. Let's see who the other intruder is. Lin Roshi was very curious about the identity of the other intruder. Lin Roshi immediately went towards Yuting. She started to open the robe that Yuting was wearing. When Lin Roshi opened the robe that was wearing Yuting, he discovered that the woman in this robe was Yuting. This Lin Roshi was quite surprised when she saw that the person behind the robe was Yuting. It turned out that the mastermind behind all of this was Yuting, who was Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend. Lu Yu, Su Mingxin started getting closer towards Lin Roshi. The two of them wanted to know who the person Nianuran was with. Wasn't this Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend? So she was the one behind all of this. Chapter 858 Linger. Why are you here? Liu felt angry when she found out that the woman behind all this was Yuting. Almost all the women in this place of course know about Yuting. They all know that Yuting is the woman who left Yi Chen when Yi Chen was in trouble. This woman had really been looking for trouble with Yi Chen. This made all the women angry with Yuting. If only Yi Chen had told them to ignore Yuting. Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, and Lin Roshi must have packed Yuting a long time ago. This woman is really very wicked, even though Yi Chen has been kind and let her go many times. Lin Roshi completely agreed with what Lu Yu had just said. Yuting is truly a very wicked woman. A woman like Yuting is no longer worthy of being given the opportunity to repent. Is it necessary for me to freeze her in the eternal ice that I have? Mulanin came and said to Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, and Lin Roshi. Mulanin volunteered to use the eternal ice technique to seal Yuting up. With the eternal ice technique, then Yuting will forever freeze without being able to melt unless someone deliberately frees her. Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, and Lin Roshi looked at each other. They started to wonder if they should do something like that to Yuting. After discussion for a while, Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, and Lin Roshi finally came to a decision. They all agreed with what Mulanin just said. They could seal Yuting in eternal ice, so Yuting would no longer be able to cause trouble for them. If they let Yuting go again, Yuting would definitely continue to look for unnecessary trouble. Instead of repeating it, Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, and Lin Roshi decided to seal Yuting in a place far away and could not be found by anyone. Sister Lanin, we all agree with what you just said. Let's seal this woman in the eternal ice you have. Lu Yu said that they all agreed with what Mulanin had just suggested. Lu Yu, Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, and Mulanin began discussing the place where they should seal Yuting using immortal ice. After a brief discussion, everyone finally agreed to seal Yuting in a remote place that was rarely visited by people. The mountain was considered a good place for this. There wouldn't be anyone who would find Yuting's existence. Lu Yu and Mulanin went to a remote mountain not far from this city. The two of them carried Yuting's unconscious body, while Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, and Xing Cheng remained at the villa. They both kept Ling Yin's condition from getting worse. If Ling Yin's condition turned bad before Yi Chen's arrival, then it would be very dangerous for Ling Yin, returning to the Kunlun Holy Land. To be precise, in the Wuklan manner, Yi Chen is currently lying on the bed with his eyes closed. It can be seen that Yi Chen is currently in the process of recovering from himself. Next to Yi Chen was Zhao Yanyan, who gave Yi Chen a lap for the headrest. Zhao Yanyan's snow-white and soft thighs were used by Yi Chen as a substitute for a pillow. Needless to say, the sensation of lying on Zhao Yanyan's lap was much more comfortable than a real pillow. It has been several hours since Zhao Yanyan brought Yi Chen back to the capital. Until now Yi Chen still hasn't fully recovered. Click. The door to the room where Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were opened very slowly. People from outside tried not to make a sound when they entered the room, seeing the door opened by someone. Zhao Yanyan immediately looked towards the entrance. When she looked towards the entrance, Zhao Yanyan saw Nangong Xiang, who was already standing in front of the entrance. "Sister Xiang, what's wrong?" Zhao Yanyan asked about what happened to Nangong Xiang. "I just want to see the situation of Yi Chen. Is he getting better?" Nangong Xiang asked Zhao Yanyan. "Husband is just exhausted. Taking a short break will make him fine." Zhao Yanyan told Nangong Xiang that Yi Chen needed a little rest for a while to recover. Nangong Xiang nodded when she heard that Yi Chen was only a little tired. Nangong Xiang felt relieved when she found out about this. Nangong Xiang walked towards Zhao Yanyan's side. She's sitting right beside Zhao Yanyan. Since there was nothing Nangong Xiang could do, Nangong Xiang decided to go back and accompany Zhao Yanyan to take care of Yi Chen. At least this was what Nangong Xiang could do for now. Bang! This time the entrance to this room was opened quite loudly by someone. Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang were quite surprised by what had just happened. Master from outside Fu Lanling burst inside. She immediately shouted the name of Nangong Xiang. Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang were shocked when they saw Fu Lanling in this place. "Lanling, why are you here?" Nangong Xiang asked why Fu Lanling was here. "I came here because something bad happened." Fu Lanling told Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang that something bad happened. "Something bad? What happened?" Zhao Yanyan immediately asked what was happening to Fu Lanling. That Sisterine was poisoned by a very strange poison. Fu Lanling told Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang about what had happened. "What?" Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang both shouted when they heard this news. "How could that be?" Nangong Xiang asked Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling started explaining what happened to Nangong Xiang and Zhao Yanyan, herself briefly explaining what had happened to Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang. Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang listened to the explanation given by Fu Lanling. They didn't expect that something like that would happen. The voices of Zhao Yanyan, Nangong Xiang, and Fu Lanling were very loud. Yi Chen, who was resting, was immediately awakened by a loud sound created by Zhao Yanyan. Nangong Xiang and Fu Lanling. Yi Chen woke up from his sleep. When Yi Chen just woke up from his sleep, Yi Chen started to look around this place. When he looked around this place, Yi Chen found that there were two new women who were here. One is Nangong Xiang and another is Fu Lanling. "Linger, why are you here?" Seeing Fu Lanling was in this place, Yi Chen immediately asked what happened. Fu Lanling didn't want to waste any more time. She told Yi Chen what happened. "What? Ling got poison? What kind of poison is it?" Yi Chen immediately asked about the poison that Ling Yin suffered. "Husband, I don't know. The poison suffered Sister Yin is really weird. I even got contaminated just from touching her." Fu Lanling started to show her hand that she had previously used to touch Ling Yin. When Fu Lanling raised her hand, Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, and Nangong Xiang could see Fu Lanling's hand, which was slightly black. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan had absolutely no idea what kind of poison Fu Lanling was suffering from at this time. Chapter 859 God Slaughter Poison. "Linger, let me see it." Yi Chen immediately got up from Zhao Yanyan's lap. He immediately went to see the state of Fu Lanling. "Yi Chen, master." "Stop there." When Yi Chen wanted to see the state of Fu Lanling, Nangong Xiang and Chu Yuechan simultaneously tried to stop Yi Chen. "What is wrong?" Yi Chen immediately asked Nangong Xiang and Chu Yuechan, who stopped him. "Yi Chen, it is a poison called God Slaughter Poison. It is a poison that is very dangerous and very deadly if you touch it just a little bit." Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen that the poison in Fu Lanling's hands was a type of poison that was very deadly. "What?" Yi Chen was shocked when he heard what Nangong Xiang had just said. He had just found out about such poison. "Xiang, what kind of God Slaughter poison?" Yi Chen wanted to know about the God Slaughter poison that Nangong Xiang had just talked about. Yi Chen is a very dangerous poison left behind during the era of the gods. This poison is even said to be able to kill a god. Nangong Xiang began to tell Yi Chen about God Slaughter poison. Yi Chen was dumbfounded when he heard what Nangong Xiang had just said, not expecting Fu Lanling to be hit by something so dangerous like this. Then how to cure it? Yi Chen asked a way to cure the God Slaughter poison that was in Fu Lanling's body. Nangong Xiang seemed silent when she heard Yi Chen's question. Nangong Xiang didn't know how to answer Yi Chen's question. Yi Chen saw the awkwardness shown by Nangong Xiang. It was seen that Nangong Xiang did not know how to cure God Slaughter poison. "Master, you better bring Sister Lan Ling into the fairy gate as soon as possible. I will help her suppress the poison. If it is not treated immediately, it will be very dangerous." Chu Yuechan spoke to Yi Chen in a quite serious tone. He immediately told Yi Chen to brought Fu Lanling inside the fairy gate. "Very well, I understand." Yi Chen immediately did what Chu Yuechan said. He had to bring Fu Lanling into the fairy gate. "Linger, let's enter the fairy gate immediately." Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling to enter the fairy gate. Over there Chuyuachan had a way to deal with this. Husband, you better go see Sisterine condition, her current condition is much worse than mine. Fu Lanling told Ji Chen to take a closer look at Ling Yin's condition. Ling Yin's condition was much worse than hers right now. I understand. I will come back soon and see the condition of Ling Yin. Yan Yan, please bring Linger into the fairy gate. I will return to the mortal world to see Ling Yin's condition. Yi Chen told Jia Yan to bring Fu Lanling into inside fairy gate, while Yi Chen himself will see Ling Yin's condition in the mortal world. Very well, you can leave the matter to me. You can go to the mortal world now. Jia Yan understood. She would bring Fu Lanling into the fairy gate. Very good, then I'll leave everything to you. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction at the answer given by Jia Yan. Now Yi Chen can go back to his villa and see Ling Yin's condition. Yi Chen, I will come with you. Nangong Xiang decided to come along with Yi Chen. She wanted to know where this god slaughter poison came from. Okay, Yi Chen didn't mind when Nangong Xiang wanted to come with him. Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang immediately left this room. After leaving the room, after Yi Chen left, Jia Yan immediately took Fu Lanling inside the fairy gate to get help. Meanwhile, Yi Chen immediately took out his profound arc, intending to use this profound arc to return to the city. In that case, Yi Chen didn't want to delay much time. He had to go immediately to where Ling Yin was. Yi Chen brought Nangong Xiang up onto the profound arc. After the two of them boarded the profound arc, Yi Chen immediately operated this profound arc towards the mortal world. This arc was moving at full speed, with a speed like it was certain that Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang would soon arrive at his villa. Meanwhile, the situation at Yi Chen's villa, Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi and Cheng Cheng continued to monitor Ling Yin's situation. Both of them confirmed that Ling Yin would be fine. From time to time, Ling Yin's condition was getting worse and worse. You can see that Ling Yin's condition started to slowly deteriorate over time. Why, husband, not came here? Su Mengxin was getting more and more worried about Ling Yin's situation. She kept praying that Yi Chen would return as soon as possible. Rumble. While Su Mengxin was praying, she heard a rather loud roar that came from the direction of the horizon. From the direction of the horizon, one could see that there was a profound arc approaching very fast in this direction. Su Mengxin was naturally familiar with this profound arc. It was clear that this was the profound arc that belonged to Yi Chen. Su Mengxin was very happy when she found out that Yi Chen had returned. The prayer she had previously done was answered very quickly. After arriving at the top of the villa, Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang immediately descended downstairs. The two of them immediately descended towards Ling Yin's side, where almost her entire body had turned black. Husband, when Yi Chen came down, he was welcomed by Su Mengxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng. Husband, quickly see the condition of Sisterine right now. With a worried expression, Su Mengxin told Yi Chen to immediately see Ling Yin condition. Mengxin, calm down. I've heard about what happened on Ling Yin. Yi Chen tried to calm Su Mengxin, who looked worried about Ling Yin. Su Mengxin became relieved when Yi Chen heard what had happened. He hoped that Yi Chen could treat the poison that was in Ling Yin's body. Yi Chen immediately went to Ling Yin's side. He saw Ling Yin's condition, whose body had turned black. If Yi Chen didn't come as fast as he could, surely Ling Yin wouldn't be able to be helped anymore. Wei-chan, is it possible for me to bring Ling Yin into the fairy gate? Yi Chen asked if he could bring Ling Yin into the fairy gate. Ling Yin was still not completely Yi Chen's woman, so he wondered if she could bring Ling Yin into the fairy gate. Unfortunately, that's not possible. The level of the fairy gate is still too low to bring outside women inside. You need at least level 21 or more if you want to bring outside women into the fairy gate. Chuyuachan told Yi Chen that the level of the fairy gate was still not enough to bring an outside woman who was not yet completely Yi Chen's woman to enter into the fairy gate. Yi Chen was quite disappointed when he heard this. He was quite disappointed because he was slow in increasing the level of the fairy gate. Chapter 860, Flower of Life 7 Color. Master, you don't need to worry. Even though you can't bring this woman into the fairy gate, you can still save her by using an item called the Yonghang sleeping box that I have. I'll give it to you. Chuyuachan told Yi Chen that she had a weight of. Yi Chen didn't know what Chuyuachan was trying to give him. He had absolutely no idea what the Yonghang sleeping box was. Chuyuachan gave Yi Chen something like a coffin. Strangely, the chest given by Chuyuachan was made of ice and had some strange carvings around it. Yi Chen opened the lid of the Yonghang sleeping box. When Yi Chen opened the lid of Yonghang sleeping box, he found that inside the Yonghang sleeping box there was an ice fog covering the contents of Yonghang sleeping box. What is this? Yi Chen asked Chuyuachan about the Yonghang sleeping box in front of him. Master, this is Yonghang sleeping box. This thing can slow down the time a person sleeps in it. If you put Ling Yin inside, then she will be fine for a while. Shu Yuechan started explaining about Yonghong sleeping box. Yonghong sleeping box is a bed that can slow down time for the person sleeping in it. Hearing Shu Yuechan's explanation, Yi Chen immediately put Ling Yin into the Yonghong sleeping box. Yi Chen used his strength to lift and put Ling Yin into the Yonghong sleeping box. After Ling Yin fully entered, Yi Chen finally closed the lid of the Yonghong sleeping box. Yi Chen felt quite relieved when he had confirmed that Ling Yin was safe for the time being. Yuechan, how about the state of Linger, is she alright? Yi Chen asked about the state of affairs from Fu Lanling. Sister Lanling is currently fine. I have sealed the poison in her body, so for the time being she will be safe. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen that she had temporarily sealed the poison in Fu Lanling's body. Yi Chen was relieved to hear that Fu Lanling was also fine. Finally, Yi Chen was able to feel calm for a while. Husband, how about a Ling Yin condition? Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng came over to Yi Chen's side. They all asked if Ling Yin was okay or not. All of you calm down. For the time being, Ling Yin is fine. You don't need to worry anymore. Yi Chen told Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng that Ling Yin was fine. Su Mingxin, Lin Roshi, and Cheng Cheng felt relieved when they heard that Ling Yin was fine. Husband, do you have any way to heal Sister Yin? Su Mingxin asked if Yi Chen had a way to cure Ling Yin. For that matter, I will ask Yuechan. Yi Chen didn't know how to cure the god slaughter poison that was on Ling Yin and Fu Lanling's body. He needed Chu Yuechan to tell himself how to heal the god slaughter poison that was on Ling Yin and Fu Lanling's body. Yuechan, do you have a way to cure the poison that is in Ling Yin and Linger's body? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. I do have a way to cure god slaughter poison, but you need a medicinal ingredient that is very rare and quite difficult to find. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan had a way to cure the god slaughter poison that was in Ling Yin and Fu Lanling's body. The problem was that a very rare medicinal substance was needed to do that. Tell me what ingredients you need, maybe I can help you find it. Yi Chen said what ingredients are needed to heal the god slaughter poison in Ling Yin and Linger body. That material is called Flower of Life's 7 colors. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen about the medicinal ingredients needed to heal Ling Yin and Fu Lanling. Flower of Life's 7 color, Yi Chen muttered in a fairly low voice. Yuechan, roughly where can I get the Flower of Life 7 color? Yi Chen asked where he could get the Flower of Life 7 color that Shu Yuechan just said. This material is something that is very difficult to find even in God realm. There is only a race that can cultivate a Flower of Life 7 color. That race is a legendary elf race. Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen that Flower of Life 7 color can only be found in the Elven village. Elf race, where do you think they live? Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan, Master, the elf race is a race that is quite hidden from the public. It is very difficult to find the whereabouts of the village they live in. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen that the elf race was quite difficult to find. The elf race is a race that is quite hidden from the outside world. Only a few people have ever met and interacted with the elf race. Yi Chen was quite disappointed when he heard this news from Shu Yuechan. It seemed that he would have a hard time finding the Flower of Life 7 color. Master, why don't you ask Nangong Xiang? That woman might know where the elf race is. Isn't that woman a former empress? Surely she knows many things about God realm that rarely normal people know. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to ask Nangong Xiang. Nangong Xiang might know a little about the existence of the elf race. Yi Chen looked at Nangong Xiang, who was not far from him. It seemed that he had to ask Nangong Xiang about this matter. Yi Chen started walking towards Nangong Xiang. Nangong Xiang herself was currently watching Nian Nuren's body, which had turned into a black liquid that was disgusting as hell. If Yi Chen was late in helping Ling Yin, then Ling Yin could have the same fate as Nian Nuren, whose body melted because of the god slaughter poison. Eat it. Xiang, what are you doing? Yi Chen approached and asked what Nangong Xiang was doing. Yi Chen, I am observing what god slaughter poison is like. This is the first time I have seen the real god slaughter poison. Nangong Xiang said that she was researching god slaughter poison. Xiang, you better not play with that poison, it is something very dangerous. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang not to mess with god slaughter poison. Yi Chen didn't want Nangong Xiang to have the fate of Ling Yin and Fu Lanling. Nangong Xiang was quite touched when she saw Yi Chen worrying about her. Yi Chen was really very concerned about her. Yi Chen, you don't need to worry, I won't mess around with this dangerous poison. All I want is to research this god slaughter poison. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen that she intended to research god slaughter poison. Nangong Xiang was curious about how the enemy got this god slaughter poison. She wanted to know where god slaughter poison came from. God slaughter poison had long since disappeared from the god realm, so it wasn't strange that Nangong Xiang was a little interested in researching this matter. Xiang, I want to ask you something. Yi Chen decided to ask Nangong Xiang about the elf village problem. What is that? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. Chapter 861 Elf Village Location. I want to ask, do you know about the hidden elf village? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang about the hidden elf village. Elf village? What do you need to ask about elf village? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. Need to find the elf village. I want to find some important ingredient to cure God's slaughter poison. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang what he was hugging for the elf village. Oh, so that's the reason you were looking for elf village. Nangong Xiang now understood why Yi Chen was looking for elf village. So, do you know where the elf village? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang. I might know a little about the existence of elf village, the problem is that it can't be visited all the time. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen that the elf village couldn't be visited all the time. What do you mean? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang. I mean, the elf village is in a special place that only opens once every few thousand years. Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen. The elf village was in a special place where the entrance was only open once a few thousand years. It meant that Yi Chen couldn't go to that place for now. What? Yi Chen panicked enough when he heard this. He did not expect that the elf village would exist in a special place that opens only once every few thousand years. Hey Yuechan, how long can Lingyin survive from God's slaughter poison? Yi Chen immediately asked Shu Yuechan what time Lingyin had. At most 4 years and at least 3 years, Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen that Yongheng's sleeping box could only slow down the spread of God's slaughter poison for 3-4 years. If it's more than that, then Shu Yuechan can confirm that Lingyin's body won't be able to endure any more than that. Yi Chen panicked when he heard about the news from Shu Yuechan. Yi Chen only had 3-4 years left. There was no way he could wait thousands of years to head to the elf village. Then what about Linger? Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan. Sister Lanling is still more fortunate than Lingyin. At most the seal I used could withstand the spread of poison for more than 5 years. Shu Yuechan also explained that Fu Lanling's condition was slightly better than Lingyin. This news was really terrible for Yi Chen. The two women really couldn't wait that long. Xiang, is it really that long it takes to head to the elf village? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen, the entrance to the elf village only opens once every 1,000 years, and only a few people can enter there. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen that only a few people could enter the elf village. Nangong Xiang's words didn't help Yi Chen. Yi Chen became even tenser when he heard that only a few people were allowed into the elven village. Yi Chen's chance to get God's slaughter poison will be getting smaller and smaller. Yi Chen, you were lucky enough to ask this. As I remember, in 2 years the entrance to the hidden elf village will open. You can use this to go to the elf village. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen the good news. He told Yi Chen that the entrance to the elf village would open in 2 years from now. Is it true? Hearing this, Yi Chen felt that he still had a chance to save Lingyin and Fu Lanling, but it won't be easy. Surely you will have many rivals who want to go to the elf village. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen that there would be many rivals to go to the elf village. Why are there so many people who want to go? Do they have their own interests? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang. Yes, you could say that people who leave the village of elves will usually get a very significant increase in strength. This makes it a special attraction for every cultivator in this world. Nangong Xiang told the reason why Yi Chen would have so many competitors when trying to enter the elf village. It doesn't matter, I can definitely win against all of them. Yi Chen was very confident in his abilities. He was sure that he could win against all competitors. Yi Chen, I hate to say this, but with your current strength, it seems like your chances of winning against a competitor are quite small. We are talking about people from God Realm, so there will be many geniuses from all over the God Realm who will gather to join you, can enter the hidden elf village. Nangong Xiang said that if this was not as easy as Yi Chen imagined, there would be many geniuses competing to enter the elven village. You don't need to worry, there are still 2 years of time left. I really believe that I can get stronger in 2 years, said Yi Chen to Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen still has 2 years. It is more than enough to get stronger and fight the geniuses of God Realm. Master, that is such a good determination. Shu Yuechan fully supported Yi Chen's decision. She completely agreed with the enthusiasm shown by Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang saw the enthusiasm shown by Yi Chen. It seemed that Yi Chen really wanted to help Lingyin and Fu Lanling from God's slaughter poison. Alright, I'll tell you where that place is. Nangong Xiang will tell you the place where the entrance to the elf village is located. Yi Chen started listening intently to the explanation that came from Nangong Xiang. So the place where the entrance of the elf village is in the Immortal Springs Forest, and that place is in a star called the Green Star of Life, said Yi Chen to Nangong Xiang. Yes, that is the place where the entrance of the elf village is. As to whether you are worthy or not to enter the elf village, it depends on the abilities you have. Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen, thank you very much, I will remember this carefully. Yi Chen said that he would remember Nangong Xiang's words well. Nangong Xiang nodded at Yi Chen. She was happy when she could help Yi Chen solve his problem. Yi Chen, what are you going to do with this God slaughter poison? Are you going to keep it or destroy it? Nangong Xiang asked about what Yi Chen was going to do with the god slaughter poison on the ground. It's better if we just destroy it, this thing is so terrible, keeping it will harm us all. Yi Chen didn't want to keep something that could threaten him and the people around him. God slaughter poison is a very dangerous poison, just touching it a little can create big problems like this. Well, if you really want to destroy it, I will support what you do. Nangong Xiang just agreed with what Yi Chen wanted to do. The god slaughter poison had made Ling Yin and Fu Lanling in this state. It was not good to keep such a dangerous thing. Yi Chen intended to use the heavenly silver flame to burn the god slaughter poison. Chapter 862 Throw god slaughter poison into the abyss. When Yi Chen used the heavenly silver flame to burn god slaughter poison, he found that the heavenly silver flame had difficulty burning god slaughter poison. God slaughter poison provided a very fierce resistance when burned by the heavenly silver flame. Yi Chen, do you need help? Nangong Xiang intends to offer her own assistance to Yi Chen. Please help me. Yi Chen of course accepted the assistance given by Nangong Xiang. There was no way Yi Chen would refuse the assistance given by Nangong Xiang. Nangong Xiang started to help Yi Chen by using the heavenly gold flame that she had. She began to use the heavenly gold flame to burn god slaughter poison. Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang combined their heavenly silver flame and heavenly gold flame. When the heavenly silver flame and heavenly gold flame were combined, it became a fire that was terrifying enough. It could burn anything it touched to ashes. With the combination of the heavenly silver flame and heavenly gold flame, the god slaughter poison still gave a very fierce resistance. God slaughter poison is really very difficult to destroy, even with the combined strength of the heavenly silver flame and heavenly gold flame. This is still not strong enough to destroy god slaughter poison, which looks quite stubborn. Master, don't waste your profound energy, you won't be able to destroy that thing in the normal way. You'd better take it and throw it somewhere. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen not to waste the profound energy he had. Even if Yi Chen used his heavenly silver flame, it would take quite a long time to completely destroy the god slaughter poison in front of him. Rather than wasting time on destroying god slaughter poison, it would be better for Yi Chen to use the time he had to cultivate and increase his strength. Hearing Chu Yuechan's words, Yi Chen decided to stop exterminating the god slaughter poison, which Chu Yuechan said was absolutely correct. It would be a waste of time to destroy god slaughter poison. It would be better for Yi Chen to start using his time to cultivate and increase his strength. Xiang is better if we just stop this. We will waste time if we destroy this thing. We better just throw god slaughter poison somewhere far from human reach. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang to throw god slaughter poison into a place out of reach of people. Looks like it's a very good idea. Nangong Xiang agreed with what Yi Chen said. It seemed like getting rid of the god slaughter poison would be very difficult to do. Even after she and Yi Chen combined their heavenly flames, they were still struggling enough to destroy the god slaughter poison. Because it was decided, Yi Chen began to use his strength to take god slaughter poison and put it in a special bottle. After putting god slaughter poison into the special bottle, Yi Chen then went to find a very remote place to throw this thing away. God slaughter poison is an object that is very dangerous. He must not allow this object until it is found by someone and misused again to poison someone. After a while, Yi Chen found a place that was perfect for him to throw god slaughter poison. Looks like this is a suitable place. The place Yi Chen chose was a deep and dark abyss. It was a very suitable place to cast god slaughter poison. Yi Chen threw the special bottle containing god slaughter poison into the deep and dark abyss, himself randomly releasing the container containing god slaughter poison into the abyss. Since the special bottle had an extremely complicated seal, it wouldn't break even if thrown into a deep abyss. Alright, I have to go back now. After confirming that the god slaughter poison had been thrown away from the reach of humans, Yi Chen decided to return to his villa and see Ling Yin's condition. God slaughter poison was now buried in the abyss. It was quite unlikely that god slaughter poison could be found by someone. Yi Chen returned to the villa. When he returned to the villa, he found Lu Yu and Mu Lanling, who had just returned from somewhere. Where did you two just go? Yi Chen asked where Lu Yu and Mu Lanling had just gone. Husband, Lu Yu and Mu Lanling were quite surprised when they saw Yi Chen was already near the two of them. So where were you just now? Yi Chen asked where Lu Yu and Mu Lanling were from just now. We just finished an urgent business. Lu Yu told Yi Chen what the two of them had just done. Urgent business? What is urgent business? Yi Chen asked what kind of business Lu Yu and Mu Lanling had just done. Lu Yu and Mu Lanling looked at each other when they heard Yi Chen's question. Both of them looked confused when answering Yi Chen's question. Lu Yu and Mu Lanling didn't seem to want to tell Yi Chen about Yu Ting's problem. Both of them better keep this a secret from Yi Chen. We just went to try to find an antidote for Sister Yin's poison. Lu Yu came up with a sensible reason. She told Yi Chen that the two of them had just been looking for an antidote for Yu Ting. Are you two looking for an antidote? Do you two know about the poison in Lu Yu's body? Yi Chen asked Lu Yu and Mulanin. No, we not know. Lu Yu and Mulanin both shook their heads. They both said that they didn't know the poison that Ling Yin's body had. So you two ought to lie, tell the truth wherever you are. Yi Chen smelled the scent of lies from Lu Yu and Mulanin. It was clear that the reason Lu Yu said was completely absurd. Lu Yu was utterly helpless. It seemed the two of them really couldn't hide this from Yi Chen. Husband, actually the two of us just sealed someone somewhere. Lu Yu said that the two of them had just sealed someone somewhere. Sealing someone? Who did you two seal? Yi Chen was curious about who Lu Yu and Mulanin were sealing. That, she is Yu Ting. Lu Yu told Yi Chen that the two of them had just sealed Yu Ting in a place far from the reach of humans. Yu Ting, why did you do that to her? Yi Chen wanted to know the reason Lu Yu and Mulanin did something like this. Yi Chen himself still didn't know the depth behind the attack that caused Ling Yin and Fu Lanling to be hit by God's slaughter poison, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen asked Lu Yu and Mulanin's reasons for doing this to Yu Ting. It is because Lu Yu started explaining the reason why the two of them did something like this to Yu Ting. Yi Chen was quite angry when he heard what Yu Ting had just said. It was unexpected that the brain behind this mess was Yu Ting. Yi Chen really couldn't stop thinking about the way of thinking that Yu Ting had. Even though Yi Chen had forgotten everything and stayed away from Yu Ting, unexpectedly, the woman was still looking for a problem with Yi Chen. Husband, are you angry with what we did? Mulanin asked if Yi Chen was angry with what the two of them just did. No, I'm not angry with that. What you two did right now, it was enough to give Yu Ting the opportunity many times. It's time for her to feel the consequences for his actions. Yi Chen was not angry with what Lu Yu and Mulanin had done. According to Yi Chen, the two of them had done the right thing by sealing Yu Ting in immortal ice. What Lu Yu and Mulanin were doing could be said to be quite benevolent. The two of them did not immediately kill Yu Ting and instead sealed her in immortal ice that would not melt. From now onwards, Yu Ting will live alone in a remote place far from humans. Lu Yu and Mulanin have put Yu Ting in a place that is really difficult for someone to find. Come in. Yi Chen invited Lu Yu and Mulanin into the villa. Chapter 863. Pick up Munianci at the frozen ice sect. Several days had passed since Nian Nuren and Yu Ting's incidents of attack. Ling Yin was currently in a very safe place. She would be safe for the time being until Yi Chen could obtain the antidote for God's slaughter poison. Meanwhile, Jia Yanyan, Fu Lanling, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Nanhuazi, and Yi Shou had returned from the Kunlun Holy Land and settled in Yi Chen's villa. They all decided to return immediately when they heard the news that Ling Yin's condition was quite bad. Even Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin left their leadership to people they trusted. The two of them could still give orders even though they were quite far from the Kunlun Holy Land. Currently, Fu Lanling was able to carry out her usual activities. The poison in her body was temporarily suppressed by the seal given by Chu Yuechan. So Fu Lanling looks normal and can do things as usual. Meanwhile, Yi Chen spent most of his time cultivating and practicing. He continued to hone his abilities and strengths. Sometimes when he was free, Yi Chen would do dual cultivation together with his women to quickly break through to the Divine Realm. With Yi Chen's efforts, Yi Chen is getting closer and closer to Divine Realm level. Maybe in a few weeks, he can break through to Divine Realm level. Husband, do you have time? Mulanin came to see Yi Chen. He seemed to have a problem to discuss with Yi Chen. Wife, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen immediately asked about Mulanin's needs. Husband, I want to discuss something about my master. Mulanin said that she wanted to discuss Munianci together with Yi Chen. What's wrong with Munianci? Did something bad happen? Yi Chen asked if something happened with Munianci. Master just went back to the frozen ice sect. She said he wanted to stay in the frozen ice sect. Mulanin told Yi Chen that Munianci had gone to the frozen ice sect. What is the reason for her doing such a thing? Aren't all the women from the frozen ice sect living here in peace? Yi Chen asked the reason why Munianci left this place. Even though the women from the frozen ice sect felt comfortable living in Yi Chen's villa, in fact almost all the women from the frozen ice sect had become Yi Chen's women. Even Fengxi, Mu Fei, Morong Xiao were getting used to living in this place. So what was the reason Munianci left his villa? During the move to Yi Chen's villa, Munianci was only an occasional fairy in her room. She always stayed in her room and spent time cultivating. Even Yi Chen rarely saw Munianci leave her room. Master said that she was not suitable to live in this place. That's why she decided to return to her cave in the frozen ice sect. Mulanin told Munianci's reason for leaving this place. It seems Munianci doesn't like staying at Yi Chen's place. Moreover, Munianci felt displeasure when she saw female disciples from the frozen ice sect become Yi Chen's women. Yi Chen was a bad influence on women from the frozen ice sect. Munianci felt that if she stayed too long in Yi Chen's villa, she would be dragged into the whirlpool and could no longer return like a female disciple from the frozen ice sect. So what do you want to do? She left because of her own will, so it is quite difficult to make her back, said Yi Chen to Mulanin. That's why I'm looking for you. I want you to make the master come back to this place again. Mulanin wanted Yi Chen to bring Munianzi back to this place. Mulanin couldn't possibly allow Munianzi to live alone in the ruins of the frozen ice sect building. It wasn't good for Munianzi at all. Yi Chen was a little dizzy when he heard the request from Mulanin. The request from Mulanin was really quite difficult for him. Munianzi is a woman who was much colder than Mulanin. It is quite difficult for Yi Chen to persuade a woman like Munianzi. In addition, Munianzi's relationship with Yi Chen was not very good. It could be seen from Munianzi's attitude, who never once came to see Yi Chen even though he had lived in this villa for a long time. Husband, can you do something about it? Mulanin asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen couldn't possibly refuse Mulanin's request. He inevitably had to accept Mulanin's request. Okay, I will try to bring Munianzi back here. Yi Chen promised Mulanin that he would bring Munianzi back to this place. Thank you very much. Mulanin thanked Yi Chen for accepting her request. Okay, then I'll go to follow Munianzi. Yi Chen decided to immediately go after Munianzi. He would try to bring Munianzi back to this villa. If Yi Chen couldn't use ordinary means to persuade Munianzi, then Yi Chen might have to pick up Munianzi by force. A cold woman like Munianzi would definitely be very difficult to overcome. Yi Chen had to use a tough approach to persuade a woman like Munianzi. Yi Chen immediately went to the frozen ice sect. He didn't want to waste the time he had. Yi Chen would immediately bring Munianzi back to his villa. Mulanin saw Yi Chen's departure. She hoped that Yi Chen could persuade Munianzi to return to this villa. It would be great if Yi Chen could make Munianzi enter the harem. Mulanin felt very sorry for her master who had been alone for hundreds of years. If she could have a man like Yi Chen, perhaps Munianzi would start changing her overly cold and aloof attitude. Yi Chen used his full speed to go to the frozen ice sect. In a short time Yi Chen had arrived in front of the ruins of the frozen ice sect. Approximately where is Munianzi now? Yi Chen began to search for Munianzi's whereabouts. He began to use his spirit sense to search for Munianzi's whereabouts. When Yi Chen used his spirit sense, he could easily spot Munianzi's whereabouts. Munianzi was currently in a cave that was a little far from the ruins of the frozen ice sect. What was Munianzi doing there? Yi Chen started to wonder what Munianzi was doing at that place. As far as Yi Chen remembered, the cave Mulanin was in was not the cave Mulanin had previously lived in. It was clear that this was another cave that Yi Chen had never seen before. Being a little curious about what Munianzi was doing in the cave, Yi Chen decided to go and see in the cave. When Yi Chen left and entered the cave, he found that Munianzi was kneeling in front of a coffin made of ice, seen from any angle. This place was clearly someone's tomb. Yi Chen began to wonder about the owner of this tomb. Ancestors, forgive me for failing to guard the frozen ice sect. I don't have the face to facing you anymore, Munianzi said in front of the coffin made of ice. From Munianzi's words, it could be seen that this was the tomb belonging to the founder of the frozen ice sect. Chapter 864 Persuaded Munianzi. Is this the final resting place of the frozen ice sect's first founder? Yi Chen started to wonder if this was a final resting place that belonged to the frozen ice sect's first founder. If you look at this place, which only has one icebox, it can be seen that this is the final resting place for the founder of the frozen ice sect. As a founder of the frozen ice sect, surely this woman would be given a special resting place. Master, the person in the icebox is still alive. I can feel it. Shuyu-chan told Yi Chen that the person in the icebox was still alive. Huh? Yi Chen was a little confused when he heard what Shuyu-chan just said. He did not understand what Shuyu-chan meant. How could Shuyu-chan say that the person in the icebox was still alive? Obviously, this is a tomb that is devoted to resting places. It means that the person in the icebox must be gone. Master, I didn't lie to you. It looks like the person in the icebox is still alive. It's just that the essence of life is very weak, so it's hard to know. Shuyu-chan told Yi Chen that the person in the icebox was still alive and has a very weak essence of life. If Shuyu-chan had not been a little more thorough, it was very likely that Shuyu-chan would not have known about this matter. Are you sure? Yi Chen asked Shuyu-chan. Yi Chen himself still had doubts about what Shuyu-chan said. If indeed the woman who was in the box was still alive, then that meant that all this time she was just sleeping. If you really don't believe it, you can use the God Eyes technique. You have to see for yourself the woman in the icebox. Shuyu-chan told Yi Chen to take a look at the woman in the box made of ice for yourself. Okay, I'll try to see it. Yi Chen would try to look at the woman in the icebox in front of Munianzi. God Eyes Yi Chen could instantly see everything. Now Yi Chen could see the figure inside the icebox. Yi Chen found that in the icebox there was a woman who had a very beautiful face, a woman who had long black hair with some decorations on her head. In addition, this woman was also wearing a white ice phoenix outfit that made her look like an innocent fairy who was not tainted by the dirt in this world. Wow, the woman inside is beautiful. Yi Chen had to admit that the woman inside the icebox was very beautiful. This woman could be said to be a fairy who was still innocent and had never been tainted. See, your eyes are almost out of place. Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen in a sarcastic tone. Yi Chen was currently focused on glaring at the woman who was inside the icebox, obviously. Yi Chen didn't blink when he saw the woman who was inside the icebox. Yi Chen chuckled when he heard Chu Yuechan's words. Yi Chen was speechless when listening to Chu Yuechan's words. From the start, Yi Chen was indeed too glaring at the beautiful woman who was in the icebox. Yuechan, do you really believe this woman is still alive? I see that this woman is not breathing. Yi Chen told Chu Yuechan that he did not see the woman in the icebox breathing. If you take a closer look at this woman's body, you will definitely find something interesting. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to take a closer look at the woman's body in the icebox. Okay, I'll try it. Yi Chen decided to take a closer look at the beautiful woman's body. When Yi Chen used God eyes in more detail, he found a naked body that belonged to a beautiful woman. Yi Chen's blood started to rise when he saw the perfect body of a beautiful woman who was inside the icebox. The beautiful scenery in the icebox was a temptation that Yi Chen could not endure. Say, calm down. Yi Chen tried to calm himself down. Trying to stay calm in a situation like this, Yi Chen began to look through the skin of beautiful women. When he looked through skin of beautiful women, Yi Chen found that this woman's veins and meridians were still functioning. Even though the flow of veins and meridians was quite slow, Yi Chen could conclude that this woman was still alive. Yuechan, what do you think happened to that beautiful woman? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan about what happened to the woman who was inside the icebox. There are several possibilities that could happen. Firstly, she used a special method to be in hibernation mode. Second, she was injured and forced into this state. And the last possibility is that this woman has an excess of pure qi so that she has to be in her current state in order to remain. Can survive. Chu Yuechan had several possibilities that might happen. Why are there so many possibilities? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan, if you really want to confirm her condition, you better get close and see her at close range. Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Within this distance, Shu Yuechan was still having trouble ascertaining the condition of the beautiful woman who was in the icebox, so Chu Yuechan could only guess what might happen. If Yi Chen wanted to confirm the condition of a beautiful woman, Yi Chen couldn't help but get closer. Who is that? When Yi Chen was discussing with Chu Yuechan, Munianzi suddenly turned around and said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's and Munianzi's eyes met each other. The two of them met face to face. When Yi Chen and Munianzi's eyes met, Munianzi suddenly blushed. She looked a little embarrassed when she met Yi Chen. Munianzi still remembered the embarrassing incident she had together with Yi Chen at that time. Almost every day this incident continued to flash in Munianzi's mind. This was also one of the reasons why Munianzi left Yi Chen's villa. She didn't want to be in the shadow of an embarrassing incident at that time. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? How dare you go to this holy place? Munianzi said to Yi Chen in an extremely cold tone. Munianzi very quickly returned her cold image in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen became helpless when he saw Munianzi, who was so cold towards him. This woman was really very troublesome. Even though Munianzi was a very beautiful woman, it was a shame that Munianzi was too cold, so it was very difficult for Yi Chen to approach. I came here to pick you up back to the villa. Yi Chen told Munianzi that he wanted to take her back to the villa. I don't want to go back to that place. You can go and leave me alone. Munianzi told Yi Chen to go and leave herself here alone. Yi Chen sighed when he heard Munianzi's answer, as he thought this woman was very difficult to persuade using words. Come on, are you going to live in this place alone? Yi Chen said to Munianzi, I'm better off living here alone than living at your place. Munianzi said to Yi Chen. Chapter 865, Kiss Munianzi. Yi Chen, straight face. Yi Chen was very helpless when he heard Munianzi's words. Munianzi's words were so piercing. It was as if Munianzi didn't need Yi Chen and could live alone. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Yi Chen said to Munianzi. I told you that I would never go with a man like you. Munianzi refused to come along with Yi Chen. If it's like that, I will take you by force. Yi Chen said that he would forcibly take Munianzi away from this place. You dare? Munianzi said to Yi Chen. Why not? I will take you back by force, even if I have to use shameless means for that. Yi Chen will definitely bring Munianzi back. We'll see. Munianzi took out her ice sword. She would not remain silent. She would definitely fight Yi Chen. Why don't you just be an obedient girl? It will make all of this easier. Yi Chen told Munianzi to be an obedient girl. If only Munianzi had been such an obedient girl, it was possible that Yi Chen wouldn't be too inconvenient like this. Who are you calling a girl? I am old enough to be your great-grandmother, said Munianzi with dissatisfaction. Ha, who would believe that you are an old woman? You are still beautiful like a woman in 30 years old. Yi Chen laughed when he heard what Munianzi had just said. Munianzi is still very beautiful, who would believe that Munianzi is hundreds of years old? Munianzi slightly lost her composure when she heard Yi Chen's praise. Somehow Munianzi felt her heart be sweet when she listened to Yi Chen's praise. No, I can't be fooled by the words of this man. Munianzi tried to fight against the sweet words spoken by Yi Chen. She must not be ensnared by the sweet words of Yi Chen. Your sweet words won't work on me. Munianzi told Yi Chen that her sweet words wouldn't be able to make Munianzi change her mind. Yi Chen only smiled when he heard Munianzi's words. This woman really couldn't be honest with her own heart. Yi Chen might have to train Munianzi to be honest with her own heart. Yi Chen knew he had to do something to make that happen. You better get out of this place right now, before I force you out. Munianzi drove Yi Chen away from this place. Munianzi didn't like it when she saw Yi Chen's smile that seemed like he was plotting bad things against her. Then why don't you try it? Yi Chen told Munianzi to try to expel himself from this place. Don't blame me for not warning you from the start. Munianzi immediately headed towards Yi Chen. She raised her ice sword to attack Yi Chen. Seeing Munianzi's arrival, Yi Chen began to stretch out his hands, intending to fend off Munianzi's attacks using his bare hands. Munianzi was no joke. She actually cut Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Before Munianzi's ice sword could cut Yi Chen had stopped him using his own hand. It was very easy for Munianzi's ice sword to be stopped by Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen didn't miss this good opportunity. He stretched his right hand towards Munianzi's waist. Yi Chen pulled Munianzi's body closer to him. Munianzi's body trembled slightly as Yi Chen hugged her. You pervert, hurry up and let me go right now. Munianzi tried to rebel, trying to escape Yi Chen's embrace. It's a shame that the efforts made by Munianzi did not successful. She couldn't escape Yi Chen's embrace. Munianzi, I want to ask you something. Yi Chen whispered in Munianzi's ear. Munianzi's body turned hot when Yi Chen whispered in her ear. What do you want to ask? Munianzi replied to Yi Chen, your attack was clearly not wanting to hurt me. Did you not want to hurt me from the start? Yi Chen asked Munianzi, who says I don't want to hurt you, right now I really want to kill a pervert like you. Munianzi immediately denied that she didn't want to hurt Yi Chen. You really can't be honest with yourself. It seems like I have to make you honest with yourself. Yi Chen immediately grabbed the veil that was wearing on Munianzi's face. When the veil was removed, Munianzi's beautiful and cold face was exposed before Yi Chen's eyes. No matter how many times Yi Chen saw Munianzi was clearly a very beautiful woman who rarely existed in this world. Plus the special body of Munianzi's frozen glass heart makes Munianzi a very special woman for men who can have it. Munianzi was quite surprised by what Yi Chen was doing. Again Yi Chen took off her veil and saw her real face. Let go of me now, otherwise I will kill you. Munianzi told Yi Chen to let go. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't want to let Munianzi go. He started kissing Munianzi, who was in front of him. Munianzi's eyes widened when she saw herself being kissed by Yi Chen. This was the second time she was kissed by Yi Chen. The feeling of being kissed by Yi Chen was really very pleasant. This could not be described by Munianzi. Munianzi's body started to become weak and helpless. The ice sword in her hand started to come loose. Munianzi didn't have resistance against Yi Chen. Yi Chen hurriedly threw the ice sword away. He starts using his two hands to hug Munianzi's body. Now that Munianzi was completely embraced by Yi Chen, she now couldn't escape Yi Chen's wolf claw. The normally cold and calm woman like water started to change when she was in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen and Munianzi kissed for approximately 5 minutes. Because Munianzi was already out of breath, Yi Chen was forced to let go of Munianzi. Munianzi felt her body weak, herself helplessly collapsing into Yi Chen's embrace. Munianzi leaned her face and body on Yi Chen. She was completely helpless when kissed by Yi Chen. Somehow the kiss this time was much more intense than a few months ago. This time the kiss from Yi Chen was so extraordinary that it made her helpless. Most likely this was because of the passion goddess technique used by Yi Chen. Munianzi could not withstand the pleasure provided by Yi Chen's increasingly skilled abilities. Nianzi, you are my woman, you can't run away from that. Yi Chen whispered to Munianzi that she had been his woman a long time ago. According to the rules of the Frozen Ice sect, every woman who shows her true face to a man, they must either marry or kill that man. Here Munianzi had no choice but to marry Yi Chen. She couldn't possibly kill Yi Chen, her heart couldn't do that. Munianzi did not answer Yi Chen at all. She felt ashamed to admit that she liked Yi Chen. As the ancestor of the Foreign Ice sect, Munianzi could not admit this kind of thing. She still had pride. Chapter 866 9 Exquisite Goddess Body. Munianzi didn't know that Yi Chen was such a persistent man. He would definitely make Munianzi be honest with himself. In order to do that, Yi Chen will do all kinds of means. Why are you just silent, don't you want to? Yi Chen asked Munianzi, Too bad Muniancy didn't answer Yi Chen's words, she still refused to admit it. Alright, then let's see if you want to talk or not. Yi Chen intended to kiss Muniancy back in his arms. Stopping, this is the tomb of the ancestors, we shouldn't do something like that here. Muniancy immediately stopped Yi Chen. This is the place belonging to the first ancestor of the Frozen Ice sect. They shouldn't do something like this in the place of the first ancestor from the Frozen Ice sect. I don't care, if you don't want to say it then don't blame me for doing this. Yi Chen said to Muniancy that he wouldn't stop before Muniancy acknowledged himself. Muniancy was so helpless, why did she have to meet a man like Yi Chen who confused her? If only she didn't meet Yi Chen, maybe Muniancy could still live her peaceful life. Fine, I admit it. Muniancy had to admit that Yi Chen was a man worthy of herself, even though Yi Chen was a big pervert, at least he was still a good man. Yi Chen of course was very happy when he heard this, he was very happy to hear Muniancy admit himself. Yi Chen was quite happy to hear Muniancy's words, even though Muniancy was still cold and expressionless, at least Muniancy had already acknowledged himself. Yi Chen could definitely change the coldness and indifference that Muniancy had towards him. Let's get away from this place, you can't interfere with other people's resting places. Muniancy invited Yi Chen to leave this place. This was not a suitable place to live in, the two of them could disturb the calm of the Frozen Ice sect ancestor. Niancy, the woman in the icebox is still alive, she is only in hibernation mode. Yi Chen told Muniancy that the woman in the icebox was still alive. What did you say just now? Muniancy showed Yi Chen her shocked face. She couldn't believe what Yi Chen had just said. Yi Chen again told Muniancy that the woman in the icebox was still alive. Yi Chen, are you trying to trick me? The first ancestor didn't exist thousands of years ago, how could he still be alive? You're making it up. Muniancy couldn't believe what Yi Chen said. According to him, it was absolutely impossible, considering that it had been thousands of years since our first ancestor was buried in this place. If you don't believe, let's prove it. Yi Chen intended to prove the words he had just spoken to Muniancy. Yi Chen let go of Muniancy. He started walking towards the direction where the icebox was placed. Wait, what are you trying to do? Muniancy immediately stopped Yi Chen's stupid act. Of course, it proves my words just now. Yi Chen said that he wanted to prove his words just now. Yi Chen, you don't need to do that, we better just leave this place. Muniancy invited Yi Chen to leave this place. She didn't want to nod the resting place of the ancestors who had built the Frozen Ice sect. Niancy, believe me, what I said earlier is true, let's see if we can wake up the woman in the icebox. Yi Chen told Muniancy to believe in himself. Yi Chen couldn't possibly joke about this matter, he didn't like disturbing the resting place of the deceased at the very least. Muniancy saw the seriousness shown by Yi Chen. Yi Chen definitely couldn't possibly lie about a matter like this. Are you sure that the first ancestor is still alive? Muniancy asked Yi Chen. She's still alive, but I don't know if I can wake her up, said Yi Chen to Muniancy. Yi Chen might be able to confirm that the woman in the icebox is still alive, but he can't be sure that he can wake up the beautiful woman in the icebox. Alright, then let's see. Muniancy finally wanted to believe in Yi Chen. If indeed what Yi Chen said was the truth, then that would be an extraordinary thing. Yi Chen and Muniancy drew closer to the icebox. The two of them were now standing right in front of the icebox. I'll start opening it. Yi Chen told Muniancy that he would start opening the lid of this icebox. Muniancy nodded. She invited Yi Chen to open the icebox in front of her. Yi Chen started trying to lift the lid from the icebox. When Yi Chen tried to open the lid icebox, Yi Chen found that this icebox was so heavy that he had to use 100% of his strength to move the icebox cover. Bang! When the cover fell to the ground underneath immediately cracked and made a sizable hole. What the hell? Why is the cover of this thing so heavy? Yi Chen grumbled when he lifted the lid of the icebox. Yi Chen didn't expect that the icebox cover would be that heavy. Muniancy was quite surprised when she saw Yi Chen manage to open the lid of the icebox. For thousands of years there had never been a woman from the Frozen Ice sect who could open the lid of this icebox. When the lid of the icebox was opened, Muniancy saw the figure of a woman who was very beautiful, like a goddess who had descended into this world, so beautiful. Muniancy was shocked when she saw the beauty possessed by the first ancestor of the Frozen Ice sect. It was unexpected that the first ancestor would be such a beautiful woman. Muniancy had never seen the figure of the Frozen Ice sect's first ancestor. She knew very little about the Frozen Ice sect's first founder from the records left by the predecessors. Yuechan, what do you think? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan's opinion regarding the woman in front of him. Master, this woman owns the 9 exquisite goddess body. After closely observing Chu Yuechan, she could confirm that this woman in front of her was the owner of the 9 exquisite goddess body. What is that? Chen asked Chuyuan. Chen did not know at all about the 9 exquisite goddess body that Chuyuan had just said. It was a special body that belonged to the goddess of beauty in the past. It could be said that a woman who had this body was destined to become a peerless woman. Even the beauty of Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu could be defeated by this woman. Chuyuan began to explain to Chen about the 9 exquisite goddess body. The goddess of beauty is a woman who has incomparable beauty in the god realm. It is said that only the goddess Shen Yang is able to compete with the beauty possessed by the goddess of beauty. Really? Chen could hardly believe what Chen said. It was unexpected that the first founder of the frozen ice sect would have such a special body. Muniansi's special body alone made Chen shocked, unexpectedly, that the woman who founded the frozen ice sect also had a special body that was extremely rare in this world. Chapter 867. Chen started to break through. Besides that, the owner of this body also has an ability that can make the user cultivate very quickly without any obstacles. Chuyuan began to tell Chen about the greatness of 9 exquisite goddess body. Then what is the reason for this woman to be in this condition? Chen asked what was the cause of this woman in her current state. It's probably because the yin qi in this woman's body is unstable. Chuyuan was beginning to be able to make a definite conclusion from the condition of the beautiful woman who was in the icebox. Is it because of her cultivation? Chen asked Chuyuan. It could happen. There are so many possibilities for that. It could be because of the 9 exquisite goddess body that makes this woman the advantage of yin qi. You know that 9 exquisite goddess body is almost the same level as the owner of the primordial yin body. Chuyuan started lectured Chen with words that were complicated and a little difficult to understand. Luckily Chen was smart, so he could understand what Chuyuan was talking about. So to wake up this woman, all we need to do is stabilize the yin qi she is, said Chen to Chuyuan. Yes, you can try it first. Chuyuan told Chen to try it first. Fine, I'll try. Chen would try what Chuyuan said. He would try to absorb the yin qi of the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Chen started extending his hand towards the woman in front of him. Chen, what are you trying to do? Muniansi immediately stopped what Chen was trying to do. Muniansi forbade Chen to touch the body that belonged to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. I want to try to wake her up. Chen told Muniansi that he intended to wake the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. How do you do it? Muniansi asked Chen. She wanted to know how Chen had awakened the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Chen began to tell Muniansi the way he had. He told Muniansi that he would try to absorb and stabilize the yin qi in this woman's body. Is there no other method but to touch it? Muniansi asked Chen. Of course, other methods that can be used are. Chen whispered in Muniansi's ear in a voice that was like a mosquito. Muniansi's face was stiff when she heard what Chen just said. You can't do that. Muniansi immediately scolded Chen for wanting to do something shameless to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. So how can I still not use the first method, or should I use the second method that I said before? Asked Chen to Muniansi. You can use the first method, but remember not to take the opportunity to do something bad to the first ancestor. Muniansi warned Chen not to take an opportunity to do something bad to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Okay, I understand. Chen nodded at Muniansi. He wouldn't do anything bad to this woman. Chen began to stretch out his hands towards the woman in front of him. He began to touch this woman's body. Muniansi turned her eyes to the side. Muniansi not wanting to see what Chen was doing to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. According to Muniansi, what Chen was doing was quite embarrassing for her to see with her own eyes. Chen began to focus on the woman's body in front of him. He began to try to absorb the yin qi of the woman in front of him. When Chen absorbed this woman's yin qi, he found that this woman's yin qi was very pure. If Chen could harvest this woman's yin qi, then it was certain that Chen could immediately rise to the divine realm. It's quite a shame that Chen couldn't do that. If he did something like that in front of Muniansi, then the reputation he had would be destroyed in front of Muniansi. Chen focused on absorbing the yin qi that this woman had. He tried to absorb this woman's yin qi as fast as possible. Even though Chen had used the maximum speed he could use, it was still very slow compared to conducting a direct dual cultivation session. That meant that Chen had to be a little patient in this process. Time began to run very quickly. It didn't feel like one day was quickly passing. Until now Chen still hasn't finished absorbing the yin qi of the beautiful woman in front of him. It could be seen that this woman's accumulated yin qi was too much. If only this had been a normal woman, they would have died long ago due to the effect of this excess yin qi in this amount. On the other side, Muniansi continued to be beside Chen. She continued to accompany Chen in this place. Apart from accompanying Chen, Muniansi was also in charge of guarding Chen against doing anything bad to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. In her heart, Muniansi began to wonder if Chen could really bring the first ancestor back to her senses. this was quite impossible to do considering that the first ancestor had lived thousands of years ago. When Munianzi started questioning Yi Chen, suddenly the eyelashes belonging to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor trembled. Slightly, this little thing did not escape Munianzi's watch. Munianzi could see that the eyelashes belonging to the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect were slightly trembling. Is Yi Chen really not lying? Seeing this amazing incident, Munianzi began to believe what Yi Chen said. It seems that what Yi Chen said is the truth. The first ancestor is still alive. Yi Chen didn't have time to see what was going on. He was too focused on absorbing the yin qi belonging to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Time is running out. It doesn't feel like 2 days have passed again very quickly. In these 2 days Yi Chen has never had the slightest rest. He is too focused to absorb the yin qi belonging to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Here Yi Chen got quite a benefit, which was why Yi Chen didn't want to stop absorbing the yin qi belonging to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. What Yi Chen was doing right now was the same as he had been practicing for several weeks. The pure yin qi of the frozen ice sect's first ancestor was so good for Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt that he would soon break through to the first level of divine nascent realm. After feeling like he had sufficiently absorbed the yin qi belonging to the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect, Yi Chen decided to immediately use this yin qi to break through to the divine nascent realm. Nianzi, I will break through, please protect me. Yi Chen said to Munianzi that he would immediately break through, huh? Munianzi was quite surprised when she heard that Yi Chen was about to break through. She did not expect Yi Chen to break through just from touching the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Yi Chen started to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes, himself starting to focus on breaking through. Munianzi could only watch Yi Chen from afar. She only saw Yi Chen who was break through, rustling from behind. Munianzi heard a sound rustling. Munianzi immediately turned her head to see the origin of the voice in behind. Chapter 868. Yi Chen kissed Sleeping Beauty. When Munianzi looked back, she found that the body of the first ancestor was trembling quite strangely enough. Seeing this, Munianzi immediately went to see what was going on. When Munianzi took a closer look at the first ancestor, she found that the first ancestor's body was emitting a chilly air. The approaching Munianzi felt chills in her body. This chill was really so cold that it made Munianzi, who was an ice cultivator, feel chills. Hey Yi Chen, what happened to the ancestors? Munianzi asked Yi Chen about the oddity that had happened to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Too bad Yi Chen couldn't answer Munianzi's question. Yi Chen was currently too focused on breaking through. He couldn't be bothered at this important stage. Munianzi was confused about what to do in a situation like this. She didn't know the condition of the frozen ice sect's first ancestor at all. If she did something wrong, then Munianzi could make a loss to the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. Inevitably Munianzi had to wait for Yi Chen to finish making a breakthrough. The cold air began to spread very quickly. This cold air began to fill this cave. Munianzi couldn't help but retreated to Yi Chen's side, sitting right beside Yi Chen. For some reason Munianzi felt that Yi Chen's side was much warmer than anywhere else, so when she was on Yi Chen's side, Munianzi did not feel a sharp chill. Since Yi Chen had inherited the power of the sage god, the cold air released by the frozen ice sect's first ancestor couldn't affect Yi Chen. Munianzi could still be safe as long as she remained by Yi Chen's side. She would not be affected by the cold as long as she was beside Yi Chen. The cold air became more and more extreme. This place was quickly covered by an ice that was very thick. If only Munianzi was not beside Yi Chen, Munianzi would most likely be turned into an ice statue by this cold air. Yi Chen, hurry up. Munianzi expected Yi Chen to quickly break through. Only Yi Chen could save them from the current situation. Yi Chen was still in the process of making a breakthrough himself and was trying hard to break through to the divine realm. Boom! Yi Chen finally broke through to the first level of the divine nascent realm. After completely breaking through to the first level of the divine nascent realm, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Yi Chen began to grasp his hands. He was trying to test his strength after breaking through to the first level of the divine nascent realm. So this is divine nascent realm first level, Yi Chen said in his heart. Somehow Yi Chen felt so different from just a moment ago. Yi Chen felt that his body and soul had become very strong. Master, congratulations on breaking through to the first level of the divine nascent realm. Shuyuechan congratulated Yi Chen on breaking through to the first level of the divine nascent realm. Now Yi Chen has gone one step further to walk the path of becoming a god who will shake this world. Thank you very much. Yi Chen was grateful for the words given by Shuyuechan. This was all thanks to Shuyuechan who had made Yi Chen to this level. If only Shuyuechan had not been beside Yi Chen, maybe Yi Chen would not have arrived at this stage. Yi Chen, you finally wake up. Hurry up and do something about the first ancestor's condition. Munianzi immediately told Yi Chen to do something on the condition of the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect. Huh? Yi Chen was confused by what Munianzi had just said. he began to look at the frozen ice sect's first ancestor. When Yi Chen looked at the frozen ice sect's first ancestor, Yi Chen saw that around the frozen ice sect's first ancestor's body, there was a cold air that filled the entire room. What happened? Yi Chen had absolutely no idea what was going on, why the body of the frozen ice sect's first ancestor had become like this. Master, it looks like this woman is unconsciously releasing her power. No matter where you look, this woman is still trapped in her dreams. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen what was happening right now. It seems that the frozen ice sect's first ancestor unconsciously emitted a defensive aura from the enemies around her. This was a normal reaction because this woman was still trapped in her long dream. Oh, is that so? Then all we need to do is just bring her to her senses, said Yi Chen to Shu Yuechan. You are absolutely right, all you need to do is revive it by stimulating it. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to awaken the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect by stimulating her. How? Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan. Master, you must be more proficient at this matter than me. You can use the way you normally do to stimulate someone to wake up. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to use all means to stimulate this beautiful woman to wake up from her sleep. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen understood very quickly what he had to do. Niancy, may I know the name of the frozen ice sect's first ancestor? Yi Chen asked about the name of the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect. The first ancestor's name is Mu Shuiying. Mu Niancy told Yi Chen the name of the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect. It turned out that the name of the first ancestor who had founded the frozen ice sect was Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen muttered the name that was owned by the beautiful woman who was in front of him. It turned out that this woman's name was Mu Shuiying. According to Yi Chen, the name of the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect was very beautiful. She was exactly the same as the figure of a goddess who descended from the sky. Okay, I'll try to wake her up. Yi Chen said that he would try to wake Mu Shuiying from the long sleep she had been through for thousands of years. Yi Chen started walking towards Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen quickly arrived in front of Mu Shuiying's body. Yi Chen began to wonder what he should do to wake Mu Shuiying. Actually, Yi Chen had a lot of methods that he could use to wake Mu Shuiying up. Unfortunately, that method was quite extreme. Surely Mu Niancy would be very much against the method Yi Chen was going to use. Fine, I will try to call her name. Who knows, she can wake up this way. Yi Chen tried to call out Mu Shuiying's name. Maybe this could successfully wake Mu Shuiying up from her dream. Mu Shuiying, Mu Shuiying, Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen whispered right into Mu Shuiying's ear. He tried several times to do this. When Yi Chen did this, he found that there was no reaction in Mu Shuiying's body. It could be seen that this method was not effective enough to wake Mu Shuiying. Master, are you playing around? Do something more stimulating? Shu Yuechan scolded Yi Chen, who seemed to be playing around. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to be more serious in waking Mu Shuiying. Yuechan, behind there is Niancy. If I do something bad, that woman will definitely be angry. Yi Chen told Shu Yuechan the reason he did this. Actually, you are a man or a coward. Why should you be afraid of Mu Niancy? Be your usual self. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to be his usual self. Shu Yuechan's words were quite piercing for Yi Chen. This was very prickling for Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not accept when he was treated like this by Shu Yuechan. He did not want to be called a coward by Shu Yuechan. Yi Chen started to bring his face closer to Mu Shuiying. He started kissing Mu Shuiying's lips. What Yi Chen was doing was like a prince kissing a sleeping princess. Mu Niancy, who was behind, gasped when she saw what Yi Chen was doing. She couldn't believe that Yi Chen would do something like that. Chapter 869. Mu Shuiying, wake up. Yi Chen actually kissed Mu Shuiying, who was unconscious. Mu Niancy wanted to stop Yi Chen's actions that had crossed the line. Mu Niancy's heart felt bad when she saw Yi Chen kissing Mu Shuiying. I don't know if this was because Mu Niancy was jealous when she saw Yi Chen kissing Mu Shuiying. Mu Niancy headed towards Yi Chen, intending to stop what Yi Chen was doing to Mu Shuiying. Just before Mu Niancy intended to stop Yi Chen, the cold air in this room suddenly disappeared. The temperature in this room returned to normal as before. This discovery made Mu Niancy surprised. Did Yi Chen method just now succeed in awakening the first ancestor? Mu Niancy began to wonder if Yi Chen's method of kissing had managed to wake Mu Shuiying from her long sleep. Looks like Yi Chen's method worked. With very slow movements, once Mu Shuiying started to open her eyes. When Mu Shuiying opened her eyes, she found Yi Chen's face right in front of her. Yi Chen looked at Mu Shuiying, who had come to her senses, couldn't help but have to end the kiss she was doing. Mu Shuiying Cherry's lips were so soft and so delicious, Yi Chen was a little reluctant to let go of Mu Shuiying's cherry lips. Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying looked at each other. Mu Shuiying looked confused when she saw a very handsome young man appear before her eyes. Mu Shuiying had just woken up from a long sleep for thousands of years. There must be a little confusion in her mind. Mu Shuiying looked quiet about when she found out that Yi Chen had just kissed her. If these were replaced by normal women, they would definitely scream when they were kissed by a man they didn't know. Mu Shuiying started to wake up from the icebox she was in. Mu Shuiying was currently sitting on top of the icebox, was it you who woke me up? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know whether Yi Chen was the one who had awakened herself from her long sleep for thousands of years. Mu Shuiying stared at Yi Chen with an extremely profound gaze. It was as if this gaze could unearth whatever secrets the opponent had. Yes, I did it. Yi Chen said that he was the one who had awakened Mu Shuiying. At first Yi Chen was quite nervous about the gaze that Mu Shuiying had. Mu Shuiying's gaze was so deep that it made Yi Chen stay wrong. I see, thank you very much for waking me up from my long sleep, I owe you a lot. Mu Shuiying thanked Yi Chen, who had awakened herself from a long sleep for thousands of years. If only Yi Chen had not come and absorbed her yin qi, Mu Shuiying would probably have remained in this icebox indefinitely. Yi Chen couldn't say much to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying's tone was quite indifferent to him. Mu Shuiying was not like the woman from the frozen ice sect who acted coldly towards men. Mu Shuiying was more towards a man indifferent. You're welcome. Yi Chen answered Mu Shuiying's words. Luckily, Yi Chen was used to an indifferent woman like Mu Shuiying, so she didn't have too much trouble talking to Mu Shuiying. Ancestor, Mu Nianxi's younger generation salutes you. Mu Nianxi immediately knelt in front of Mu Shuiying, herself saluting Mu Shuiying, who had just come to her senses. Mu Nianxi was quite happy when she saw Mu Shuiying really come back to life. If this was discovered by the female disciples of the Frozen Ice sect, they would all be shocked to see the founder of the Frozen Ice sect alive. Mu Shuiying shifted her gaze from Yi Chen towards Mu Nianxi. Mu Shuiying saw that Mu Nianxi was wearing the set of plain white clothes that belonged to the Frozen Ice sect. You're a member of the Frozen Ice sect? Mu Shuiying asked if Mu Nianxi was a member of the Frozen Ice sect. Yes, I am a member of the Frozen Ice sect. To be more precise, I am a former sect master. Mu Nianxi introduced herself in detail to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying nodded to Mu Nianxi. She didn't expect the Frozen Ice sect to still exist even though thousands of years had passed. Come here. Mu Shuiying told Mu Nianxi to come closer to her. Mu Nianxi immediately drew closer to Mu Shuiying, herself standing inches away from Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen looked at Mu Nianxi. He had never seen Mu Nianxi become so obedient as she is now. It seemed that Mu Nianxi had a lot of respect for Mu Shuiying as her superior. Mu Shuiying stretched out her hand towards Mu Nianxi's forehead. A blue light appeared on Mu Shuiying's finger that was used to touch Mu Nianxi. When Mu Shuiying did this, some very detailed information entered into her memory. This information must have come from the memories of all the sect masters who once led the Frozen Ice sect. Mu Nianxi is a former sect master. She certainly still has memories that belong to some of her predecessors in the past. After obtaining the memories from Mu Nianxi, Mu Shuiying now knew everything that had happened. I didn't expect that the Frozen Ice sect would deviate far enough from the time I first formed it. Mu Shuiying did not expect that the Frozen Ice sect would deviate far enough from the time she first founded this sect. Ancestor, forgive the younger generation for not being able to properly guard the sect. Mu Nianxi immediately apologized to Mu Shuiying. Mu Nianxi of course knew what Mu Shuiying was talking about right now. It seemed that Mu Shuiying was offending about the women from the Frozen Ice sect who had completely become Yi Chen's women. Do you know the mistake you have done? Mu Shuiying asked Mu Nianxi. The younger generation certainly knows the mistakes that have been made. Mu Nianxi of course knew the mistake she had made. Then do you know what you have to do to make up for that? Mu Shuiying asked Mu Nianxi. Of course. Mu Nianxi of course knew what she had to do to make up for that. It's good if you know, now do it. Mu Shuiying said to Mu Nianxi. Mu Nianxi looked at Yi Chen, who was behind her body. Mu Nianxi didn't know whether she should do this or not. She can't do something like that because it feels pretty hard to do. Sorry ancestors, it seems I can't do it. Mu Nianxi said that she couldn't do what Mu Shuiying ordered. What do you mean? Isn't that a very easy thing to do? Mu Shuiying said to Mu Nianxi. But ancestors, I like him, so I can't do that. Mu Nianxi said to Mu Shuiying. Mu Nianxi liked Yi Chen, herself unable to kill Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying, straight face, you don't really know what I'm saying? Mu Shuiying said to Mu Nianxi. Huh? Mu Nianxi looked confused at Mu Shuiying's words. She did not understand what Mu Shuiying was really talking about. I'm talking about the sect's rules that have been changed arbitrarily. Was actually talking about the sect rules that the Frozen Ice sect leader had changed to become what they are today. Chapter 870 Conversation with Mu Shuiying. It seemed that Mu Nianxi had misunderstood what Mu Shuiying was talking about. Mu Nianxi initially thought that Mu Shuiying was offending the relationship she had with Yi Chen. It was unexpected that Mu Shuiying was discussing the Frozen Ice sect's rules that had strayed far from the start of her founding the sect. Ancestor, please explain in more detail. The younger generations don't know what you are talking about. Mu Nianxi really did not understand what Mu Shuiying was referring to. That was why Mu Nianxi wanted Mu Shuiying to explain more clearly what she had previously meant. I'm talking about a rule that prohibits relations between a woman from the Frozen Ice sect and an outsider. That rule is the same as a rule that restricts the freedom a person has. Mu Shuiying told Mu Nianzi about a rule that she thought was inappropriate for taking away freedom owned by a woman. In the past, Mu Shuiying made the Frozen Ice sect for the abode of neglected and persecuted women. This sect should be able to gain their freedom to do whatever they have. Hearing this, Mu Nianzi finally understood what Mu Shuiying was talking about. It turned out that Mu Shuiying was alluding to the matter of the rule prohibiting women from the Frozen Ice sect from contacting people from the outside world. Ancestor, I really don't know anything about that matter. I only preserve the rules. That came from the predecessors only. Mu Nianzi did not know about the matter at all. She only followed the rules made by the previous ancestors. I also know that you don't know this. Now you know about this matter. So I hope you can clear this matter. Mu Shuiying hoped that Mu Nianzi could remove this rule from the Frozen Ice sect. Very well, I will do what the ancestors said. Mu Nianzi will obey what Mu Shuiying said. She will carry out the orders Mu Shuiying gave her. It's good if you understand. I hope the Frozen Ice sect can return to how it used to be. Mu Nianzi hopes that the Frozen Ice sect can return to how it used to be. Let the women have their freedom. They can do whatever they want as long as it's not out of bounds. Mu Shuiying turned her gaze towards Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying looked back at Yi Chen with a very deep gaze. So you are Yi Chen. I never thought you managed to get almost all the women from the Frozen Ice sect. You are indeed something. Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Since Mu Shuiying had obtained Mu Nianzi's memory, she naturally knew a little about Yi Chen's problems. Yi Chen actually got all the women from the Frozen Ice sect. It was quite a shock for Mu Shuiying. He mispraises me too much. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, not expecting Mu Shuiying to praise him. Mu Shuiying started to get up from her ice bed. She started to stomp her feet on the ice floor. When Mu Shuiying put her feet on the floor, she found that her feet felt soft. This was probably due to the effect of her being asleep for a long time. It was affecting Mu Shuiying's body. With a little bit of effort, Mu Shuiying finally got used to walking on the floor again. Mu Shuiying started walking towards Yi Chen, herself now standing right in front of Yi Chen's body. Mu Shuiying started to take Yi Chen's wrist. She began to feel Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen was confused by what Mu Shuiying was doing. He didn't know what Mu Shuiying was trying to do to him. Mu Nianzi was just as curious as Yi Chen. She wanted to know what Mu Nianzi was trying to do to Yi Chen. A few moments later, Mu Shuiying opened her eyes. She now knew a little about Yi Chen. It is only fitting that your luck with many women, so you have an ancient, yang, body. Mu Shuiying finally understood the reason for the increase in strength experienced by the female disciples of the Frozen Ice sect who had become Yi Chen's woman. It turned out that the reason they were able to rise so quickly was that Yi Chen is the possessor of ancient, yang, body. The possessor of the ancient, yang, body was destined to be with women. If they did not do that, then there was one possibility, namely death for the owner of this body. If Yi Chen's ancient, yang, body was published to God realm, there would definitely be countless women targeting Yi Chen for their own benefit. The temptation that came from the benefits of the ancient yang, body could not possibly be resisted by the beautiful women and goddesses of the God realm. They would definitely use Yi Chen as a personal furnace to simply increase their strength. Yi Chen can be a tool used by women to increase the strength they have. If that happened, it would be quite terrifying for Yi Chen. Just imagine Yi Chen being chased by millions or maybe even hundreds of billions of women from God realm. That would definitely be very funny to see. How do you know that easy? Yi Chen was quite surprised when he saw Mu Shuiying know that he had an ancient, yang, body. Even though Yi Chen did not do anything that might expose his ancient, yang, body to Mu Shuiying, it's because I have 9 exquisite goddess body, so I can easily feel your special body. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen the reason why she could easily know Yi Chen's ancient, yang, body. Mu Shuiying possessed 9 exquisite goddess body. Yi Chen's ancient, yang, body would be useful enough for her to overcome the excess yin qi that was attacking him. This is good news for Mu Shuiying. Now Mu Shuiying can practice without thinking that her yin qi is unstable. The reason Mu Shuiying was forced into a long sleep state for thousands of years was because her yin qi was unstable because it could harm her. Mu Shuiying had no choice but to sleep in the icebox to continue to live. Yi Chen didn't expect that the reason Mu Shuiying found out about his special body was because of such a thing. Mu Shuiying was smarter than Yi Chen thought. In addition, Mu Shuiying was very complicated. It was almost the same as Zhao Yanyan's thought, which was hard to guess. Let's go out. Mu Shuiying invited Yi Chen and Mu Nianzi to leave this place. It had been a long time since Mu Shuiying had a breath of fresh air. She wanted to try to breathe in the fresh air that was outside. Without waiting for the answer from Yi Chen and Mu Nianzi, Mu Shuiying started walking towards the exit. Yi Chen and Mu Nianzi looked at each other when they saw what Mu Shuiying was doing. Nianzi, this female is quite complicated to understand. Was the first founder of the Frozen Ice sect really like this? Yi Chen asked Mu Nianzi. I also didn't know that the first ancestor would become like this. This is far from the image I have. Munianzi was the same as Yi Chen. She did not expect that Mu Shuiying would become like this. Munianzi thought that Mu Shuiying would become a woman that was much colder and heartless than her. But Mu Shuiying pointed out that she was a mysterious and difficult woman to understand. Chapter 871. You are too greedy. Let's get information from Mu Shuiying. We find out which woman this is from. I feel that Mu Shuiying's background is very deep. Yi Chen invited Munianzi to find out information about Mu Shuiying. I agree, let's find out more than the first ancestor. I also want to know many more secrets. Just like Yi Chen, Munianzi completely agreed with Yi Chen's words. They both had to find out more about the secret that was owned by Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen and Munianzi followed Mu Shuiying, who had first come out of this cave. When Yi Chen and Munianzi left the cave, they saw Mu Shuiying standing in front of the cave entrance. Mu Shuiying was seen observing the ruins of the frozen ice sect building. Yi Chen and Munianzi decided to get closer to Mu Shuiying, so the frozen ice sect has completely collapsed. Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen and Munianzi, "Ancestors, forgive us for not being able to properly look after the legacy you left behind." Munianzi apologized to Mu Shuiying for what happened to the frozen ice sect. You don't need to apologize, this may already be the fate of the frozen ice sect. Mu Shuiying did not blame Munianzi for this, she seemed to accept what had happened to the frozen ice sect. Mu Shuiying knew that it was destiny if the frozen ice sect building had been destroyed. Miss Mu Shuiying, why do you look so relaxed when you see the frozen ice sect being destroyed? Why did you build the frozen ice sect from the start? Yi Chen was quite curious about Mu Shuiying. Why was Mu Shuiying so relaxed when she saw the frozen ice sect which had turned into ruins like this? The reason for establishing the frozen ice sect: I founded the frozen ice sect to find a woman who can accompany me to live in this place. Besides, this place is used to accommodate abandoned or persecuted women. Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen the reason she originally founded the frozen ice sect. Yi Chen and Munianzi were both dumbfounded when they both heard what Mu Shuiying had just said. They couldn't believe the reason Mu Shuiying had founded the frozen ice sect to accompany her to live in this remote place. You founded the frozen ice sect for that reason? Yi Chen couldn't help thinking that the reason for the establishment of the frozen ice sect was for a very simple reason. So why, is there a problem with that? Mu Shuiying asked if Yi Chen had a problem with what she just said. There's no problem, it's just that. Didn't you have an ambition when you founded the frozen ice sect? Yi Chen asked if Mu Shuiying didn't have an ambition when she founded the frozen ice sect. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. I didn't come here because of something like that. Mu Shuiying said that she was not interested in that kind of thing. Master, you don't need to ask stupid questions like that. This woman named Mu Shuiying's cultivation is quite high. If she wants to, she can rule over your entire planet with just one snap of a finger. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen that Mu Shuiying had very strong power. If Mu Shuiying really wanted to rule this world, she could easily do that. Glup. Yi Chen swallowed hard when he heard this from Shu Yuechan, not expecting Mu Shuiying to be this strong. Yi Chen's guess was right. This woman must come from an extremely extraordinary background, otherwise how could this woman have such a high cultivation? Yi Chen began to wonder if Mu Shuiying was from the god realm, same as Xing Mei and Mei Yueli. If what Shu Yuechan said earlier, it was very likely that this woman from the god realm would be extremely high. Ancestor, then why did you come up with a rule where every member of the frozen ice sect must wear a veil and can't show it to just any male? Munianzi asked Mu Shuiying. Munianzi really wanted to know about this. She wanted to know why in the past Mu Shuiying had made a rule like this. Regarding that rule, it is a rule that comes from the sect I belong to, so I applied it to the frozen ice sect. Unfortunately, it seems like the women who are the sect masters don't understand this and think that this rule is something that shouldn't be broken. Mu Shuiying helplessly. From the start, this was not a rule that should not be broken. It stipulated that women who had found their partner had to go and follow their partner. Too bad this rule was misinterpreted by the successor of the frozen ice sect when she was in a deep sleep. Miss Mu Shuiying, if that is indeed a rule, then that means from now on you will follow me and become my woman? Yi Chen said in a slightly joking manner. Since Yi Chen had seen Mu Shuiying's face, then it meant that Mu Shuiying had no choice but to start to think of Yi Chen as her husband. Do you think you are worthy? Mu Shuiying's tone immediately turned extremely cold. Mu Shuiying's tone was very cold. This cold voice made anyone who heard her shiver. Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat when he listened to Mu Shuiying's voice, not expecting that Mu Shuiying would turn so cold when Yi Chen brought up this matter. Munianzi nudged Yi Chen, who was beside herself. She didn't like what Yi Chen had just done. You are too greedy. Even want to make the founder as your woman. Munianzi warned Yi Chen of the greed he did. Yi Chen could only smile wryly when he heard Munianzi's words, even though Yi Chen only wanted to joke with Mu Shuiying a little, not expecting Mu Shuiying's reaction to being like this. Miss Mu Shuiying, Where are you actually from? Yi Chen wanted to know where Mu Shuiying came from. From Mu Shuiying's words just now, Yi Chen could tell that Mu Shuiying was not from this planet. It seemed that Mu Shuiying was indeed from God realm. It's useless to tell you this, you won't know where I come from. Mu Shuiying didn't want to answer Yi Chen's question. Mu Shuiying thought that if there was no point in telling Yi Chen would definitely not know where he came from, so it would be better for Mu Shuiying not to tell Yi Chen about the place where she came from. Straight face, Yi Chen looks helpless with Mu Shuiying. This woman is really underestimating the knowledge she has. Because Mu Shuiying didn't want to tell Yi Chen about the place she came from, Yi Chen didn't continue this matter. Mu Shuiying turned her gaze towards Mu Niancy. Mu Niancy, one day do you want to come with me? Mu Shuiying said to Mu Niancy, follow where? Mu Niancy asked where Mu Shuiying was taking her to. Of course, to the place where I come from. You have a very special body. It would be a waste if you were in a place like this, Mu Shuiying said to Mu Niancy. Mu Niancy was very curious about where Mu Shuiying would take herself to. Chapter 872 brought two beautiful women in the profound arc. Ancestors, if I may know, where is that place? Mu Niancy asked Mu Shuiying. You don't need to know now, someday you will find out for yourself. Mu Shuiying was still acting mysterious in front of Mu Niancy and Yi Chen. This woman refused to tell her where she came from. Don't go around like that, you must be from the God realm, right? Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore. He was forced to expose Mu Shuiying's origin. There was a flash of surprise in Mu Shuiying's eyes when she heard Yi Chen's words just now. Mu Shuiying didn't think that Yi Chen knew about God realm. How do you know about God realm? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying was quite curious about where Yi Chen knew about this matter. It should be that people from this remote planet did not know about the existence of God realm. Do you think I don't know about the existence of the God realm you come from? Yi Chen started to set a victorious stance towards Mu Shuiying. He was delighted when he saw the shock Mu Shuiying had just shown. Although Mu Shuiying's shock was only for a moment, it already made Yi Chen quite happy to see her. Don't be arrogant just because you know about the existence of God realm. Mu Shuiying did not like the victorious attitude shown by Yi Chen. Why should I at least know about that place? Yi Chen said triumphantly. Mu Shuiying started to ignore Yi Chen. If this continued, then Yi Chen would brag about this. So how? Mu Shuiying asked Mu Niancy. She wanted to know Mu Niancy's answer. Mu Niancy looked at Yi Chen, curious about Yi Chen's reaction when he found out about this. Yi Chen's reaction looked quite ordinary. It seemed that Yi Chen didn't really care about this matter. I am quite flattered by the offer from the ancestors. I will think about this first. Mu Niancy wanted to think about asking for time to think about this. He wanted to make a decision that would not make him regret it. You don't need to give a quick answer. I will still live in this place for a while, and I still need that man beside you. Mu Shuiying will not return to God realm for a while. She will live in this place for the time being. Me, what do you need from me? Yi Chen pointed at himself using his finger. Yes, I need you to solve my yin qi problem, which is sometimes unstable. Mu Shuiying said that she needed Yi Chen to overcome her yin qi, which was often unstable. As the owner of the 9 exquisite goddess body, the excessive yin qi was a problem in itself for Mu Shuiying, which was quite difficult to overcome. She needed Yi Chen to overcome such a thing. Yi Chen now understands what Mu Shuiying wants. It turns out that Mu Shuiying needs Yi Chen to absorb her excess yin qi. Yi Chen was naturally happy to hear this. This was the same as the resources that were delivered to his mouth. Only a fool would refuse the help that Mu Shuiying asked for. Besides being able to get close to Mu Shuiying, Yi Chen could also touch a beauty like Mu Shuiying. This was a blessing that Yi Chen could not possibly refuse. Yi Chen, Mu Niancy and Mu Shuiying were walking around the ruins of the frozen ice sect. Yi Chen and Mu Niancy didn't know what Mu Shuiying was doing. The two of them continued to follow behind Mu Shuiying without knowing what Mu Shuiying was doing. There's nothing interesting around here, let's go. Mu Shuiying invited Yi Chen and Mu Niancy to leave this place. Since there was nothing in this place that appealed to her, Mu Shuiying took Yi Chen and Mu Niancy away from this place. Come on. Yi Chen was happy when he heard Mu Shuiying asking him to leave this place. Yi Chen had waited quite a while to hear these words leave Mu Shuiying's mouth. Yi Chen had been in this place for almost 3 days, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen wanted to return to the city immediately. Mu Niancy was a little reluctant to leave this place, but because she had promised Yi Chen, Mu Niancy had to come back together with Yi Chen. After all, Mu Shuiying, who was an ancestor, wanted to come with Yi Chen, so she didn't have a reason to stay in this place. Yi Chen immediately took out the profound arc that he had. He couldn't wait to return to the city. Wait a minute, where did you get something like this? Mu Shuiying was shocked when she saw the profound arc that was owned by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's profound arc was clearly very sophisticated. An arc this advanced could not possibly be in a remote place like Earth. I got this from an acquaintance. Yi Chen told Mu Niancy that he got this from an acquaintance. Who is your acquaintance? Mu Shuiying again asked Yi Chen. She was curious very about where Yi Chen got this profound arc. Even if I tell you, you won't know either. Yi Chen finally replied to Mu Shuiying's words, who dared to belittle his knowledge. Now it is Yi Chen's turn to take revenge. It feels really great to do this to Mu Shuiying. Straight face, Mu Shuiying was helpless when she saw this. Yi Chen started to act mysteriously in front of herself. Quickly tell me where you got this profound arc? Mu Shuiying didn't give up, herself asking where Yi Chen got this thing from. Mu Shuiying was a persistent person. She wouldn't give up until she got the answer she wanted from Yi Chen. Women are like this, they won't stop until they get what they want. Their curiosity could even put them in deep trouble. Why are you so pushy? I will not tell you this. After all, you are not my woman. Why I tell matters secret this you? Yi Chen refused to tell this to Mu Shuiying. Let Mu Shuiying be curious about. Mu Shuiying hated Yi Chen so much. Why did she have to meet an annoying man like Yi Chen? Since Yi Chen didn't want to tell herself about this, Mu Shuiying had no choice but to forget about this matter. Mu Shuiying started trying to calm her heart. She shouldn't be provoked by the words of a young man like Yi Chen. Later she would try to find out about this problem when he was on the profound arc. Surely above the profound arc there was a clue that she could use to find out where Yi Chen got this extremely sophisticated profound arc. Come on, let's go up. Yi Chen invited Mu Nianzi and Mu Shuiying to get on his profound arc. Mu Nianzi and Mu Shuiying boarded Yi Chen's profound arc. Both of them did not refuse to ride on the profoundly sophisticated and luxurious profound arc. Mu Shuiying was the first time riding the profound arc that was very luxurious like the one owned by Yi Chen. After confirming that Mu Nianzi and Mu Shuiying had boarded the profound arc, Yi Chen began to control this profound arc towards the city. Not being rushed, Yi Chen decided to use normal speed. This way, Yi Chen could spend a little time with Mu Nianzi and Mu Shuiying on this profound arc. Chapter 873, Small Town? Full Dry Corpses, 1. The profound arc started flying towards Yi Chen's villa at an extremely slow speed. Even though it was very slow, at this rate, they would be in the city in a few hours. It was still an astonishing speed. After Mu Shuiying boarded the profound arc, she immediately went around this place, herself looking for a clue about the profound arc that belonged to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying was really curious about the profound arc that Yi Chen had. She wanted to find out about the profound arc that Yi Chen had. Mu Shuiying's curiosity was very disturbing. She felt uncomfortable before she could find out the truth about this matter. On the other side, Mu Nianzi looked at the ruins of the frozen ice sect. Once again she left the place that was once her home. When Mu Nianzi was daydreaming alone, suddenly someone hugged her from behind. Mu Nianzi was not at all surprised when she saw someone hugging her. Mu Nianzi already knew that the person who had embraced her was Yi Chen. Maybe because Mu Nianzi had accepted Yi Chen a little, Mu Nianzi did not immediately drive Yi Chen, who tried to hug her. What wrong? Yi Chen asked Mu Nianzi. He wanted to know what Mu Nianzi was thinking right now. I'm thinking about my old house, the frozen ice sect. Mu Nianzi told Yi Chen that she was still thinking about the frozen ice sect which had become ruins. You don't need to think about that. From now on you have a new house with everyone. Yi Chen told Mu Nianzi that she now has a new house with Yi Chen. I don't know, I'm still not used to living in your place. Mu Nianzi was still not used to living in Yi Chen's place. She preferred to live in her old place where it was very quiet and away from the crowd. Yi Chen's villa was too crowded. There were countless Yi Chen women living in the same place. Don't worry, you can get used to it soon. You have to imitate the girls from the frozen ice sect. They are getting used to living in my place. If they can, you can do it. Yi Chen encouraged Mu Nianzi to be like the frozen ice sect woman who was accustomed to it lived in his villa. Yi Chen really hopes that Mu Nianzi can adapt to other women. At least he hopes that Mu Nianzi will change her attitude to be more open to others. Mu Nianzi was too closed and cold. It was quite difficult to enter Mu Nianzi's circle because of this. Fine, I'll try. Mu Nianzi nodded. She would start trying what Yi Chen said. Even though it's a little difficult, Mu Nianzi will try to change. For that, Mu Nianzi needs a process. Very good. Yi Chen was very happy when he heard the answer given by Mu Nianzi. At least Mu Nianzi had tried to start changing. Yi Chen and Mu Nianzi embraced each other while looking up at the sky, both of them admiring the beauty that was around them. The atmosphere of the two of them was quite good. Yi Chen was happy enough to be close enough to Mu Nianzi. Yi Chen didn't act aggressively, himself trying to maintain this atmosphere for a while. Yi Chen, look down there, it looks like something isn't right. Mu Nianzi said to Yi Chen to look down. Yi Chen looked down, himself following the direction Mu Nianzi was pointing. When Yi Chen looked in the direction Mu Nianzi pointed at, Yi Chen found that there was a small town where the people who were inside were lying on the ground. The bodies of these people looked so strange. They looked like dry corpses that had just been sucked in by something. What happened? Yi Chen started to wonder about what happened to the people in this small town. Let's see what happens. Mu Nianzi invited Yi Chen to see what was going on. he shouldn't remain silent when he saw something like this. Okay, let's go down and see what happens. Yi Chen immediately agreed with what Munianzi said. They shouldn't remain silent when they saw strange things like this. Yi Chen immediately stopped this profound arc, himself taking Munianzi down from the profound arc towards the small town below them. When Yi Chen and Munianzi came down to the small town, they both saw that everyone had become dry corpses. These people's bodies were dry like a mummy. Are they all dead? Yi Chen couldn't believe it when he saw the residents living in this small town die. Yi Chen, everyone in this small town has died, no one has survived. Munianzi said to Yi Chen. After using her spirit sense, Munianzi found that when the inhabitants of this town had passed away, she did not find any signs of life in this small town. Yi Chen also started using his spirit sense within a very, very wide radius, just as Munianzi himself discovered that there was not the slightest sign of life in this small town. What really happened? Why did they all die at the same time? Munianzi began to wonder why all these villagers had died. Moreover, the way they died was very strange. All the villagers died dry like corpses. Yi Chen found that it was not only men who experienced this. Women and children also did not experience the same thing. Their bodies looked dry like corpses. There must be a cause that happened. Let's examine the corpses that are here one by one. Yi Chen intended to examine the corpses one by one in this place. Maybe they could find a clue what happened to this small town. This incident is really very, very strange. How can thousands of people die at the same time? This must have something to do with something dangerous. Yi Chen started examining the corpses around him. When Yi Chen examined these corpses, he found that these people had just died about 1 day ago. Judging by the cause of these people dying, it was likely that their blood was seen being forcefully drained from their bodies. Yi Chen, how about? Munianzi asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know what Yi Chen had found. These people died because their blood was taken by force. There must be someone who took the blood they had. Yi Chen told Munianzi about his findings. He told Munianzi that these people had their blood forcibly taken by someone. What is the possibility of a monster's doing? Munianzi began to suspect that this might be the doing of the monster horde. No, they were killed very neatly. Monsters can't possibly do something like this. Yi Chen immediately denied the possibility that Munianzi had just said. Monsters couldn't possibly do such neat things. Only humans, or beings with high intelligence, could possibly do something like this. What happens in this place? Mu Shuiying descended from the sky. She descended right near Yi Chen and Munianzi's bodies. Mu Shuiying wanted to know what was happening in this small town. Chapter 874, Small Town? Full dry corpses. 2. Ancestor, the two of us are looking for clues about what's going on in this place. Munianzi immediately greeted Mu Shuiying, who had just arrived. She told Mu Shuiying that they were looking for clues to what had happened to this small town. So you guys are investigating what happened in this place? Mu Shuiying nodded to Yi Chen and Munianzi. Miss Mu Shuiying, the two of us are trying to find out what caused the people in this place to die in such an unnatural way. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying, the way these people died is very unnatural. It seems like someone is cultivating a technique that requires human blood to become stronger. Mu Shuiying immediately drew a conclusion about what might happen to the people living in this small town. Judging from the corpses of the inhabitants of this city, Mu Shuiying could conclude that there was someone who had absorbed these people's blood essence. This person was definitely an evil cultivator cultivating a forbidden technique. Cultivators like this had to be eliminated immediately, or else they would create an even bigger mess. Miss Mu Shuiying, I quite agree with what you said. Just now, it looks like what happened in this place was the work of a cultivator who most likely cultivated forbidden and evil techniques. Yi Chen quite agreed with what Mu Shuiying said. Yi Chen also had previously thought about this issue. The problem was who exactly was the person who had cultivated this dangerous forbidden technique. Yi Chen wanted to know about it. You two don't need to be too formal with me, you can just call me Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen and Munianzi not to call him formal. He didn't really like something formal like this. Yi Chen and Munianzi nodded at Mu Shuiying. From now on they would not call Mu Shuiying formally. Let's split up and search for clues around this place. If we find something, send a signal. Yi Chen invited Munianzi and Mu Shuiying to split up when looking for clues. This method would be faster and more effective in finding a clue. Munianzi and Mu Shuiying nodded at Yi Chen. Both of them agreed with what Yi Chen said. It would be faster to look for clues if they split up. Yi Chen, Munianzi, and Mu Shuiying split up. They were looking for a clue that could lead them to the culprit of the incident that occurred in this small town. Yi Chen started looking for clues, himself trying to find clues using the God Eyes technique he had. Yi Chen surveyed every corner in this small town, searching in great detail. Yi Chen made sure not to miss the slightest detail. After searching for a while, Yi Chen could not find a clue that he could use to find the person who had done this. The perpetrator committed the murder in a very clean and tidy manner. There was hardly the slightest trace of violence in this city. Looks like they all died instantly without putting up a fight or escaping from this place. Chen immediately concluded that the people in this small town were killed in an instant. It can be seen that they don't even know what happened until they die. Master, there seems to be a trace of dark profound energy in this place. It seems that the culprit is a cultivator cultivating demonic techniques. Chan told Chen that it was likely that this was a cultivator cultivating demonic techniques. Yes, I also know about it. The problem is this person is very smart. He leaves absolutely no trace when killing thousands of people at once. Surely the cultivation level that this person has is very high. Chen guessed that the perpetrators of all of this had cultivation which is very high. You should look for more details. Maybe there is evidence that can let you know about the person who has done all this. Chan told Chen to search in more detail. Alright, I understand. Chen understood. He would look for more details. Maybe Chen had missed something before. Chen resumed his search, himself scouring every corner for clues. It so happened that in a corner there was a recording camera that looked still active and looked good. Chen hurriedly went and looked at this camera recorder. It was possible that this thing contained a video of what happened to this small town. Chen took this recording camera from the hand of one of the corpses. It can be seen that before he died, this person was capturing the moment using this camera. Chen tried to turn on the camera in his hand. When Chen did this, there was a notification that the battery owned by the camera had run out and could not be used. Shit. Chen cursed very loudly. It seemed that the camera in his hand had run out of power. Even though Chen had obtained a very good hint, he unexpectedly couldn't even use this clue. I have no choice but to bring this thing back to the city and charge it. Chen had no choice but to bring this thing back to town to charge it. That way Chen could see what this video camera had captured. Chen has obtained a piece of evidence. Now it is only left to see if Munianzi and Mu Shuiying get another piece of evidence. Chen went to find Munianzi and Mu Shuiying. He wanted to know the results Munianzi and Mu Shuiying had obtained. Finally, Chen, Munianzi, and Mu Shuiying gathered together again. How did you manage to get a clue or evidence? Chen asked about the results obtained by Munianzi and Mu Shuiying. I did not find anything. Munianzi said that she did not find anything. Along the way she only saw corpses lying along the road. The person who did this is quite good. There isn't the slightest trace of violence or resistance that I can find. Mu Shuiying also did not find anything. She had not managed to find any trace of the person who had killed these people. So you guys didn't find anything. I just found this. Chen pointed out the recording camera he managed to find. What is that? Munianzi and Mu Shuiying were quite unfamiliar with the object in Chen's hand. Neither of them knew what was in Chen's hand. This is a recording camera. The principle is almost similar to an imaging stone. It is used to capture moving images. Chen told Munianzi and Mu Shuiying about the camera in his hand. Munianzi and Mu Shuiying were ancient women. They both did not know about the technology that existed on the modern Earth. Then let's see what this thing caught. Mu Shuiying invited Chen to see what this thing had recorded. For the time being we can't use this because the power this thing has is exhausted. We have to take it back to the city and charge it. Chen told Mu Shuiying that this thing ran out of battery power, therefore they couldn't see what was stored. In this thing, Mu Shuiying still did not really understand the thing in Chen's hand. She began to wonder what had happened to this earth for thousands of years, why the technology in this place had become so strange and foreign to Mu Shuiying. Chapter 875 Husband, you managed to persuade my master to come home. Let's go back to the city, we've got proof. Chen invited Munianzi and Mu Shuiying to return to his villa. Now there was nothing more they could do in this place. After all, the culprit of this incident must have gone very far and would be impossible to find. But what about the people in this place? Are you going to leave them like this? Munianzi asked Chen about the problems of the people in this place. There was no way that Chen would just let the corpses of these people be abandoned without being taken care of. You don't need to worry about that problem. I will ask the government for help to deal with this problem. Chen told Munianzi that he would ask Su Wanson for help in the government for dealing with this matter. Let the government record the people who have died and return them to their families or relatives. Then let's get out of this place. There's nothing else we can do in this place. Chen invited Mu Shuiying and Munianzi to leave this place. Since Chen already had his own plans to take care of the residents who had passed away, there was nothing else they could do in this place. Chen, Munianzi, and Mu Shuiying immediately boarded the Profound Ark. After everyone boarded, Chen returned to control the Profound Ark heading towards the city he lived in. This time the Profound Ark flew at a much faster speed than before. Because there was an urgent matter, Chen could no longer relax as before. He had to go back and tell Su Wanson this strange discovery so that this matter could be resolved immediately. In just a few minutes, Chen and Munianzi and Mu Shuiying had already arrived near the city. So this is the civilization of planet Earth after thousands of years. It is much more sophisticated than when I first came to this place. Mu Shuiying slightly admired the Earth civilization that could develop into this. When compared to your past, the Earth has developed quite rapidly. Although now humans are no longer familiar with cultivation, they now consider all of it as superstition, Chen said to Mu Shuiying. The Earth is far different from thousands of years ago. The pure energy in this place has started to decline due to pollution, so it is not strange that humans who live no longer know about the world of cultivators. It is quite difficult to cultivate in a place with dirty energy like this, Mu Shuiying said to Chen. It's because of the actions of a handful of irresponsible people. The result is that the Earth is filled with pollution that made it this way. Chen quite agreed with what Mu Shuiying said. The Earth is indeed full of pollution caused by a handful of irresponsible people. If the Earth was still awake as it was before, there would still be many cultivators who would have survived until now. The profound arc had finally arrived right above Chen's villa. They had already arrived at their final destination. Let's go down. Chen invited Munianzi and Mu Shuiying down to his villa. Munianzi and Mu Shuiying followed Chen down to the villa below them. When Munianzi and Mu Shuiying had already disembarked from the profound arc, Chen pulled back his profound arc. Come inside. Chen invited Munianzi and Mu Shuiying inside. This was Mu Shuiying's first time in Chen's villa, so it wasn't strange that Mu Shuiying was a little stranger to this place. Mu Shuiying looked around this place, herself finding out what kind of residence Chen had. Chen possessed a profound arc that was very sophisticated. It should have been stored in this villa, a great secret waiting to be unloaded by Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying likes things she is interested in. She is quite interested in the myriad of secrets that Chen has. Mu Shuiying wanted to expose Chen's secret. She was not satisfied if she did not succeed in exposing Chen's secret. Women are really very complicated creatures to understand. They really like things that they find mysterious. Mu Shuiying did not know that he was looking for a problem with the wrong person. What Mu Shuiying was doing at this time could make him fall into a very deep hole and would not be able to come back. Chen guided Mu Shuiying and Munianzi into the villa. What a coincidence! When the three of them arrived at the entrance, the three of them were greeted by Mulanin. Husband, you managed to persuade my master to come home. Mulanin was happy when she saw Chen manage to bring Munianzi back to this villa. Yes, of course, you know how capable your husband is, right? Chen prided himself in front of Mulanin. Munianzi was helpless when she saw what Chen was doing right now. How could Chen boast right in front of Mulanin like this? If she had known this beforehand, Munianzi would have refused to come back with Chen. Husband, who is this woman? Mulanin asked the beautiful woman that Chen had just brought home. Judging from the clothes this woman was wearing, it seemed like they belonged to the frozen ice sect from the past. Mulanin began to wonder what identity Mu Shuiying had. Lanin, this is the founder of the frozen ice sect. You better be respectful when talking to her. Munianzi immediately told identity Mu Shuiying to Mulanin. Mulanin was dumbfounded when she heard this news from her master. She couldn't believe what Munianzi had just told her. The beautiful woman in front of her turned out to be the one who had founded the frozen ice sect. Mulanin began to wonder how the first ancestor could come back to life. Didn't the first ancestor not exist for thousands of years? Lanin, why are you dumbfounded? Hurry up and pay your respects to the ancestors. Munianzi told Mulanin to pay respects to Mu Shuiying. Mulanin immediately regained consciousness when she heard Munianzi's words. She immediately knelt down and saluted Mu Shuiying. Greetings to the sect founder. Mulanin saluted Mu Shuiying. Get up, I told you not to be too formal with me. I don't like things like that. Mu Shuiying said not to be too formal to herself. She didn't like being treated like this by someone. Ordered to wake up, Mulanin immediately stood up again. Master, do I need to call all female disciples to meet with the founder sect? Mulanin asked Munianzi. Mulanin wanted to know if she should call a female disciple from the frozen ice sect to pay respects to Mu Shuiying. The female disciple of the frozen ice sect should know that the first founder was in this place. You don't need to tell them, let this matter remain a secret. Mu Shuiying stopped what Mulanin was about to do. She didn't like being worshipped like before. Mu Shuiying preferred to hide her identity as the founder of the frozen ice sect. I see. Mulanin understood Mu Shuiying's meaning. It seemed that Mu Shuiying wanted to hide her identity as the founder of the frozen ice sect. Chapter 876 Interrogated Mu Shuiying. Let's enter. You can continue your conversation inside. Chen invited Mulanin, Munianzi, and Mu Shuiying inside. Inside the villa, the three of them can spend whatever time they have talking to their heart's content. Chen, Mulanin, Munianzi, and Mu Shuiying went inside. The four of them immediately headed for the living room. I'll go upstairs to charge from this camera. Yi Chen said that he would go upstairs to charge from the camera. At the same time, Yi Chen intends to contact Su Wanson to evacuate the residents who have died in the small town they previously visited. Mu Nianzi and Mu Shuiying immediately nodded at Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Mu Lanin looked confused about what Yi Chen. Mu Nianzi and Mu Shuiying were talking about. Yi Chen immediately went upstairs. He went to his room. Now in the guest room, only Mu Lanin, Mu Nianzi, and Mu Shuiying remained. Master, actually what happened? Why ancestors can come back to life? Mu Lanin immediately asked Mu Nianzi. She wanted to know the whole story that happened, especially how could Mu Shuiying, who had been dead for a long time, come back to life like this? Okay, I will explain everything to you. Mu Nianzi began to explain what happened to Mu Lanin. She began to explain the beginning of the story when they were in the cave where Mu Shuiying slept for a long time. Mu Lanin listened to the story Mu Nianzi carefully. She listened to the entire storyline told by Mu Nianzi. So that's how it is. After hearing Mu Nianzi's story, Mu Lanin knew what really happened. It turned out that Mu Shuiying didn't die from the start. All this time she was only in a sleep mode. Throughout the generations, no one had ever discovered that Mu Shuiying had not died. If it weren't for Yi Chen to discover this, Mu Shuiying would likely have remained asleep forever. So you are the sect master of this generation? Mu Shuiying asked Mu Lanin, who was in front of her. Yes, I am the current sect master. Mu Lanin answered Mu Shuiying's question, she telling Mu Shuiying that she was indeed the current sect master of the Frozen Ice sect. You have a very high cultivation base. It looks like you are the strongest sect master in the history of the Frozen Ice sect, Mu Shuiying said to Mu Lanin. Ancestors praise me too much, I'm not that great. Mu Lanin tried to be modest in front of Mu Shuiying. Hold out your hand. Mu Shuiying told Mu Lanin to stretch out her hand. Mu Lanin didn't think much of herself as she stretched her hand towards Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying touched Mu Lanin's hand. Mu Shuiying started to close her eyes. So you have a full legacy from the Ice Phoenix God. You are really very lucky. Mu Shuiying said that Mu Lanin was very lucky to be able to inherit the very rare Ice Phoenix God, even in God realm. There are only a few people who can have the full inheritance of the Ice Phoenix God. For this reason, Mu Shuiying said that Mu Lanin is a very, very fortunate person. Mu Shuiying did not expect that the Frozen Ice sect would be filled with such great talents as Mu Shuiying and Mu Nianzi. It seemed that this was the era of glory that the Frozen Ice sect had ever seen. Mu Lanin and Mu Nianzi had wings that were so wide they could fly to heights that ordinary people could not imagine. If Mu Shuiying brought these two women to her sect in God realm, the two of them would definitely become quite shining stars. Plus the two of them possessed peerless beauty. There would definitely be countless men lining up to get them both. This is your tea. Suddenly a very beautiful woman came, carrying a tea in her hand. She put the tea right in front of Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying released her grip from Mu Lanin's hand. She started to take the tea that a peerless beauty had just delivered. Mu Shuiying started to sip the tea that was delivered by a beautiful woman. Mu Shuiying looked quite relaxed as she drank the tea that had just been brought to her. How does the tea make good? Nangong Xiang asked Mu Shuiying about the tea she had just made. Yes, the tea you made is really delicious. Mu Shuiying praised the tea made by Nangong Xiang. The tea made by Nangong Xiang really tasted good. Mu Shuiying returned to drinking the tea that was in her hand. Puffed. A few seconds after taking a sip of tea, Mu Shuiying suddenly spat out the tea she had just drank. Mu Shuiying immediately looked sideways at the beautiful woman who had just given herself this tea. Empress Sun? Mu Shuiying was shocked when she saw Nangong Xiang's presence in this place. She couldn't believe what she was seeing right now. She saw a legend that he never imagined in this life. One of the top-ranking beauties in the God realm was actually standing right before her eyes. So you are from the God realm, as I thought from the start. Nangong Xiang smiled at Mu Shuiying. When Mu Shuiying entered this villa, Nangong Xiang had already detected someone with an extremely high cultivation. So it wouldn't be strange for Nangong Xiang to come right away to see for himself who this very high cultivation person was. Empress, why are you here? Mu Shuiying nervously asked Nangong Xiang. Mu Shuiying, who was usually calm, was very nervous when she saw the legendary figure standing in front of her. Even the hand that Mu Shuiying was holding onto the cup began to tremble when she saw Nangong Xiang in this place. Mu Shuiying simply couldn't imagine a peerless beauty goddess would appear in such a remote place like Earth. This thing Mu Shuiying could never imagine. You are still asking why? This is where I live. I should have asked what you want to come here. Nangong Xiang asked Mu Shuiying back. Nangong Xiang wanted to know why Mu Shuiying had come to this place. Mu Shuiying had a very high cultivation. Nangong Xiang was afraid that Mu Shuiying would do something that could harm Yi Chen. That's why she intended to interrogate Mu Shuiying. Nangong Xiang wanted to know where Mu Shuiying came from and what background. If Mu Shuiying rated dangerous for them, then Nangong Xiang would try to keep this woman away from this place. Me, Mu Shuiying stuttered as she tried to Answer Nangong Xiang's question. The aura of being a former empress made Mu Shuiying feel very oppressed. Why are you stuttering like that? Quickly explain everything to me. Nangong Xiang said to Mu Shuiying to explain the purpose of coming here. Due to a pressure emanating from Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying had no choice but to reveal her intentions and arrival here. Mu Shuiying told Nangong Xiang that she needed Yi Chen to stabilize her yin qi. Besides that, Mu Shuiying also said that she was a little interested in the secrets that Yi Chen had. Mu Shuiying was quite curious about the secrets that Yi Chen had. Chapter 877. A large fraction began to move. So that's what you came here for? Nangong Xiang said to Mu Shuiying, yes, that was my purpose for coming to this place. Mu Shuiying confirmed what she had just said. You're not planning anything bad on us, right? Nangong Xiang said to Mu Shuiying, no. I can't possibly do something like that. After all, in this place there are women from the Frozen Ice sect, so there's no way I could plan anything bad. Mu Shuiying wouldn't do anything bad. She didn't have any bad plans for Yi Chen or anything to the woman who lives in this place. Nangong Xiang looked closely at Mu Shuiying. She was watching whether Mu Shuiying was lying or not. Sister Xiang, she is the founder of the Frozen Ice sect, so you can rest assured that she won't do anything bad to us. Mu Lanin immediately tried to dispel Nangong Xiang's suspicions. She didn't want Nangong Xiang to be too suspicious of Mu Shuiying, who was the founder of the Frozen Ice sect. You are the founder of the Frozen Ice sect. Nangong Xiang was a little surprised when she heard this. It was unexpected that this beautiful and strong woman was the one who had founded the Frozen Ice sect. Yes, I am the one who has built the Frozen Ice sect. Mu Shuiying told Nangong Xiang that she was the one who had built the Frozen Ice sect. Mu Shuiying was very surprised when she heard Mu Lanin calling Empress Sun sister. Mu Shuiying began to wonder about the relationship that Nangong Xiang and Mu Lanin had. Did goddess Nangong Xiang have accepted Mu Lanin as a sister foster or something? How could a woman as strong as you set up a sect in such a remote place? Nangong Xiang wanted to know how Mu Shuiying could set up a sect in such a remote place. With Mu Shuiying's strength, Mu Shuiying should be able to establish a sect in the low-ranking stars of the God Realm. The land in God Realm is much better than the earth. The sect there will definitely develop very rapidly. I have my own reasons for doing that. Mu Shuiying told Nangong Xiang that she had her own reasons for establishing the Frozen Ice sect. You dare to act mysterious in front of me. I want to know everything, quickly tell me. Nangong Xiang did not like it when she saw Mu Shuiying who tried to act mysterious in front of herself. Nangong Xiang wanted to know clearly about Mu Shuiying. Before that happened, she would not just let this woman go. Mu Shuiying was completely helpless. She was completely forced by Nangong Xiang to be in this state. Initially she wanted to expose Yi Chen's secret, unexpectedly that her secret would even be exposed by Nangong Xiang. Let's say it quickly, we want to hear it. Nangong Xiang told Mu Shuiying to tell everything clearly. Mu Shuiying began to tell the origin of everything. She even told Mu Nianzi, Mu Lanin, and Nangong Xiang where she came from. Even though Mu Shuiying told Mu Nianzi, Mu Lanin, and Nangong Xiang about her origins, she didn't tell her why she came to Earth. She didn't want these women to know why she came to Earth. I see. After listening to Mu Shuiying's long story, Nangong Xiang finally began to believe that Mu Shuiying did not mean anything bad to Yi Chen or the people in this villa. What is this? Yi Chen came down from the top floor, himself asking what was going on in this place. Nothing. This is just a little talk by women. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen not to need to know about this matter. Yi Chen, straight face. Yi Chen felt helpless when he listened to what was going on. It seemed that they were all talking about an issue that only girls could know. Yi Chen, how did it go? Mu Nianzi asked about the results Yi Chen had. Here comes the result. Let's see what happened. Yi Chen showed the video recording to all the women in this place. Mu Nianzi, Mu Lanin, Mu Shuiying, and Nangong Xiang saw recording that Yi Chen was trying to show them all. In the video recording that Yi Chen showed, there was a bloody scene where the sky began to turn red like blood. When the sky turned red, suddenly blood started to come out of their pores and body parts. The blood that was in people's bodies began to be sucked towards the sky. It can be seen that these guys didn't have a resistance when this happened. They were like they were being controlled so much that they couldn't put up a fight. What happened? Mu Lanin began to wonder what was really going on. Why were these people's blood essences suddenly being sucked towards the sky? Nangong Xiang was no stranger to the scenery on the record. This was exactly what happened to the Gates of Eternity sect. Yi Chen, what is it? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen the meaning of the video recording he had just shown them. This is the recording we found in a small town that we happened to pass by. The residents in that place suddenly became dry corpses. With this recording everything became clearer. Yi Chen began to explain what happened to Nangong Xiang. After getting an explanation from Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang finally understood what the video just meant. Why can't you see in that thing a figure who has done all this? Mu Nianzi was disappointed when she saw that in the recording shown by Yi Chen, there was no visible figure who had committed such a violent murder. Yes, unfortunately in this recording there are no hints of a person who has done this. A person who has done this is hiding behind a cloud. Yi Chen was quite disappointed that he did not find the figure of the perpetrator who had committed this massacre. Yi Chen, if you look at this video, it looks like it was the demon doing, said Nangong Xiang to Yi Chen. Xiang, in that place there is indeed a trace of dark power, so it is definitely the work of an evil cultivator or demon. Yi Chen had suspected this for a long time. What he was thinking about was who this evil cultivator or demon was. Yi Chen, don't you have any other clues? Asked Nangong Xiang to Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang wanted to help Yi Chen solve this problem. If this happened to Earth, it would be quite a serious problem. I just contacted Grandpa Su. He told me that this incident also happened in various places around the world. I don't know if the culprit was the same or there was only one person, said Yi Chen to Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen just contacted Su Wanson. He had just had a long discussion with Su Wanson about this matter. In the discussion that Yi Chen had together with Su Wanson, Yi Chen discovered that this incident had actually happened in several places in this world. Of course, this made Yi Chen even more worried. He didn't know the culprit behind the incident that happened, whether the perpetrator of this incident used these people as sacrifices or to strengthen themselves. This was a question that kept on Yi Chen's mind. Looks like the culprit who has done all this is very smart. He really can cover his tracks so perfectly. It looks like this is a very troublesome creature to deal with, Mu Shuiying said to everyone. Mu Shuiying felt that this person was smart enough. It was quite difficult to find out who had done all this. I've promised Grandpa Su to take part in solving this problem, so I will look for a clue about this matter. Yi Chen had promised Su Wanson to help investigate all this. If this continues, the victims will continue to fall. It is recorded that there have been more than 2 million people who died in this incident, all of whom died in the same way. They all look dry and like bones. Xiang, where are Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin? Yi Chen asked about the whereabouts of Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. The two of them are going to investigate something. If I'm not mistaken, this has to do with the big faction that controls this world. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen that Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were going to investigate the great power that controlled this world. It seems the two of them have received some news that the higher-ups of the big faction are starting to move into this territory. Hearing this unpleasant news, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin immediately went to carry out an investigation, so they are also busy with their own problems. Yi Chen could understand what Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were doing. It seemed that the two of them were busy taking care of the intruders who had entered this territory. Each big faction has their own territory. If one faction infiltrates the territory of another faction, surely the faction that is being infiltrated will not remain silent. Usually each of the major factions avoided entering into the territory of other factions. It seemed like they were looking for something valuable in this area, or maybe they were planning something else. Ever since the disappearance of the Dark Legacy faction from this world has become more and more chaotic. Each faction has started to heat up and can at any time carry out a large-scale battle. Chapter 878. Mei Yueli was changing clothes. So what are you going to do now? Nangong Xiang asked what Yi Chen was going to do. I will go to find Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Maybe this incident has something to do with the big faction controlling this world. Yi Chen intended to look for Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin first to ask about the current situation. Do I need to accompany you? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. No need, you just stay here. I'm afraid that evil cultivators who have killed many people will attack this city, Yi Chen said to Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen was afraid of an assault incident that had injured Ling Yin and Fu Lanling and affected the lives they had. Fine, if that's what you want, Nangong Xiang nodded. For now she will remain in this villa to take care of everyone. Then I'll go first, Yi Chen said goodbye to Mulanin. Mu Nianzi, Mu Shuiying, and Nangong Xiang. Then be careful. Nangong Xiang told Yi Chen to be careful and not underestimate this quite mysterious enemy. Okay, Yi Chen nodded at Nangong Xiang. After saying goodbye to Mulanin, Mu Nianzi, Mu Shuiying, and Nangong Xiang, Yi Chen left this place. Emperor's son, what is your relationship with this man named Yi Chen? It seems that you are quite close. Mu Shuiying asked about the relationship that Nangong Xiang and Yi Chen had, regardless of where the relationship between the two of them was quite close. This made Mu Shuiying suspicious of the relationship that Mu Shuiying and Yi Chen had. Don't call me empress, I am no longer an empress. I am now just a normal woman who lives in this place. Nangong Xiang was not happy with the title Mu Shuiying was using. Nangong Xiang had almost forgotten the old life she had. Now she wanted to focus on the new life she had. There was no point in continuing to remember the dark past. It was better for Nangong Xiang to focus on enjoying her life with this family that made her comfortable. Why? Mu Shuiying asked Nangong Xiang, "You don't need to know the reason. The most important thing from now on, don't call me Empress. My name is Nangong Xiang, so call me Nangong Xiang." Nangong Xiang told Mu Shuiying to call herself by using the real name she had. "Okay, I understand." Mu Shuiying had no other choice but to obey Nangong Xiang's words. Mu Shuiying didn't want to offend Nangong Xiang, so it wasn't strange that she didn't want to talk about this matter any further. Mulaning, Muniansi, Mu Shuiying, Nangong Xiang were talking. The four of them chatted to get closer. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was preparing to go to find the whereabouts of Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin. Because Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin were now Yi Chen's women, Yi Chen could easily find the whereabouts of both of them, judging from the current location of the two of them. Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin seemed to be in the capital city of this country. If Yi Chen wanted to find both of them, he inevitably had to go to the nation's capital. "Husband, you've come home." A while after Yi Chen came out of the villa, he met his wife Lu Yu. Lu Yu was currently wearing a female work shirt which looked very seductive. It seemed that Lu Yu had just returned from her company. Even though Lu Yu was now a cultivator with a fairly high cultivation base, Lu Yu still had time to manage Yi Chen's company or her own company. Did you just come back from your company?" Yi Chen asked Lu Yu. "Yes, I just came back from an important meeting which couldn't be helped," said Lu Yu to Yi Chen. Lu Yu had just attended an important meeting which couldn't be helped. It was regarding the development of several large projects they were currently working on. "Husband, do you want to go again?" Lu Yu asked Yi Chen. "Yes, I want to go do something important." Yi Chen told Lu Yu that he intended to go. "Husband, in the past few days Sister Qingyu has been looking for you. It seems like she wants to ask for a little help." Lu Yu told Yi Chen that in the past few days Xia Qingyu had been asking Lu Yu about Yi Chen's news. "What's up? Did something happen?" Yi Chen asked Lu Yu. Yi Chen wanted to know what happened to Xia Qingyu. Why did Xia Qingyu keep asking Lu Yu how she was? "I don't know about that matter." Lu Yu said that she didn't know about this problem. Lu Yu didn't know why Xia Qingyu was looking for Yi Chen. Xia Qingyu didn't talk about her own interests to Lu Yu. "Okay, I'll stop over there first. I want to see what's going on," Yi Chen said to Lu Yu. Yi Chen now had to go to Xia Qingyu's place before going to the capital. "Okay, bye." Lu Yu waved her hand at Yi Chen. Yi Chen went to Xia house, because the distance was not too far. In just a few minutes Yi Chen had arrived in front of Xia house. Because Yi Chen didn't want to waste the time he had, Yi Chen immediately went to sneak into Xia Qingyu's room. It so happened that the window of Xia Qingyu's room was not locked so that Yi Chen could easily enter Xia Qingyu's room. When Yi Chen intended to open the bedroom window, he found a pretty beautiful scene right in front of him. Currently in Xia Qingyu's room, Mei Yueli was changing clothes. There's no need to ask, Mei Yueli right now is completely naked right in front of Yi Chen. There is nothing under the clothes that Mei Yueli is wearing. Mei Yueli is completely not wearing underwear under the clothes she is currently wearing. The veil worn by Mei Yueli had also been removed. Now Yi Chen could clearly see the beautiful face Mei Yueli had. Mei Yueli's face without a veil is indeed beautiful. This woman is indeed a beauty that is quite rare in God realm. This woman is so brave, she really doesn't wear anything in her clothes. Yi Chen felt that Mei Yueli was a very brave woman. Mei Yueli didn't wear anything under her clothes. In God realm, there are no underwear, so women in God realm do not have anything under their clothes. Even though the women of God realm did not wear a bra or underwear, their body shape was very well preserved. It could be seen from Mei Yueli's well-developed body. There was hardly the slightest loosening of Mei Yueli's body. Everything still looks tight and very elastic to touch. It would be great to touch Mei Yueli's beautiful body. Yi Chen felt quite excited when he saw Mei Yueli, who was in her current state. The blood on Yi Chen's body started to heat up when he saw the beautiful scene before his eyes. Mei Yueli felt an unpleasant gaze upon herself. When Mei Yueli looked at the window, she found that outside was a man who was watching himself change into clothes. Mei Yueli's and Yi Chen's eyes met. The two of them looked at each other. Chapter 879, almost found by Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli not speaking both looked like statues as they stared at each other. "Hi." Yi Chen started waving his hand at Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli still looked shocked when she saw Yi Chen in front of her. Her brain still couldn't respond to what was happening right now. After a moment of silence and unresponsiveness, Mei Yueli finally began to let out an extremely loud scream. Mei Yueli started frantically trying to cover her naked body. Everything is really late. Yi Chen has seen everything very clearly. Yi Chen hurriedly entered Xia Qingyu's room. He immediately hugged Mei Yueli so as not to scream. If Xia Qingyu heard and found out that he was peeking at Mei Yueli, Xia Qingyu would be very angry with him. Mei Yueli was more and more surprised by the courage shown by Yi Chen. It was unexpected that Yi Chen would push herself to the floor. In addition, Yi Chen covered her mouth with the hand he had. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli's position was quite ambiguous. Yi Chen looked like a criminal who wanted to do bad things to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli did not remain silent.
she tried to rebel against Yi Chen. Mei Yueli was afraid that men wouldn't be strange that Mei Yueli would rebel when she was so close to Yi Chen. Yi Chen tried to use his full strength to hold Mei Yueli. He had to use all his strength to hold Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli is very strong. Even though Mei Yueli's condition hasn't fully recovered, Mei Yueli can put up a pretty tough resistance for Yi Chen. Miss Mei Yueli, please calm down. It was a misunderstanding.
Yi Chen tried to calm Mei Yueli. He tried as much as possible to persuade Mei Yueli not to get angry with him. You pervert, hurry up and let me go, I'll kill you. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen to let herself go. Mei Yueli was really angry with Yi Chen. She was very angry at Yi Chen, who had dared to see her body directly. In addition, Yi Chen had seen herself without a veil. It was something that had touched the limits of Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli wanted to pry out Yi Chen's eyes that had stained her. This man shouldn't be forgiven. The feud could not be avoided. Yi Chen continued to try to persuade Mei Yueli, who was under his body. Boing. Yi Chen felt something very soft against his chest. Yi Chen is a veteran man. He naturally knows the thing that touches his chest. This was clearly Mei Yueli's double peak. The sensation of this thing was quite pleasant when it touched Yi Chen's body. Because Mei Yueli kept moving to get away from Yi Chen, Mei Yueli didn't realize that her double peak had hit Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen didn't know that Mei Yueli's size was big enough. At least it was around E to F cup. Because Mei Yueli was wearing an ancient outfit, this double peak was slightly closed, so the real size was hard to see. When the ancient clothes that were in the way came off, the two super large double tops were finally exposed with great clarity. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli remained in a more ambiguous position, the two of them entangled tighter like a couple enjoying their first night. Yi Chen continued to try to calm Mei Yueli, himself trying various sweet words to persuade Mei Yueli. After a while, Mei Yueli finally wanted to calm down. She started to stop rebelling like before. Again, Yi Chen and Mei Yueli looked at each other. Yi Chen was looking at Mei Yueli while Mei Yueli was looking at Yi Chen. If you look closely, this pervert is quite handsome, Mei Yueli said in her heart. Miss Mei Yueli is pretty too. Yi Chen also thought the same thing Mei Yueli thought, according to Yi Chen. Mei Yueli looked beautiful when she took off her veil. The atmosphere began to change. Now that the tense atmosphere had completely disappeared, now that Yi Chen and Mei Yueli were in their own world, I don't know what had just entered Mei Yueli and Yi Chen's mind. The faces of the two suddenly started to approach each other. The current scene was like a couple about to kiss. Sister Yueli, what's wrong? Why is it so noisy in there? From outside, Xia Qingyu asked Mei Yueli. She wanted to know what was going on in her room. Just now when she was downstairs, Xia Qingyu listened to a commotion upstairs. This noise was clearly coming from her room, so Xia Qingyu immediately returned to her room to find out what had happened. Mei Yueli immediately realized that when she listened to Xia Qingyu's voice, Mei Yueli hurriedly pushed Yi Chen away from her. This time Yi Chen was very easily pushed away by Mei Yueli. Yi Chen was now sitting not far from Mei Yueli's body. Qingyu, nothing happened in here, I was just a disgusting animal. Mei Yueli immediately answered Xia Qingyu, who was outside this room, trying to find a sensible reason to hide this from Xia Qingyu. Mei Yueli didn't want Xia Qingyu to see the embarrassing thing that was happening in this room. If Xia Qingyu saw the scene in the room, Mei Yueli would definitely lose her face in front of Xia Qingyu. In the room there is a pair of men and women sitting across from each other. Moreover, this woman is naked without wearing a garment. It would be embarrassing to be seen by an outsider. Are you sure you are fine? Should I go inside and see how you are? Xia Qingyu asked Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli and Yi Chen panicked when they heard Xia Qingyu intended to enter the room they were in. If it was until Xia Qingyu saw what was going on, then Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu would be finished. You don't need to enter, I'm really fine. Mei Yueli strictly forbade Xia Qingyu to enter this room. She didn't want Xia Qingyu to enter this room. Are you sure? Asked Xia Qingyu, who was outside the room. Xia Qingyu seemed still worried about the voice she had just heard. She was afraid that Mei Yueli's wounds would get worse. In the past few days Mei Yueli's wounds have gotten worse. Xia Qingyu doesn't know why Mei Yueli's injuries are getting worse, even though previously Mei Yueli had looked somewhat better. A few days ago, Mei Yueli went out to do something, when suddenly Mei Yueli's situation became a little worse. This was also the reason Xia Qingyu was looking for Yi Chen. She wanted Yi Chen to return to treat Mei Yueli. You don't need to worry, I'm really fine. Mei Yueli tried to convince Xia Qingyu that she was fine. Well, if that's the case, I'll go back downstairs, Xia Qingyu said to Mei Yueli. Since Mei Yueli said she was fine, and Xia Qingyu had no choice but to go back downstairs to finish her job. Mei Yueli and Yi Chen felt great relief when they saw Xia Qingyu leave. Earlier that was close. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli were almost found by Xia Qingyu. Chapter 880. You better cover your body first. The situation in this room became so awkward. Neither Yi Chen or Mei Yueli said a word. I've been tainted by this pervert. Mayueli started to cry. Mayueli, who now looks like a child who has just been bullied by Yi Chen. Yi Chen started scratching his head confusedly. Unexpectedly, a woman with 1,000 years old like Mayueli would cry like this. Calm down, it was just a misunderstanding. Yi Chen tried to calm Mayueli, who was crying. Yi Chen was a little confused, looking for a way to calm Mayueli, not expecting Mayueli to be like this. Mayueli could not be calmed down. Mayueli was still crying because the pure chastity that she had guarded for thousands of years just vanished. Mayueli is an pure woman who has never known about the world of relationships between men and women. So until now, Mayueli is still a very pure woman without the slightest touch or tarnish by men, and today for the first time Mayueli actually showed her naked body and face to a male as perverted as Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt guilty towards Mayueli, feeling that he had done something bad to Mayueli. Yi Chen started to take his suit, which was in the fairy gate storage. He started to give this suit to Mayueli. You better cover your body first. Yi Chen told Mayueli to cover his body using the suit he had just taken. Mayueli started to stop crying. She accepted Yi Chen's suit. She began to use this suit to cover her body. Since Yi Chen's suit was quite large, Mayueli's upper body could easily be hidden by the suit Yi Chen had just given her. Unfortunately, Mayueli's lower body was not covered. This made Mayueli's thigh still exposed by Yi Chen. The current scene was truly beautiful. Yi Chen was consecutively shown a beautiful scene by Mayueli. Mayueli looked at Yi Chen with a look of hostility. It can be seen that Mayueli was angry with Yi Chen. Miss Mayueli, forgive me for the mistakes I have done. Yi Chen again tried to apologize to Mayueli. You know you're wrong? Mayueli said to Yi Chen, of course I know, I was wrong for entering recklessly. I thought you were Qingyu, said Yi Chen to Mayueli. At first Yi Chen thought that in this room was Xia Qingyu. Unexpectedly it turned out that the woman who was changing clothes would instead become Mayueli. Mayueli gritted her teeth at the excuse said by Yi Chen. Do you know, because of you now I am no longer innocent like before? This is all because of the mistakes you have done, Mayueli said to Yi Chen. Women from 9 Immortals Peak were only allowed to show the faces they had to their husbands, or future husbands. If any outsiders dared to see the real faces they had, then women from 9 Immortals Peak were allowed to kill that man. This meant that Mayueli could kill Yi Chen if she wanted to, then I will take responsibility for everything. Yi Chen was a man in charge. After making a mistake, he didn't mind taking responsibility for what he had just done to Mayueli. Huh? What are you saying? Mayueli said in a sarcastic tone. I said I will take responsibility for everything I did just now. Yi Chen repeated his words to Mayueli again. Then what about Qingyu? Are you going to just abandon her? Mayueli said to Yi Chen, as friends with Xia Qingyu, Mayueli would definitely think about Xia Qingyu. It was also that she couldn't kill Yi Chen. Of course not, Xia Qingyu will still be my future wife, and so will you, said Yi Chen to Mayueli. You pervert and greedy boy, I won't want to be your woman. Mayueli rejected what Yi Chen was trying to do. Mayueli didn't want to do something like that. How could she be different men with other women? That was something Mayueli had never thought about in her life. Plus Mayueli was afraid of boys, so it was likely that Mayueli wouldn't marry a boy. If you don't want to do that, you can forget what happened. After all, in this place there are only you and me. Greetings, we don't talk. No outsiders will know about this matter, said Yi Chen to Mayueli. Since Mayueli didn't want to accept himself, then Yi Chen had no other choice but to say those words just now. Mayueli started thinking about Yi Chen's words just now. What Yi Chen said had a point too. As long as they didn't say anything, then outsiders wouldn't know about this matter. At least Mayueli didn't need to be Yi Chen's woman. She could still keep the incident a secret to herself. How? Yi Chen asked Mayueli. From now on you have to forget everything. If what happens today is leaked, the first person I will go to is you. Mayueli warned Yi Chen not to leak this embarrassing incident. If it was until Mayueli heard an unpleasant rumor about her, then Yi Chen would be the first person she would find. Yi Chen smiled at this. The problem was finally resolved. Yi Chen started to stand up. He stretched his hand towards Mayueli. Yi Chen looked like he wanted to help Mayueli up from the floor. Mayueli accepted Yi Chen's hand and started to get up from the floor. Aren't you afraid of boy? Yi Chen asked Mayueli, who was in front of him. Yi Chen just remembered that Mayueli was afraid of boy. Unexpectedly, Mayueli would accept his helping hand. Mayueli saw that she was in contact with a man. Seeing this, Mayueli hurriedly pulled her hand back as fast as possible. Yi Chen only smiled wryly when he saw what Mayueli was doing. Mayueli did not expect that she would touch Yi Chen on her own initiative. Plus, Mayueli did not feel fear when she came into contact with Yi Chen. Mayueli felt quite strange about this. Usually Mayueli would be afraid when she was around a man. Strangely, Mayueli now didn't feel that from Yi Chen, Mei Yueli wanted to once again try to touch Yi Chen. She wanted to confirm this oddity. Mei Yueli started reaching out her hand towards Yi Chen's face. She began to hold and pinch Yi Chen's face. Mei Yueli felt that she was not afraid when she held Yi Chen. This was really beyond her expectations. Yi Chen really didn't know what Mei Yueli was trying to do right now. This woman was really very strange. Miss Mei Yueli, what are you doing to me? With a slightly strange voice, Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. Because Yi Chen's cheeks were currently being pulled by Mei Yueli, the voice that Yi Chen made was also strange to listen to. It's nothing, you can go, I want to change my clothes. Mei Yueli started to let Yi Chen go. She started throwing Yi Chen out of this room. Chapter 881, Treating Mei Yueli's Wounds That Were Getting Worse. 1. Mei Yueli is really very strange. Why do women become creatures that are so difficult to understand? This makes Yi Chen feel dizzy. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave right now. Mei Yueli ordered Yi Chen to immediately leave this place. Fine. Yi Chen had no choice. He immediately left this room. After all, Yi Chen's original intention was to meet Xia Qingyu. So now Yi Chen will go see Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen left this room. Himself went in the same way as when he entered this room. Yi Chen used the window as an exit. Mei Yueli turned around to see if Yi Chen had really left this room. After confirming that Yi Chen left this room, Mei Yueli felt very relieved. Sigh, what happened just now? Why I don't feel scared when I touch Yi Chen? Mei Yueli began to wonder why she didn't feel afraid when she came into contact with Yi Chen. This was the first time Mei Yueli felt fearless around a boy. Mei Yueli was so confused by this, she began to wonder what really happened to her. Cough. While Mei Yueli was thinking about the problem just now, suddenly Mei Yueli coughed in a voice that looked quite painful. Mei Yueli used her hands to cover her cough so as not to be heard by the people outside. When Mei Yueli looked at her palms, she found that there was blood on her palms. Looks like my wound is getting worse. Mei Yueli's wound seemed to be getting worse. You can see that Mei Yueli's wound is getting worse. Several days ago Mei Yueli ignored Yi Chen's warnings not to fight. As a result, Mei Yueli's wounds became even more severe than before. Even though Mei Yueli's condition had initially improved, due to her own actions, the wounds she had gotten worse. Mei Yueli started rubbing the blood on her hands and mouth. After she finished cleaning the blood, Mei Yueli started to take a change of clothes for herself. Mei Yueli started to change into a new one. There was no way Mei Yueli would come out wearing just the coat that Yi Chen gave her. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was now sneaking downstairs, searching himself for the existence of Xia Qingyu, who was downstairs. Xia Qingyu was currently in the guest room. It could be seen that Xia Qingyu was reviewing some important documents belonging to Yi Chen's company. Xia Qingyu looked very serious when reviewing documents. She seemed very focused on the documents on the table. Seeing this, Yi Chen wanted to give Xia Qingyu a little surprise. Yi Chen started sneaking towards Xia Qingyu's side. With the skills that Yi Chen had, Yi Chen could easily get behind Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen stretched out his arms to embrace Xia Qingyu from behind. Xia Qingyu was shocked when she sensed someone was hugging her from behind. Xia Qingyu immediately gave a resistance when she saw a stranger hugging her. Xia Qingyu slammed Yi Chen behind her body. Xia Qingyu was a cultivator, so it wasn't strange that Xia Qingyu could now fight back when someone had evil intentions on her. Bang! Xia Qingyu slammed Yi Chen right on the table in front of her. The table in front of Xia Qingyu instantly shattered into pieces. Yi Chen was easily slammed by Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen did not put up a fight when he was slammed by Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen was quite surprised when he saw Xia Qingyu was very reliable when he slammed himself. It seemed that Xia Qingyu was really good at defending himself. Qingyu, why are you slammed me? Yi Chen complained to Xia Qingyu, who slammed himself. Yi Chen, how could that be you? I thought earlier was a flower thief. Xia Qingyu looked surprised when she saw that the person she slammed just now was Yi Chen. Xia Qingyu really didn't expect Yi Chen to be the one who would embrace her. Xia Qingyu still thought that Yi Chen was still not in this city, so it wouldn't be strange for Xia Qingyu to think of Yi Chen as a flower thief. Yi Chen got up from the floor, he again trying to hug Xia Qingyu, who was in front of him. This time Xia Qingyu didn't fight back like before. She was quite obedient when she was hugged by Yi Chen. Qingyu, so you thought I was a flower thief? Yi Chen asked Xia Qingyu. Of course, who told you to sneak into this house? Xia Qingyu said to Yi Chen. If you really think I am a flower thief, then I will become what you want. Yi Chen suddenly started kissing Xia Qingyu, who was in his arms. Xia Qingyu was a little surprised by Yi Chen's sudden invasion. Yi Chen was really too brave to do this. Xia Qingyu tried to push Yi Chen away. She didn't want to do something like this in an open place like this. This is the living room, where someone could come and see what the two of them were doing. Yi Chen didn't really care about this. He greedily kissed Xia Qingyu, who was in front of him. Xia Qingyu was the owner of a purine body, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen wanted to be close to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu's purine chi was an attraction in itself for Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu kissed for almost 15 minutes. Xia Qingyu, who initially refused, began to sink into the kiss that was shared with Yi Chen. Ahem. When Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu were busy kissing, suddenly someone coughed at the two of them. Hearing that someone was bothering them, Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu immediately separated. The two of them looked at the origin of the sound. When Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu looked at the origin of the sound, they both found that Mei Yueli was standing right in front of the steps. Mei Yueli while crossing her arms under her double crest. Mei Yueli looked dissatisfied when she saw what Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu were up to, from the expression shown by Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli looked a lot like a woman who was jealous when she saw her husband making out with another woman. Sister Yueli, when were you there? Xia Qingyu asked. Since when had Mei Yueli been here? I was just here about 5 minutes ago. Mei Yueli told Xia Qingyu that she had been here since 5 minutes ago. That means Mei Yueli saw all the scenes Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu did. Xia Qingyu's face turned red when she heard this. Mei Yueli had actually seen the embarrassing scene she had together with Yi Chen. On the other side, Yi Chen looked very relaxed when he saw Mei Yueli. He didn't seem to mind if Mei Yueli saw what he was doing. Together with Xia Qingyu, why have you been looking for me in recent days? Do you have any problems? Yi Chen asked to Xia Qingyu. I am not the one who has a problem. I am looking for you to see the condition of Sister Yueli. For some reason her condition has deteriorated a little in the past few days. Xia Qingyu told the reason why she asked Lu Yu for news about Yi Chen. Chapter 882. Treating Mei Yueli's wounds that were getting worse. 2. Miss Mei Yueli's injuries are getting worse? Yi Chen asked Xia Qingyu. Yes, in the last few days, Sister Yueli's injuries have gotten worse. Xia Qingyu replied to Yi Chen, telling Yi Chen that Mei Yueli's condition had worsened in recent days. Yi Chen immediately turned his attention to Mei Yueli. Yi Chen started examining Mei Yueli from top to bottom. Mei Yueli turned her attention away from Yi Chen, herself not daring to look at Yi Chen. After seeing Mei Yueli for a while, Yi Chen finally realized that Mei Yueli's condition had indeed worsened. What are you actually doing? Didn't I tell you to rest so that your wounds recover quickly? Yi Chen immediately scolded Mei Yueli. It must be that Mei Yueli had violated the taboo that Yi Chen had previously said. Mei Yueli must have just fought, which made her injuries even worse. Humph. Mei Yueli didn't answer Yi Chen. She still turned her attention in another direction. Yi Chen felt neglected by Mei Yueli. This woman was quite annoying too. Yi Chen, please calm down. Xia Qingyu tried to calm Yi Chen, who looked dissatisfied when he saw Mei Yueli, who didn't listen to his warning. Because of Xia Qingyu, Yi Chen finally wanted to calm down and accept the attitude Mei Yueli was displaying. Husband, can you heal Sister Mei Yueli? Xia Qingyu asked if Yi Chen could cure Mei Yueli, whose condition had gotten worse. Dear Qingyu, it's easy. The problem is whether you can make this woman want to compromise. Do you know she dislikes me? Whispered Yi Chen to Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu that he could indeed heal Mei Yueli. Unfortunately, Mei Yueli probably wouldn't want to do that. Yi Chen, you don't have to worry about that problem. I will persuade it for you. Xia Qingyu said that he would persuade Mei Yueli. Xia Qingyu immediately went to Mei Yueli's side. She started discussing the method that Yi Chen had suggested to treat Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli was a little reluctant to accept Yi Chen's method of making her take off her upper clothes. She still couldn't accept it. Sister Yueli, why do you always refuse like this? Your condition is getting worse. You better think more about yourself. Don't let this get worse and difficult to treat. Xia Qingyu was not tired of persuading Mei Yueli. She tried her best to make Mei Yueli want to be treated by Yi Chen. Mei Yueli began to think about Xia Qingyu words. Her condition was indeed getting worse. Her whole body was aching and weak. If it continued like this, something even worse would happen. Mei Yueli didn't want to die like this. It seemed like she had to accept the method Yi Chen was trying to do. Fine, I'll try Yi Chen's method. Mei Yueli finally agreed with what Xia Qingyu said. She was willing to try Yi Chen's method. Very good. Xia Qingyu was relieved when she heard this. Xia Qingyu returned to Yi Chen's side. She told Yi Chen that Mei Yueli was willing to be treated. Then let's find a suitable place to do that. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu to find a suitable place to do treat for Mei Yueli. You can use my room. No one will bother you to treat Sister Yueli. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen to use her room to treat Mei Yueli. What do you think, Sister Mei Yueli? Xia Qingyu asked Mei Yueli. When Xia Qingyu said to use her room, Mei Yueli's face turned slightly red. Mei Yueli remembered the embarrassing incident she had with Yi Chen. The previous incident was still very fresh in Mei Yueli's memory. Sister Yueli, why is your face red? Are you not feeling well? Xia Qingyu saw that Mei Yueli's face was turning red. She immediately asked whether Mei Yueli was okay or not. I'm fine, I agree to use your room. Mei Yueli quickly agreed with Xia Qingyu's suggestion. Okay, then let's go. Yi Chen invited Mei Yueli to go to Xia Qingyu's room. Mei Yueli started following Yi Chen into Xia Qingyu's room. Xia Qingyu also followed the two, wanting to make sure that nothing would happen to Mei Yueli. The three of them arrived very quickly at Xia Qingyu's room. Dear Qingyu, you can wait outside. I will give treatment to Miss Mei Yueli. Make sure outsiders do not interfere. Yi Chen forbade Xia Qingyu to come inside. He told Xia Qingyu to wait outside the room. Okay, I understand. Xia Qingyu was very obedient to Yi Chen's words. She would make sure that no one would disturb Yi Chen while doing treatment for Mei Yueli. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli entered the room. After entering, the two of them closed the door of this room again. Now hurry up and take off your clothes. Yi Chen immediately told Mei Yueli to take off his clothes. You turn around first. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen to turn around. She didn't want Yi Chen to see herself taking off her clothes. I've seen everything. There's nothing you need to hide from me anymore, said Yi Chen to Mei Yueli. When Yi Chen said this, Yi Chen felt an aura of anger from Mei Yueli. This aura of anger was so strong that it even gave Yi Chen goosebumps. Yi Chen just made a mistake. Mei Yueli must be angry with him. Didn't I tell you to forget what you saw earlier? Do you want me to erase those memories from your head? Mei Yueli said to Yi Chen. Miss Mei Yueli, please don't be angry. I was just kidding. Ahaha. Yi Chen tried to act stupid. It would be troublesome if Yi Chen offended Mei Yueli. Surely there would be nothing good when he offended Mei Yueli. Hemp. Mei Yueli sniffed coldly at Yi Chen. She was not satisfied when she saw Yi Chen. Turn around right now. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen to turn around. Yi Chen obediently turned around, himself now turning his back on Mei Yueli's body. After confirming that Yi Chen had really turned around, Mei Yueli immediately took off her clothes. Now Mei Yueli could be said to be half naked. Mei Yueli used her hands to cover several important areas. Even though Mei Yueli had already prepared her own heart, she still felt embarrassed when she did this in front of a man. Mei Yueli started to climb into the bed. She started to turn around and turn her back to Yi Chen's body. Now you can turn around. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen to turn around right now. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately turned around. When Yi Chen turned around, he found Mei Yueli's beautiful naked back. Is this not a problem? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. Of course it doesn't matter. Yi Chen didn't mind this. Yi Chen started to get closer to Mei Yueli. He started to take out his set of golden needles. Are you ready? Yi Chen asked if Mei Yueli was ready for a treatment session. I'm ready. Hurry up and do it now. Mei Yueli was ready. She told Yi Chen to immediately treat herself. Chapter 883, Treating Mei Yueli's wounds that were getting worse. 3. Seeing that Mei Yueli was ready, Yi Chen immediately started a treatment session with Mei Yueli. Himself starting to stab some of Mei Yueli's acupoints. It will a little hurt. You better hold on for a moment. Yi Chen told Mei Yueli to endure the pain for a moment. I see. Mei Yueli understood. She would try to endure the impending pain. Seeing that Mei Yueli was ready, Yi Chen began to take medication. He began to use the profound energy he had to remove the dirty blood that was in Mei Yueli's body. Cough. The dirty blood that was on Mei Yueli's body started to get pushed out. Mei Yueli started vomiting large amounts of blood. After all the dirty blood had been drained from Mei Yueli's body, now all that needed to be done was to heal Mei Yueli's injured internal organs. Miss Mei Yueli, eat this. Yi Chen gave Mei Yueli a pill. Mei Yueli didn't ask many questions. She immediately accepted and put Yi Chen's pill into her mouth. After Mei Yueli ate the pill he gave her, Yi Chen now started the process of healing Mei Yueli's internal organs. This process will take some time, so Yi Chen will have to be patient in this process. After spitting out a lot of dirty blood, Mei Yueli felt better. Her body no longer felt as painful as before. Mei Yueli started to feel her body warm. Yi Chen's energy felt very comfortable for Mei Yueli. Little by little the wounds suffered by Mei Yueli got better and better. Mei Yueli was getting better and more, feeling better over time. After approximately 3 hours, Yi Chen finally finished. He was done to heal Mei Yueli's injured internal organs. Fine, it's finished. Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli that the treatment was finished. Mei Yueli was relieved to hear this. She hurriedly put back the clothes on her body. Yi Chen, what about the wounds I have? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen about the injuries she had. Your wound is almost completely healed. You should rest enough for the time being, said Yi Chen to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli's wounds would soon heal as long as she had enough rest for a while. Mei Yueli felt relieved when she heard this. Soon her strength will recover as usual. Miss Mei Yueli, exactly what did you do to get your wound like this? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. Yi Chen wanted to know the reason why Mei Yueli's injuries were so bad. It should have been the reason Mei Yueli's injuries had gotten so bad because she had fought a battle or used too much of her strength. That, a few days ago I went to the grave belonging to God of War. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen that a few days ago she went to the tomb of God of War. Huh, why did you go there? Didn't I already say that it is a prison of a very dangerous demon? When Yi Chen found out about this, Yi Chen immediately scolded Mei Yueli. It wasn't a tomb, it was a prison for an extremely dangerous demon. Yes, I just want to go there alone, and besides, there are plenty of people who go there. So I'm also interested in this issue, said Mei Yueli, expression of innocent interest. Early Mei Yueli coming to Earth was to seek rumors about inherited from God of War, so it wouldn't be strange for Mei Yueli to come here too. Many people? What do you mean? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. There were a lot of people from God realm who went to that tomb, so I was attracted and went to that place. Unfortunately, my strength was not at its peak, so I couldn't win against these people and was forced to retreat, said Mei Yueli to Yi Chen. Mei Yueli had just told Yi Chen why her injuries had gotten so bad. It turned out that Mei Yueli had just had an argument with people from God realm. Yi Chen felt bad when he heard about this matter. If the demon in that prison was freed from his seal, it would be a disaster for the earth and this whole world. Yi Chen of course knew how cunning the demon that was sealed in the prison was. If the demon in the prison was freed, then surely the earth would be in the most difficult times in this world. Master, is it possible that the person who has massacred several small towns is a demon sealed within that prison? Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Shu Yuechan began to guess that the possibility of the demon being the perpetrator who had massacred millions of people. It was likely that this demon was the person that Yi Chen was investigating. The possibility could happen, if until the demon really comes out of that prison, then it will be quite a big problem. Yi Chen thought the same thing Chu Yuechan thought. He also started to think that the person who had to carry out the massacre was the demon who had previously almost tricked Yi Chen. You should go and have a look at the prison used to seal demons. If he really has escaped, then it can be ascertained that he is the culprit, Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Alright, later I will go check the prison where the demon was sealed. Yi Chen was a little reluctant to return to that place. The demon prison was a troublesome place to visit. Miss Mei Yueli, can you tell a little about the people from the God realm that you met? Yi Chen wanted to find information about the people from the God realm who Mei Yueli fought. I will tell the people I met and fought against. Mei Yueli began to tell about the people she met. From the story that Mei Yueli said, Yi Chen could conclude that if the people of God realm came to this land together with the higher-ups of the big faction, it seemed that the big faction leaders were the ones who had guided the people of God realm to this region. This is bad. It looks like Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin are in danger. After listening to Mei Yueli's story, Yi Chen felt that Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin were in danger. If Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin met people from God realm, they would be in danger. Looks like Yi Chen should immediately go to see Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin. Meanwhile, on the border of the nation's capital, there was a handsome young man in a suit standing looking at the nation's capital. Around this young man's body began to be enveloped by a very terrifying dark aura. This dark aura could give people chills just from approaching him. This young man smiled to himself as he looked at the country's capital, which looked very densely populated. Haha, this is really a very large city. Here is a lot of fresh blood worthy of being harvested. This young man laughed when he saw that there were hundreds of millions of people living at the same time in this city. If he manages to absorb the blood in the bodies of the people in the nation's capital, then his strength will increase very rapidly. This young man was a perpetrator who had absorbed the people in several cities to the point that they looked as dry as bones. It was unexpected that the person who would be the perpetrator in this massacre would be a young man who was still quite young. Chapter 884. Find Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin. The youth started flying towards the capital. He began to look for fresh prey to increase his strength. From now on, the national capital will be a dangerous place. There will be a lot of people who died because of this young man. We returned to Yi Chen, Xiao Qingyu, and Mei Yueli. After he finished healing Mei Yueli, Yi Chen immediately walked out of Xiao Qingyu's room. Outside, Xiao Qingyu was waiting for news from Yi Chen and Mei Yueli. She was eagerly awaiting news from Yi Chen and Mei Yueli. Click. Yi Chen opened the door. Yi Chen came out to meet Xiao Qingyu. Yi Chen, how about, did it success? Xiao Qingyu asked Yi Chen about Mei Yueli's state. Dear Qingyu, Miss Mei Yueli is fine. You don't have to worry anymore. Yi Chen told Xiao Qingyu that Mei Yueli was fine. Xiao Qingyu felt relieved when she heard this. It seemed that Mei Yueli's condition had improved and there was no need to worry anymore. Dear Qingyu, I have to go. Yi Chen said to Xiao Qingyu that he had to go right now. There was an important matter for Yi Chen to do. Yi Chen, where else do you want to go? Xiao Qingyu asked where Yi Chen intended to go. Even though Yi Chen just came to see her, she didn't expect Yi Chen to just want to go. Dear Qingyu, I have to go do something very important. If I have time, I'll be with you next time. Yi Chen told Xiao Qingyu that he had a very important problem. It was for this reason that Yi Chen couldn't stay here for a long time. If only Yi Chen didn't have a problem of his own, Yi Chen would definitely spend time together with Xiao Qingyu. Okay, I can understand. Xiao Qingyu could understand Yi Chen's problem. She understood that Yi Chen was a very busy person. As a woman, Xia Qingyu must be able to understand this. She must not be selfish in having Yi Chen. Yi Chen started to hug Xia Qingyu, who was in front of him. Before leaving, he wanted to kiss Xia Qingyu again. Yi Chen didn't forget to kiss Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen himself didn't know when he could be with Xia Qingyu again. Xia Qingyu obediently accepted this farewell kiss. She didn't know when to see Yi Chen again, so it was fine if she had a farewell kiss like this. The two of them kissed for approximately 5 minutes. After feeling enough, Yi Chen immediately separated from Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen was actually a little reluctant to leave Xia Qingyu. Too bad he had to make sure Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were safe. He couldn't let anything bad happen to Zhang Shiyun or Xue Suyin. Yi Chen had already missed, which put Ling Yin in such a bad condition. Yi Chen didn't want this incident to happen again. Yi Chen said goodbye to Xia Qingyu, himself quickly flying towards the nation's capital. Xia Qingyu could only see Yi Chen's departure. She hoped that nothing bad could happen to Yi Chen. Qingyu, where did Yi Chen go? Mei Yueli walked out of the room, asking Xia Qingyu about Yi Chen's departure. Yi Chen just left. He said he has an important business. Xia Qingyu told Mei Yueli that Yi Chen just left. What? Go away. How can he go like that? He hasn't given me the jewelry he promised before. Mei Yueli was annoyed when she heard this, even though she wanted to collect the earrings that Yi Chen had promised her before. Even though Mei Yueli had been waiting for the jewelry made by Yi Chen using the Heavenly Goddess diamond for a long time, she wanted to see what kind of jewelry Yi Chen made. Sister Yueli, maybe Yi Chen forgot about it. Maybe next time you can collect it. For now, it looks like Yi Chen is quite busy. Xia Qingyu told Mei Yueli to collect Yi Chen another time. No. I want my jewelry now. I will go after it. Mei Yueli wanted her jewelry right now. She wanted to see how beautiful her jewelry made of Heavenly Goddess diamond was. Xia Qingyu was helpless when he heard this. It seemed impossible to persuade Mei Yueli to something like this. Mei Yueli was quite a stubborn woman. It was hard to persuade Mei Yueli. I will go after Yi Chen. Mei Yueli said that she would catch up with Yi Chen. It seems that Yi Chen is not too far from this place. Sister Yueli, you just recovered. Don't do anything weird. Xia Qingyu warned Mei Yueli not to do anything strange. Mei Yueli just recovered. If Mei Yueli did something strange, maybe Mei Yueli's condition would worsen again. Qingyu, you don't need to worry, I'm fine. Now I've completely recovered. Mei Yueli felt completely recovered, so Xia Qingyu no longer needed to worry about herself anymore. Mei Yueli immediately disappeared from Xia Qingyu's face. Herself leaving to catch up with Yi Chen, Xia Qingyu was helpless when she saw Mei Yueli, who had gone after Yi Chen. It seemed impossible to change the will of Mei Yueli, who was quite stubborn. Okay, I'll just go back to work. Xia Qingyu didn't want to think about this constantly. She still had work to do. Xia Qingyu decided to return to her unfinished work. Yi Chen was currently using the profound arc to head towards the capital, himself using the profound arc to shorten the time it took to arrive at the capital. By using the profound arc, Yi Chen was able to reach the capital very quickly. After arriving in the capital, Yi Chen immediately went to look for Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun's whereabouts. Yi Chen used his connections to find the exact location of Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun's whereabouts. It just so happened that Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun were currently outside the capital. From the location of the two of them were currently not far from the location of the demon prison that Yi Chen had once visited. Seeing Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun approaching that dangerous place, Yi Chen immediately dashed towards where the two of them were. He had to stop Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun from entering the location where the terrible demon was sealed. With Yu's full speed, Yi Chen rushed towards Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun. In a short time, Yi Chen descended in front of Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun. When Yi Chen came down, Yi Chen made a big hole. The dust also flew everywhere because of the impact just now. The two sexy beauties were shocked when they saw someone fell right in front of them. Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun were on high alert by the presence of a mysterious person who had just fallen right in front of the two of them. When the dust had completely disappeared, Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun saw a familiar figure. Husband Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun simultaneously called Yi Chen. The two of them didn't expect that Yi Chen would appear right in front of them. Yi Chen advanced towards Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun. Are you all right? Yi Chen asked about the state of Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun. He wanted to know whether Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun were okay or not. Chapter 885, Mysterious Young Man. 1. We're fine. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin told Yi Chen that they were both fine. It's good that you guys are fine. Yi Chen felt relieved when he heard that Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were fine. Husband, why are you here? Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin asked why Yi Chen was in this place. It's because I'm worried about the safety of both of you. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin why he could be in this place. At first, Yi Chen was worried about Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin's situation, who might meet people from God realm. Where are you two going? Yi Chen asked where Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were now. We both intend to go to the place where the higher-ups of the big faction are. According to the information we get, they should be around this place. Zhang Shiyun told Ji Chen that the two of them were looking for the whereabouts of the big faction rulers of this world. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin wanted to drive these people away from this area. They had broken the agreement by breaking into the Kunlun Holy Land territory. This was a very serious offense for having dared to break into the territory of someone else's faction. As the leader of the Kunlun Holy Land faction, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin shouldn't just let this go. This could create discontent from the inhabitants of the Kunlun Holy Land. This place is quite dangerous, we better get out of here. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin that this place was quite dangerous. Dangerous? Why? Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin didn't understand why Yi Chen said that this place was dangerous, even though neither of them felt the danger around this place. You two don't know it yet, but the higher-ups of the faction most likely came together with people from God Realm. If you meet them, it will be very dangerous. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin about the news he had heard from Mei Yueli. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were quite surprised when they heard this. They both did not expect that the higher-ups of the big faction would be together with people from God Realm. No wonder they are so brave to break into other people's territory. It turns out that they have strong support behind them. Luckily Yi Chen came to warn the two of them. If only Yi Chen didn't come, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin would have met the people of God Realm. Husband, then what are you going to do next? Zhang Shiyun asked what Yi Chen would do next. Is Yi Chen going to expel these people or let these people remain on Earth? I intend to keep an eye on the people of God Realm. I need to find out the strength of the enemy before dealing with them. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin his plan to deal with people from God Realm. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin nodded when they heard the plan Yi Chen wanted to carry out. Both of them quite agreed with the plan Yi Chen had done. Yi Chen's plan was quite good. First, they had to find out the enemy's strength. After knowing the enemy's strength, they could deal with the enemy. Yi Chen, finally I found you. From the sky fell a beautiful woman in red clothes and a veil covering her face. This beautiful woman descended right in front of Yi Chen. The beautiful woman who had just come down was of course Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli looked dissatisfied with Yi Chen. She really had to follow Yi Chen to this place. Mei Yueli herself didn't believe that Yi Chen could fly this fast. Even Mei Yueli, who had a high enough cultivation, had a hard time catching up with Yi Chen. Miss Mei Yueli, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to rest for a while? I want to ask for my earrings. Mei Yueli expressed her intention to come here. Mei Yueli collected her earrings from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, straight face. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin looked at Mei Yueli. Both of them were very curious who this veiled woman was. Mei Yueli turned her attention towards Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Mei Yueli was quite surprised when she looked at Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Mei Yueli did not expect that there would be two very beautiful and sexy women like Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were very seductive. Mei Yueli had never met such seductive and sexy women as Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. In addition to Xue Suyin's enormous size, Mei Yueli began to wonder if Xue Suyin did not feel heavy lifting two large objects like that. I'm busy, we'll give it later. Yi Chen said that he was busy. I want it now, Mei Yueli insisted. She wanted her earrings right now. Mei Yueli couldn't wait to see how beautiful the earrings Yi Chen made for her. Mei Yueli is so stubborn, this woman is completely unable to compromise. Husband sees that there are clouds that are red like blood in the direction of the capital. Xue Suyin suddenly said to Yi Chen that in the direction of the capital there were clouds that were red like blood. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately looked at the capital. When he looked at capital, he did see that in the direction of the capital there was a cloud that was red like blood. This phenomenon is already familiar to Yi Chen. It is clear that this phenomenon is very similar to what was in the recording that he had previously seen. It's bad, we have to go to the capital as soon as possible. Yi Chen took Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to the capital. Yi Chen felt a bad feeling about this. Come on. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin agreed with Yi Chen. Both of them also felt bad feelings about this matter. For the time being, Yi Chen will forget the problem of the people of God Realm. He will first focus on the problem of evil cultivators who kill people and suck their blood essence. Hey, where are you going? Yi Chen, don't ignore me. Mei Yueli shouted at Yi Chen, who had headed towards the capital. Mei Yueli felt annoyed at being ignored by Yi Chen. For some reason the feeling of being ignored was very unpleasant. Mei Yueli had no choice but to pursue Yi Chen. She immediately went to catch up with Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, and Xue Suyin. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, and Xue Suyin immediately arrived near the capital. When the two of them arrived near the capital, Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, and Xue Suyin saw a familiar scene. There were some people whose blood came out of the body and was sucked into the sky, while these people scattered to go to save themselves. The atmosphere of the capital city is very gripping. There are lots of people running to save themselves from this bloody phenomenon. Yi Chen looked up at the clouds, trying to find the existence of the person behind this red cloud. God Eyes. Yi Chen used his God Eyes to find out the location of the enemy. Using God Eyes, Yi Chen very quickly discovered the existence of people who were hiding and absorbing blood secretly.
Chapter 886, Mysterious Young Man, 2, Who was that?
Yi Chen started to wonder about the identity of the young man who was hiding behind the cloud's head. This young man seemed foreign to Yi Chen, plus this young man possessed the power of darkness. It was certain that this young man was an evil cultivator. You save the people, I will go to meet the enemy. Yi Chen said to Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to save the people below. Meanwhile, Yi Chen intends to meet the enemy above the sky. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin nodded at Yi Chen. The two of them would do their best to save the people they could save. Yi Chen immediately went towards the young man in the sky. When Yi Chen arrived near the mysterious youth, he found that this mysterious young man was focused on absorbing the blood of the people below. Yi Chen was quite angry when he saw this. This person was so relaxed when he killed millions of people in this way. Bastard, feel this. Breaking meteor blow. Yi Chen immediately attacked the mysterious young man using the breaking meteor blow. Bam! The mysterious young man was hit by Yi Chen's attack and was blown away several hundred meters. This young man was injured by the sudden attack made by Yi Chen. Who bastard would dare to attack me? The mysterious young man was furious at Yi Chen who had dared to attack him. He was really annoyed at the person who had attacked him while absorbing blood from the people below. I was the one who bothered you. Yi Chen appeared in front of the mysterious young man. He told the mysterious young man that he was the one who had attacked him. You bastard, you dare to bother me again, you really are a troublemaker. The mysterious young man shouted at Yi Chen. He looked quite angry at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was confused when he listened to what the mysterious young man had just said. From the words that this mysterious young man had just spoken, this person seemed to know about Yi Chen. Who are you? Have we met before? Yi Chen asked if the two of them had met before. You bastard, you forgot me. This time I will definitely kill you. It seemed that the mysterious young man didn't want to tell Yi Chen his identity. The mysterious young man began to use the dark power he had. It seemed that this young man was intending to attack Yi Chen. Inger, come out. Yi Chen did not remain silent. He immediately called Inger to help himself overcome this mysterious young man. In this option, Inger is the best choice for Yi Chen to fight against evil cultivators who cultivate the power of darkness. Divine Yin Yang sword immediately appeared in Yi Chen's hand. After Divine Yin Yang sword appeared in his hand, Yi Chen immediately cut down the mysterious young man in front of him. A very powerful slash cut through the mysterious young man in front of Yi Chen. The mysterious youth was injured when he received the slash attack that came from the Divine Yin Yang sword. Damn, this hurts so much. The mysterious young man felt immense pain when he received the attack that came from the Divine Yin Yang sword. Black-colored blood came out from the body of a mysterious young man. This mysterious young man looked in great pain when he received the attack that came from the Divine Yin Yang sword. It seemed that the attack that came from the Divine Yin Yang sword had a profound effect on this mysterious young man. Seeing that the Divine Yin Yang sword could injure this mysterious man, Yi Chen again tried to attack the mysterious man. This time, Yi Chen used the full strength he had to kill this mysterious man. Yi Chen returned to slashing towards the mysterious man. This time Yi Chen used the full strength he had. This mysterious man was more vigilant than before, turning himself into darkness and dodging the attacks launched by Yi Chen. With extremely agile movements, the mysterious man dodged the attacks made by Yi Chen. Seeing the mysterious man dodging his attacks, Yi Chen launched another attack on the mysterious man. What is certain is that Yi Chen didn't just let this person run away. Yi Chen launched a barrage of attacks towards the mysterious man. The speed possessed by this mysterious man was so great that Yi Chen barely saw the movements this person had. This person was like teleporting from one place to another place. This made it difficult for Yi Chen to predict the movements of the opponent. How, you can't see my movements right, said the mysterious man to Yi Chen. Yi Chen tried to focus on seeing the movements of his enemy. He didn't want to be fooled by this young man's words. I'm behind you. A mysterious young man suddenly got behind Yi Chen, himself attacking Yi Chen with his palms that are very dark. Yi Chen hurriedly used his Divine Yin Yang sword to deflect the attacks aimed at him. Bam! Suddenly Yi Chen was hit by an attack belonging to a mysterious young man. Yi Chen was forced back several hundred meters when he received the attack just now. The attack just now hit Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen held his chest. The attack just now felt enough for Yi Chen. What just happened? Didn't I just ward off it? Yi Chen looked confused by what just happened. Even though Yi Chen was very sure that he had warded off an attack from the enemy, it was unexpected that the enemy's attack could still hit him. Master, take a good look around you. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to take a good look at what was around him. Yi Chen began to see what was around himself. He began to observe the red clouds around him. Don't tell me this is a domain? Yi Chen finally realized that this entire black cloud was a domain. Master Yu is already in the enemy's domain, so it wouldn't be strange if you had a hard time fighting that mysterious young man.
Shu Yue-chan said to Yi Chen.
No wonder Yi Chen seems to be having a hard time fighting the enemy. It turns out that this is the enemy's domain area, so it's not strange that Yi Chen is heavy against his enemy. Give up, you won't be able to win against me. The young man appeared several meters in front of Yi Chen. This person told Yi Chen to give up right now. Whoever wants to give up someone like you, I will defeat you and end the cruelty that you have committed. Yi Chen pointed his divining young sword towards the mysterious young man. You will not be able to stop me. Everyone on this planet will be a resource for me to increase the strength I have. The young man said that no one could stop him. This person really had the ambition to turn everyone on this earth into a resource to increase the power that he belonged to. Let's prove it. I will definitely stop you. Yi Chen said that he would stop this person's bad behavior. Azure Dragon Domain. Yi Chen opened his own domain to destroy the domain that belonged to a mysterious young man. When Yi Chen opened the Azure Dragon Domain, a dragon's roar was extremely loud and sounded all over the sky. An extremely powerful ancient pressure began to appear around this place. The Azure Dragon Domain started shaking up the domain that was owned by the mysterious young man. The red clouds that were around Yi Chen began to collapse when they were swept away by the roar of the Azure Dragon projection. Chapter 887. Mysterious young man managed to escape.
Damn it!
The mysterious young man shouted when he saw his domains being swept up by Yi Chen. Without his domain, he would have a hard time fighting Yi Chen. Damn, I have to step back for a while.
The young man decided to temporarily step back. Where are you going?
Mei Yueli suddenly came. She launched an attack on the mysterious young man. Boom. A burst of flames hit the body of the mysterious young man. The mysterious young man was immediately seriously injured when he received an attack from Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli's attack was strong enough to injure him. Mei Yueli was already keeping an eye on this mysterious young man. It was obvious that this mysterious young man was an evil cultivator cultivating darkness. Cultivators with the power of darkness must immediately be killed and exterminated. There is no place for darkness cultivators in this place. You bitch, how dare you get in my way? The mysterious young man was angry when he saw Mei Yueli bothering him, who intended to escape from this place. An evil cultivator like you I will not let escape. There will be no place for you in this world, Mei Yueli said to the mysterious young man. The body of the mysterious young man suddenly recovered very quickly. All the burns he had suffered from Mei Yueli's attack were very fast recovering. Only the attack from Yi Chen's divining young sword still left a mark on the mysterious man's body. If I want to run away, the two of you will never be able to stop me. The young man said that Yi Chen and Mei Yueli would not be able to stop himself from wanting to escape from this place. The body of the mysterious young man began to turn into particles of darkness. It could be seen that this mysterious young man was intending to run away right now. Yi Chen, don't let him escape. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen not to let the demon cultivator escape just like that. I understand. Yi Chen already understood what he had to forget. He shouldn't let this mysterious young man escape from this place. Yi Chen started to raise his divining young sword. Yi Chen intended to go attack the mysterious young man. Mei Yueli did not remain silent. She also used the power of her fire to attack the mysterious young man. Both Yi Chen and Mei Yueli launched an attack on the mysterious young man. It's too late. The mysterious young man laughed at Yi Chen and Mei Yueli, himself completely disappearing into thin air. Since the mysterious young man had disappeared, Yi Chen and Mei Yueli's attacks did not hit anything. He managed to escape. Mei Yueli did not expect that the cultivator demon managed to escape from her and Yi Chen's encirclement. Maybe he is still around here, let's search. Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli to try to find the whereabouts of the person just now. Most likely the person just now was still around this place. You might be right, let's look for that person's whereabouts. Maybe he is still hiding around this area. Mei Yueli agreed with what Yi Chen just said. It looks like a mysterious young man is hiding around this place. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli split up and searched for the mysterious young man, both of them using various methods to find the location of the mysterious young man. While the situation in the city is extremely tense, people are still running to save themselves. There were countless people who had died or had lost a great deal of blood essence. Until now, aid from the government has not come to help these people who are dying. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin started helping people who were injured. They gave some healing pills to people who were injured. It was a pity that the number of pills Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun possessed was extremely limited. The pills Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin had were not sufficient to give to the immense number of victims. Zhang Shiyun immediately sent a voice transmission to Lord Guardian. She told Lord Guardian to immediately go and tell the government to immediately provide assistance in dealing with victims who had died or who were injured, with a order given by Zhang Shiyun, who had now become the complete ruler of the Kunlun Holy Land. Lord Guardian would not dare to waste time, for sure Lord Guardian would immediately carry out Zhang Shiyun's orders. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Mei Yueli were still focused on finding the whereabouts of the mysterious young man they had previously fought. Until now the two of them had still not found the whereabouts of the mysterious man they had previously fought. How was the result? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. Yi Chen wanted to know the results Mei Yueli got. I did not get anything. Did you find traces of that person? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. He also didn't find a clue about the mysterious young man running away. That man was really very clever at escaping. Not even a hint of a rhyme he left when he fled. Yi Chen began to be curious about the identity of the mysterious young man just now. He wanted to know who the mysterious young man had just now. Judging from the words spoken by the mysterious young man knew Yi Chen quite well, which must have met Yi Chen before. Yi Chen began to remember whether he had ever met this person. Should we look for it again? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. Looks like it's unnecessary. For a while that person will definitely not come out. He has a wound, so it's likely that person won't come out, said Yi Chen to Mei Yueli. The divining Yang sword's attack carried out by Yi Chen had managed to injure that person, so for a while, it seemed like that person would go into hiding to treat the wound. Husband, how did it go? Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin came towards Yi Chen. The two of them immediately asked whether Yi Chen had caught an evil cultivator or not. I couldn't catch it, that person got away. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin that the person who had made a mess had left this place. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin nodded at Yi Chen. The two women could tell that this person must be really amazing. This person managed to escape from the encirclement of Yi Chen and Mei Yueli, so it was certain that this person was very strong. Husband, what are you going to do? Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin asked what Yi Chen was going to do next. I want to go somewhere first. I want to confirm something. Yi Chen wanted to go somewhere to confirm something. Then the two of us can accompany you to go. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin offered to accompany Yi Chen. No, I will not allow you to come. Yi Chen forbade Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to come with him. So what? Asked Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. That place is very dangerous, you two shouldn't come. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin that the place he was going to visit was very dangerous. That's why Yi Chen strictly forbade Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin from joining him. Yi Chen didn't want Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to follow him to such a dangerous place. Then are you going to go alone? Zhang Shiyun asked Yi Chen. Of course not, I'll go with her. Yi Chen pulled Mei Yueli's hand, who was beside him. Chapter 888. The suspicion that Yi Chen had. Mei Yueli was shocked when she saw Yi Chen holding her hand. She not expecting Yi Chen hold herself right in front of Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. You guys please take care of everything here. If that person comes back, then you two can immediately give a voice transmission to me. Then I'll go first. Before leaving, Yi Chen did not forget to warn Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to contact him if something was bad it happens again. Yi Chen immediately went to bring Mei Yueli along with himself. Mei Yueli could only surrender when she was dragged away. Yi Chen left this place. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin looked at each other when they saw what Yi Chen had just done. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin started shaking their heads. They looked helpless when they saw what Yi Chen had just done. Looks like husband has his own activities. Let's guard around this place. Xue Suyin invited Zhang Shiyun to guard around the nation's capital. Okay, Zhang Shiyun quite agreed with what Xue Suyin said. The two of them could stand guard in this place. Maybe that person would come back again and try to absorb the blood belonging to the people in this city. Meanwhile at Mei Yueli in Yi Chen's place. Yi Chen, where are you taking me? Mei Yueli immediately stopped Yi Chen's movements, herself asking where Yi Chen would take herself to. Just come with me. Yi Chen told Mei Yueli to come with him. Mei Yueli was dragged back by Yi Chen out of the capital city border. After feeling that this place was far away, Mei Yueli was really confused by what Yi Chen was doing. What Yi Chen was doing was really very confusing for Mei Yueli. Yi Chen brought Mei Yueli near a forest which was quite quiet. In this place there was hardly a single person in sight. Mei Yueli started to wonder why Yi Chen brought herself here. Actually, what did Yi Chen want by bringing herself to such a lonely place? Don't tell me that he intends to do bad things to me? Mei Yueli started to think that Yi Chen wanted to do something bad to her. Mei Yueli's mind started to run very wildly. Mei Yueli really thought that Yi Chen wanted to do something perverted with her. Well, we are already far enough away. This is a suitable place and it will not be found by anyone. Yi Chen said that if this is a suitable place, there will not be anyone here who can find both of them. Mei Yueli's heart skipped a beat when she heard what Yi Chen had just said. Looks like Mei Yueli's guess was right. Yi Chen wanted to do something bad to her. Mei Yueli felt confused as to what she should do for now. whether she should fight back or not if Yi Chen really did something bad to her. Yi Chen started to bring his face closer to Mei Yueli. He wanted to whisper something to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli's heart was beating faster and faster. Mei Yueli felt herself getting nervous and very tense as Yi Chen got closer to her. Okay, now you can go. Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli that if she could leave this place, Mei Yueli's job as a supporting actor had been completed. Huh? What? Mei Yueli was shocked when she listened to what Yi Chen had just said. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would say something like this. What did you just say? You took me all the way to this place just to say that? Mei Yueli looked very annoyed with Yi Chen. Yes, of course, I just wanted to tell that to, Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Mei Yueli stretched out her hand to pinch Yi Chen's ear with all her might. Ah, it hurts. What are you doing? Hurry up and let me go. Yi Chen screamed in pain. He felt that his ears could fall apart if Mei Yueli continued to be pulled with this strong power. Mei Yueli didn't care about Yi Chen's request. Mei Yueli seemed to be taking all the anger when she had towards Yi Chen. Even though Mei Yueli thought that Yi Chen wanted to do something with her, it was unexpected that Yi Chen would throw herself out after taking her to a lonely and remote place. Mei Yueli's thoughts seemed too wild. She really thought that Yi Chen would do something bad to her. This thought might have been caused by the previous incident where Yi Chen peeked and pushed himself to the floor. Mei Yueli thought that Yi Chen was a pervert who likes to do bad things to girls. After a few minutes, Mei Yueli finally wanted to let go of Yi Chen's ears. After being released by Mei Yueli, Yi Chen immediately grabbed his ear. He felt that his ear felt like it was burning. Mei Yueli really didn't know the meaning of restraint. This woman had actually done something very cruel to him. After being satisfied to vent her anger on Yi Chen, Mei Yueli left Yi Chen alone. Mei Yueli was leaving this place with an annoyed face. Yi Chen looked a little absent-minded when he saw Mei Yueli just leaving. What the hell? Why is this woman so hard to understand? Yi Chen really can't stop thinking about Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli is really very hard to guess. Yi Chen still felt that his ears were hot by Mei Yueli's actions. Mei Yueli was really very cruel, even though Yi Chen was the one who had helped himself several times when he was injured. Master, where are you going? Shu Yuechan wanted to know where Yi Chen was going. I intend to go to the demon prison. I want to see if the demon prison in this place is still sealed or not. Yi Chen expressed his intention to go to the prison where the demon was sealed. Yi Chen wanted to confirm that the demon at that time was still in prison. Why do you want to do that? Shu Yuechan asked Yi Chen. Did you see the young man we just fought? Yi Chen said to Shu Yuechan. Of course, that man has such extraordinary cultivation and abilities, it will definitely be very difficult to deal with him, Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Shu Yuechan had already seen the battle that Yi Chen and Mei Yueli had fought. Even with the cooperation of Mei Yueli and Yi Chen, that person could still escape very easily. I feel that that young man is quite similar to the demon I fought at that time. Yi Chen suspected that the young man he had just fought was a demon Yi Chen had fought against. Why can you think that the young man just now is a demon that you fought back in the past? I feel that the two of them are different people, Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. This is an instinct I have. Yi Chen told Shu Yuechan that this was his instinct. Chapter 889. Meet Sun Yang again? Then go. Do whatever is according to your instincts, right? Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen to follow his instincts. Shu Yuechan wanted Yi Chen to train his instincts. That way Yi Chen became more and more powerful at doing everything. Alright, then let's go to that place. Yi Chen decided to go to the place where the demon prison was. It just so happens that the location of the entrance to the demon prison is not far from this place. With Yi Chen's flying speed, it only took Yi Chen a few moments to arrive at the entrance to the place known as the Tomb of the God of War. If Yi Chen hadn't entered and saw what was inside for himself, Yi Chen would definitely still think that this was the Tomb of the God of War. Yi Chen looked around this place. Around this place there are some footprints that look quite new. It is estimated that these footprints were still a few days ago. Looks like Mei Yueli was right. A few days ago God Realm people came to this place. Seeing these footprints, Yi Chen began to believe that what Mei Yueli said was true. People from God Realm had just come to this place. They were definitely aiming for the rumored treasure. If the people of God Realm knew that the treasures inside had been secured by Yi Chen, they would definitely be very disappointed. In this place there are only sealed demons. There are no more treasures or inheritances in this place. Yi Chen started to wonder who the person had spread such rumors. There must be someone who had spread these rumors on purpose. Most likely the people who had spread the rumors were the servants from Nangbu. Only those people are most likely to spread these rumors. If only Yi Chen could stop these people, Yi Chen would definitely stop these people. This problem is really very troublesome for Yi Chen. Yi Chen feels that if the earth will no longer be like it used to be, there will definitely be more people from God Realm who will come to this place. I just hope that people from God Realm don't release the demons that are sealed in there. Yi Chen only hoped that people from God realm didn't break the seal of demons. If it was true that the demon seal had been removed, then it was most likely that the young man who had just fought Yi Chen was a demon sealed underground. If the young man just now was a demon sealed underground, then that would be very dangerous. Surely he would continue to try to extract blood essence from humans to strengthen himself. Yi Chen started to enter the cave, himself at full speed began to head towards the bottom of this prison. Since Yi Chen had to walk quite a long way, it took Yi Chen a long time to reach the core of the demon prison. While on the way to the inside, Yi Chen could see that there were some corpses that looked quite foreign. These corpses must be relatively new, they must be the ones who died forcing their way into this place. This place was full of deadly traps. This was also the reason why Yi Chen didn't let Zheng Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Mei Yueli come along with him. Yi Chen continued his journey. He continued his journey to the demon prison core. On the way Yi Chen met a lot of corpses, be it from the god realm or the higher-ups of the big factions. The reason Yi Chen knew that people were from the big faction was because Yi Chen could see that the clothes these people had were from modern Earth, so Yi Chen could guess that most likely these people were from a large faction. Yi Chen was quite pity when he saw what happened to these people. They were used by people from God realm for this kind of thing. Now that perhaps the power possessed by the large faction would decrease greatly, they had lost important people, surely the large faction would experience a considerable decrease in strength. This matter was none of Yi Chen's business, so Yi Chen didn't really care about it. Yi Chen continued his journey, himself focused on the original purpose of coming here. Yi Chen didn't want to bother looking for the treasures that belonged to those who had died. Yi Chen knew that the treasures they had were definitely taken away by their own friends. This world is quite cruel, people are starting to think about themselves. Yi Chen continued his journey, ignoring the people who had passed away. When Yi Chen had almost reached the very core of the prison, he suddenly turned towards the back. How long do you want to hide and follow me? Come out quickly, I already know where you are, Yi Chen said to someone who was secretly following him. Yi Chen had been aware of this person's existence for a long time. It's just that Yi Chen was waiting for the right time to expose this person's existence. A woman with a veil appeared right in front of Yi Chen. The beautiful woman who appeared in front of Yi Chen was Mei Yueli. It turned out that the person who had been following Yi Chen had been Mei Yueli, not expecting Mei Yueli to follow Yi Chen secretly. Why are you following me secretly? Yi Chen started asking the reason why Mei Yueli was following him secretly. Actually, Yi Chen didn't expect that the person who would follow him was Mei Yueli. He thought it was someone else who was eyeing him. I just wanted to find out where you went. Mei Yueli said that she wanted to know where Yi Chen was going. Mei Yueli had no other intention when she followed Yi Chen to this place. Actually, the reason Mei Yueli followed Yi Chen was because Mei Yueli was worried about Yi Chen's safety. She was afraid something would happen to Yi Chen. That's why Mei Yueli decided to follow Yi Chen. Mei Yueli was embarrassed to admit this, so it wasn't strange that Mei Yueli only said that she was following Yi Chen out of curiosity. Yi Chen really can't think anymore about Mei Yueli. This woman is really so very complicated. Whereas previously Mei Yueli was angry and left on her own, it was unexpected that Mei Yueli would come back again and follow her. For some reason Mei Yueli fluctuates like this so often. Come with me, Yi Chen told Mei Yueli to come along with him to the core. Mei Yueli nodded at Yi Chen, herself following Yi Chen towards the core of this demon prison. Since Yi Chen knew the location of this place well enough, he could easily reach the location of the core used to seal demons. Yi Chen immediately looked at the coffin that was used to seal demon. When Yi Chen looked at the coffin, he found that the coffin was open. Meanwhile, there was absolutely nothing inside the coffin, it was empty. This proves that the sealed demon was completely liberated. Ancestor Sun Yang, are you still here? Yi Chen immediately summoned Ancestor Sun Yang's remaining soul. Chapter 890, Earth in the Past. 1. Young man, you came back to this place again. A voice spoke to Yi Chen. This voice clearly belonged to Sun Yang's ancestors. Yi Chen began to look around this place, trying to find Sun Yang's whereabouts. When Yi Chen looked around this place, Yi Chen found that Sun Yang's figure was not around this place, only the voice that Yi Chen could hear. Stop looking, you won't be able to see me. Sun Yang said to Yi Chen that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to find him. Ancestor Sun Yang, why didn't you show yourself? Yi Chen asked Sun Yang. He wanted to know why Sun Yang didn't appear like the last time. I can't do that. The rest of my soul is getting weaker. If I do that, I can disappear from this world. Sun Yang told Yi Chen the reason why he didn't show himself like last time. Sun Yang's remaining soul was getting weaker. If he showed himself in front of Yi Chen, then it could shorten his time. Ancestor Sun Yang, what really happened to this place? Why are the chests that were previously used to seal demons open? Yi Chen immediately asked the main point. He wanted to know why the chest was used to seal demons. A few days ago there were some people who came to this place. Those people who had broken the seal that sealed the demon Sun Yang told Chen what had happened. A few days ago, people from the God realm came and broke the seal that was used to seal demons, so it's true that the demon at that time is now free, said Chen to Sun Yang. Yes, the demon from that time has managed to get out. Sun Yang confirmed that the demon at that time had managed to get out of this place. Right now, maybe the demon was roaming around looking for prey. It seemed that Chen's guess was correct. The young man back then was probably the demon sealed in this place. Now that Chen has found the answer he wants, Chen now knows that the young man must have been a demon at that time. Sun Yang's ancestor, but why is the appearance of a demon so different? I can barely recognize him anymore, said Chen to Sun Yang. It's because the demon back then had taken over the body of one of the people who came to this place, so naturally his appearance was different from before. Sun Yang started to explain to Chen what happened. Then what happened to that demon's real body? Chen asked Sun Yang. Most likely this time demon it still cannot use his real body. This time demon is still too weak because he had been separated from the seal. Now he needs a lot of blood to cultivate. Sun Yang explained to Chen about why demon is not using the original body. I see. Chen nodded after hearing Sun Yang's explanation. Finally he understood what was going on. It turned out that that person was deliberately sucking the blood essence of the Earth's inhabitants for his own benefit. Ancestor Sun Yang. Then what will happen if that being gets its real body? Chen asked what would happen if the demon managed to get its original body back. If that demon can use its original body, then there will definitely be a mess that you can't imagine. Sun Yang told Chen what would happen if it reached demon if he managed to get his real body. There will be a calamity very big both on Earth and God realm. Chen was a little horrified when he heard this. It seemed like there would be a tremendous amount of destruction if the demon used his real body. Chen, who are you talking to? Mei Yueli asked who Chen was currently talking to. Mei Yueli couldn't hear what Sun Yang said. Unlike Chen, who could still listen to Sun Yang's words, Mei Yueli could neither hear nor see Sun Yang's presence, so it wasn't strange that Mei Yueli was confused when she heard Chen talking alone like a fool. You can't hear ancestor Sun Yang's voice? Chen asked Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli shook her head. She really didn't hear any sound in this place. This place was very quiet. She could only hear Chen talking to himself like a fool. He can't hear my words. Only you can hear my words. Sun Yang immediately said to Chen that only Chen could listen to his words. Meanwhile, Mei Yueli would not be able to listen to Sun Yang's words. I see. Chen finally understood what happened. It turned out that Sun Yang's ancestor made a personal voice transmission that only Chen could hear. Chen started explaining what happened to Mei Yueli. He told Mei Yueli that he was talking to the guards guarding this place. Mei Yueli was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't know why Chen knew the guards of this place. Mei Yueli began to feel that Chen was very mysterious. Chen kept a lot of secrets that really made people from God realm like Mei Yueli dumbfounded. After explaining to Mei Yueli, Chen wanted to go back to discuss something with Sun Yang. Ancestor Sun Yang, why are there several demons on this planet? Actually, what happened to this place in the past? Chen asked Sun Yang a question. Chen had been curious about this for a long time. He wondered why on Earth there were several demons that were sealed. Actually, what happened in the past to the point that there were so many demons on Earth? Do you really want to know this story? Said Sun Yang to Chen. Chen nodded at Sun Yang. He wanted to know everything. In the past, while still in the top era of God's demons fought each other on the borders of the God realm demon realm. God demon are fighting each other to fight over the territory owned by each realm. Sun Yang started telling stories from the past. Ancestors, why did God demon fight on the border? Why didn't the God realm side directly invade into the demon realm? Chen started. Why didn't the gods in the past directly invade the demon realm territory? It would be very easy if they rushed at the enemy. Listen to my story carefully first. Sun Yang told Chen not to interrupt his story. Chen immediately closed his mouth tightly. He no longer dared to interrupt Sun Yang's story. Neither god demon in the past did not dare to rush into the other party's territory. If a demon enters the territory of God realm, then they will become weak and helpless. Meanwhile, when God enters demon realm territory, then they will also become weak. Because of this, both demon god don't dare to fight in enemy territory. They only dare to fight in their own territory, said Sun Yang to Chen. Chen nodded after hearing this. He now understood why God demon only dared to fight in the border area between God realm demon realm. It turned out that this was the reason. Chapter 891 Earth in the Past. 2. One day a demon clan called Blood Soul came. It was a demon clan with a very terrifying special ability. Sun Yang finally started telling about the most dangerous demon clan in this world. Chen started to listen carefully when Sun Yang talked about the Blood Soul clan. He wanted to know what kind of demon clan Sun Yang was talking about. Blood Soul clan is a demon clan that has the ability to take over someone else's body and turn that body into his new vessel. In the past, the Blood Soul clan used this ability to infiltrate the God realm. they took over the body of a god and used it to destroy everything in God realm. Because of the Blood Soul clan, the gods began to distrust each other, they began to suspect each other as the incarnation of a demon. Sun Yang began to tell what this Blood Soul clan was like. It turns out that this is a clan that has the ability to take over other people's bodies. Then, what happens next? Yi Chen asked Sun Yang. The supreme gods finally gathered to discuss a way to solve this problem. Finally, a plan was made to lure all the members of the Blood Soul clan out of their hiding places. The supreme god decided to use an object that may interest belongs Blood Soul clan. It was decided to use a legacy left by legendary demon god to provoke Blood Soul clan to come out and show themselves. And the little star where you live is a location chosen to be a place to lure Blood Soul clan members out of hiding, said Sun Yang to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded after hearing this. From here alone Yi Chen can understand what happened. It seemed that Earth was chosen as the location to lure the Blood Soul clan out of their hiding place. After all the planning was carefully prepared, the supreme gods immediately carried out their plans. They gathered various gods with the strongest power to help. Did you guys manage to win easily? Yi Chen asked Sun Yang. At first everything went according to plan, but when things went wrong, there were some of the gods who turned out to be overpowered by the Blood Soul clan. This of course created a mess among the existing gods. All the initial plans failed miserably. In the end we couldn't help being forced to fight fully with the Blood Soul clan in this battle. There were so many gods who died. The Blood Soul clan is much more numerous and stronger than everyone thought. They possess extremely terrifying strength and are hard to kill. Due to the difficulty of killing the Blood Soul clan members, everyone agreed to seal the Blood Soul clan on the earth we are currently in. All the supreme gods combine their powers to create a seal that is so powerful that it seals demons in the core of this planet. Sun Yang finally told Yi Chen that the members of the Blood Soul clan were sealed within the core of this planet. It could be said that in the depths of planet Earth there are a lot of demons who are still sealed. Yi Chen held his breath when he listened to Sun Yang's story. It was unexpected that long ago this planet was a place that was used as a battlefield between god-demon. In addition, the inner part of the earth is sealed by all the demon clans which are extremely dangerous. If all the demons on this planet were free, then Yi Chen could no longer think about what would happen to this world. Yi Chen now also understands more about why there are so many treasures on earth. Precious, most likely these treasures come from gods who once existed on earth. Just from this short story, do you understand what happened? Sun Yang asked Yi Chen. Yes, I already understand what happened. It can be said that in the past Earth was a place used to battle and seal the Blood Soul clan, Yi Chen said to Sun Yang. It's good if you understand. The Earth is indeed a place to seal the Blood Soul clan, so it's not strange if you can meet many demons in this place. Sun Yang told Yi Chen the reason why there could be demons on Earth. Apparently it's still not that much. With the original number of demons sealed in the Earth's core, you have to immediately stop the demon that runs away from this place. If he succeeds in breaking the seal belonging to his friends, then something terrible will happen. Sun Yang told Yi Chen to immediately stop the demon who had escaped from this prison. If the demon releases his friends from the Blood Soul clan, then a major disaster will no longer be avoided. Sun Yang ancestors, please tell me how to defeat this demon. Yi Chen asked Sun Yang for advice on how to defeat the demon. The demon Yi Chen fought against was too great. He had some very troublesome techniques for Yi Chen to fight. You won't be able to kill that demon. He is the leader of the Blood Soul clan, so it's quite difficult to kill this demon. Sun Yang told Yi Chen that it was impossible to kill the demon who was imprisoned in this place. Then how do I beat him? Yi Chen asked how he had defeated a demon. If it was not possible to kill a demon, then what should Yi Chen do now? You can use that coffin. That coffin is an artifact that has the ability to seal demons. You can use this coffin to seal a demon back. Sun Yang told Yi Chen that he could use the coffin in this place to seal demon. Using the golden coffin heirloom, Yi Chen was able to reseal the demon back to where he should have been. Ancestor, please tell me how to use that thing. Yi Chen asked Sun Yang to explain how to use the golden coffin. Sun Yang happily explained a way to use the golden coffin heirloom to seal a demon. Yi Chen now understood how to seal a demon. All Yi Chen needed to do was put a demon into the golden coffin artifact. Alright, I've told you what to do. Now it's time for me to go again. Sun Yang said that he was going to go. Sun Yang had told Yi Chen what to do. Now it was time for Sun Yang to leave. Yi Chen nodded. Now that he had got everything he needed, so Yi Chen let Sun Yang's ancestor go. After Sun Yang said that he was going to leave, Yi Chen no longer listened to the voices around him. Around him it became very quiet. Yi Chen no longer wasted time. He immediately went to retrieve the golden coffin in the middle of this room. Yi Chen tried to lift the coffin in the middle of this room. Unfortunately this thing was very heavy. Yi Chen, is it possible to put this thing into the fairy gate? Yi Chen asked if he could enter this thing into the fairy gate. Of course you can. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that he could enter this thing into the fairy gate.
Very nice.
Yi Chen immediately put the golden coffin into the fairy gate storage room. This way Yi Chen no longer bothered to carry this heavy object in his hand. Chapter 892. Give Mei Yueli a lesson that will not be forgotten. Yi Chen, what are you trying to do? Mei Yueli asked what Yi Chen was trying to do right now. Mei Yueli still didn't understand what Yi Chen and Sun Yang had just talked about, which was why Mei Yueli asked what Yi Chen was going to do. I want to use that thing just now to seal the young man we met earlier.
Yi Chen told Mei Yueli what he wanted to do. How to? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. Mei Yueli wanted to know the workings of the golden coffin that Yi Chen had just put into the fairy gate.
Yi Chen told Mei Yueli how to use the artifact just now. Yi Chen told this so Mei Yueli could help himself seal the demon. Mei Yueli nodded. She now understood what thing Yi Chen had just picked up. It turned out to be an object that was used to seal demons. Let's get away from this place. Yi Chen invited Mei Yueli to leave this place. Yi Chen wanted to immediately go find the whereabouts of that demon. Why hurry?
Let's find some treasures in this place.
Mei Yueli still wanted to stay in this place for a while. She wanted to find some valuables that might be in this place. This was where Mei Yueli came to Earth, therefore she wanted to find the treasures in this place. I told you that in this place there are no more treasures.
This is a prison, don't get your hopes up.
Yi Chen reminded Mei Yueli that in this place there was no treasure she was looking for, so it was useless for Mei Yueli to waste her time looking for something. She wouldn't find anything in this place. I don't believe it, there must still be a treasure in this place. You must be trying to hide something from me, right? Mei Yueli was even suspicious of Yi Chen, suspecting that Yi Chen had monopolized the treasures in this place for himself. Straight face, Yi Chen felt helpless when he heard Mei Yueli's words. Somehow this woman was so troublesome. It's up to you, you can keep looking for what you want, I'll come out first. Seeing that Mei Yueli didn't want to be taken out of this place, Yi Chen decided to leave this place alone. Yi Chen didn't want to stay in this place for too long. There was no point in being in this place just to accompany Mei Yueli to search for treasures that were not in this place from the start. Where are you going? I won't just let you go. Mei Yueli immediately stopped Yi Chen. She didn't want Yi Chen to leave herself in this place alone. Mei Yueli still needed Yi Chen as a guide. She wouldn't just let Yi Chen go. Don't drag me into your personal matters. I want to get out of this place. Yi Chen told Mei Yueli not to drag himself into her personal matters. If Mei Yueli really wanted to find a treasure in this place, Mei Yueli could go alone to find it. Yi Chen didn't want to bother in this kind of matter. Mei Yueli was quite annoyed when she heard this. Yi Chen really rejected her. Mei Yueli was a beautiful woman who was quite popular in her sect. Although Mei Yueli was afraid of men, there were still many men in the Nine Immortals Peak sect who were loved Mei Yueli. The peak where Mei Yueli lived was famous for the beauty of the women who inhabited the place, so it wasn't strange that there would be lots of applicants who were willing to do anything if Mei Yueli asked. And now that there was a man who dared to reject himself, this was a very annoying matter for Mei Yueli. Yi Chen tried to get past Mei Yueli. He wanted to leave this place immediately. When Yi Chen passed Mei Yueli, he was stopped by Mei Yueli again. Mei Yueli really didn't let Yi Chen leave this place just like that. Why are you so stubborn? Quickly get out of my way, said Yi Chen to Mei Yueli. Yi Chen felt that Mei Yueli was very harsh. It was very difficult to change Mei Yueli's way of thinking. You won't be able to leave this place. I won't let that happen. Mei Yueli said that she wouldn't let Yi Chen go. Mei Yueli will use her strength to restrain Yi Chen from leaving this place. Are you sure you can keep me in this place? Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli, of course, my strength has recovered. You won't be able to win against me. Mei Yueli arrogantly said that if her strength had recovered, Yi Chen now wouldn't be able to win against her. You are quite arrogant after your power returns. It seems I have to let you know the greatness of mine. Looks like Yi Chen has to teach a lesson for Mei Yueli will never forget. Let Mei Yueli know who he really is. Yi Chen began to stretch out his hands towards Mei Yueli's body in front of him. With Yi Chen's lightning speed, he managing to touch Mei Yueli's body. Mei Yueli didn't seem to put up a fight when this happened. It's time to try the Passion Goddess technique. Yi Chen wanted to try using the Passion Goddess technique on Mei Yueli. He wanted to try how strong the Passion Goddess technique was compared to the King's Heart technique he had. When Yi Chen used the Passion Goddess technique, suddenly Mei Yueli's body felt hot and uncomfortable. Mei Yueli felt that her body was very weak and didn't have a single strength left in her body. In addition, Mei Yueli's mind felt strange. She felt very lustful. There were lots of lewd scenes that appeared in her mind. Mei Yueli suddenly fell forward right in Yi Chen's arms. Mei Yueli was panting in Yi Chen's arms. What did you do to me? With an unstable voice, Mei Yueli asked what Yi Chen was doing to her. Mei Yueli felt really strange. She had never felt this kind of feeling in her life. she suddenly became aroused like a very thick woman. Yi Chen was a little surprised when he saw the prowess of the passion goddess technique. The passion goddess technique was far more powerful than what Yi Chen had expected. In just seconds, Mei Yueli was immediately transformed into a woman who looked very stimulating and very lewd. He. Of course I want to teach you a little proper lesson. I will definitely let you know who I am. Yi Chen started to put a wicked smile towards Mei Yueli. Yi Chen seemed to enjoy doing this kind of thing to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli felt a bad feeling when she saw the evil smile shown by Yi Chen. She felt that Yi Chen would do something bad to her. Yi Chen started to touch Mei Yueli, who was in his arms. He began to stimulate Mei Yueli with the fingers skills he had. Mei Yueli started to make a coquettish voice, which was enough to stimulate anyone to listening. Mei Yueli felt a very pleasant feeling in her body when Yi Chen's fingers touched her body. This feeling was so wonderful. Mei Yueli had never felt this kind of feeling in her life. Chapter 893. Mei Yueli passed out. Yi Chen enjoyed doing this. It was very nice to tease and teach a stubborn woman like Mei Yueli a lesson. Yi Chen continued to use his fingers to tease Mei Yueli. Yi Chen did not hold back his abilities. He used all his abilities to seduce Mei Yueli. With the skills possessed by Yi Chen, Mei Yueli very quickly reached the peak of happiness. This feeling was really comfortable. Mei Yueli felt like she was in heaven. Mei Yueli couldn't believe this feeling. She couldn't believe that this feeling was so comfortable. From childhood until now, this might be the first time Mei Yueli felt this kind of feeling. Mei Yueli started to pant. You can see that Mei Yueli was very tired. Mei Yueli felt that the strength in her body had disappeared. Yi Chen didn't just let go of Mei Yueli. He wanted to do this more and more. If it's just this, then it won't be enough for Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli should be taught a lesson so that she knows who Yi Chen really is. No matter how strong a woman was, if they faced Yi Chen's hand skills, they would turn into this kind of state. Yi Chen continued to stimulate Mei Yueli. He touched Mei Yueli in a very stimulating motion. Mei Yueli let out a sweet-sounding groan again. She seemed to really enjoy Yi Chen's hand skills. Mei Yueli's body seemed to be trembling because of the pleasure provided by Yi Chen. She really had started to lose her mind. Now that all Mei Yueli had in mind was endless pleasures, Mei Yueli had actually entered into the abyss of endless lust. So do you now know who I am? Yi Chen whispered in Mei Yueli's ear. Mei Yueli's body trembled again when she heard Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen's words made Mei Yueli's body tremble. Just from Yi Chen's words could make Mei Yueli feel so aroused. Yi Chen's words were like a voice belonging to a devil trying to seduce Mei Yueli, because the pleasure was too great. Mei Yueli could no longer answer Yi Chen. She really was completely in control of lust. Mei Yueli continued to let out a sweet groan. Mei Yueli's voice echoed very clearly in this room. This sound could really make anyone who heard it feel aroused. It was unexpected that an ignorant virgin woman like Mei Yueli could make a sound like this. If Mei Yueli was trained by Yi Chen, surely Mei Yueli would be a very seductive woman on the bed. In just 10 minutes Mei Yueli had come out dozens of times. Mei Yueli's endurance was really very weak. Mei Yueli suddenly lost consciousness of hers. She was no longer able to endure the feeling that was given by Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw that Mei Yueli had fainted. Mei Yueli was completely defeated by Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction seeing this. Mei Yueli really was completely defeated by him. With this, Mei Yueli would no longer dare to go against himself. This time's lesson would definitely let Mei Yueli know who she was. Yi Chen purposely did not overdo things to Mei Yueli. She still valued Mei Yueli as Xia Qingyu's friend. If only Mei Yueli had not become close friends with Xia Qingyu, Yi Chen would probably have done more than this. It was likely that Yi Chen would have fun with Mei Yueli's well-developed body. Master, you are quite naughty. You really made this woman in this state. Fu. Shu Yuechan giggled when she saw what Yi Chen was doing to Mei Yueli. Yi Chen had completely beaten Mei Yueli to her current state. What happened today would definitely not make an impression on Mei Yueli's heart. Mei Yueli will definitely have a hard time forgetting about this for the rest of her life. Just let it go. This woman is too arrogant and stubborn. Let her accept the punishment for daring to challenge me. Yi Chen deliberately did this to punish Mei Yueli. Let Mei Yueli's attitude change to him. Yi Chen is a good person. He has been nice enough to Mei Yueli several times. Unfortunately, Mei Yueli doesn't seem to think of Yi Chen's kindness. This was what prompted Yi Chen to do this to Mei Yueli. At least Yi Chen had seen Mei Yueli's lecherous face. This would be a beautiful keepsake for Yi Chen. Alright, now let's get out of this place. Yi Chen intended to leave this place. Yi Chen took Mei Yueli along with himself to leave this place. Yi Chen carried Mei Yueli on his back. He carried Mei Yueli to leave the demon prison. Mei Yueli, who had fainted and was taken by Yi Chen, left the demon prison. Yi Chen hurriedly went outside. He didn't want to waste time in this place. Using full speed, Yi Chen immediately walked out of this place. After leaving, Yi Chen immediately went to see Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuing. He wanted to know the current situation. Yi Chen immediately went to where Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuing were. in just a matter of minutes. Yi Chen finally met Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. It just so happened that Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were observing the capital from above. Both of them were trying to find out the whereabouts of a demon. Yi Chen met Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. He asked Zhang Shiyun about the conditions in this place. Zhang Shiyun told Yi Chen that the current conditions in the capital were still safe. That person did not return to attack the capital. Good, then for a while we go back to the villa first to strategize against that person. Yi Chen invited Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to return to the villa first. In this matter, Yi Chen needed Mu Shuiying's help to fight the demon. Yi Chen himself would definitely have a hard time fighting demons, which was why he needed help from Mu Shuiying and the others. Husband, you can go back first, we still have something to do. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin still had something to do. They couldn't come back with Yi Chen. Alright, if you really can't participate, but please be careful. The enemy we are facing is terrible. If you meet him, use this. Yi Chen gave the teleportation stone to Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. With this teleportation stone, the two of them can save themselves at any time if they encounter a demon. Husband, thank you very much. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin thanked Yi Chen. Both of them thanked Yi Chen for giving them an object that could save their lives. Then I'll go first. Yi Chen said goodbye to Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Intending to bring Mei Yueli back together with himself to the villa, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin waved at Yi Chen. They both saw Yi Chen and Mei Yueli leaving. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin immediately left to settle their business. Both of them intended to welcome the people from the great faction who came to the Kunlun Holy Land territory. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin had just received news that all major factions were coming to this place with a large number of troops. These people definitely didn't come with a good intention. There must be something behind all of this. Chapter 894. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli's reunion. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were prepared for the worst that could happen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was now carrying Mei Yueli flying towards his villa. For the time being, let Mei Yueli stay in his villa. There was no way that Yi Chen would bring Mei Yueli, who was in this condition, to Xia Qingyu's house. It was certain that Xia Qingyu would be suspicious and start questioning himself. It was better for the time being that Mei Yueli stayed in his villa. Mei Yueli, who was behind Yi Chen's back, started to wake up.
Mei Yueli's eyelashes trembling, Mei Yueli started
to open her eyelids. When Mei Yueli opened her eye, Mei Yueli's vision was still a little blurry. When Mei Yueli had fully regained her sight, she found that in front of her was someone's back. As far as Mei Yueli could remember, previously she was still in the room with Yi Chen. But why did she suddenly find herself in the outside world? Mei Yueli felt very confused when she saw this. Mei Yueli's brain still hadn't fully recovered because of what happened inside the demon prison. Mei Yueli started trying to remember the hazy memories of her time with Yi Chen. An embarrassing scene began to flash across Mei Yueli's head.
That scene was very embarrassing for Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli
really couldn't help thinking that she would show such an embarrassing thing in front of Yi Chen. Mei Yueli didn't know why she could do something like that just from the touch of Yi Chen's fingers. Her previous feelings were so good that they couldn't be expressed in words. Mei Yueli buried her face on Yi Chen's back, feeling very embarrassed by what had happened before. This is his fault. Why did he do that to me? Mei Yueli felt that this was all Yi Chen's fault. If only Yi Chen didn't tease her, maybe Mei Yueli wouldn't show her embarrassing side like that. Yi Chen felt a movement coming from his back. Yi Chen knew that Mei Yueli had regained her consciousness. You already woke up? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli, who was currently on his back. Mei Yueli didn't answer Yi Chen's question. She still felt embarrassed when she talked to Yi Chen. Hey, why are you silent? Do I need to do things like before so you want to talk? Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli. You bad guy, how could you do that to me? Mei Yueli was angry when she heard the words Yi Chen said just now. Mei Yueli started hitting Yi Chen's back using her fists. Mei Yueli didn't use any strength to beat Yi Chen at all. It seemed like she just wanted to vent her anger on Yi Chen for what Yi Chen had previously done to her. Yi Chen smiled when he saw what Mei Yueli was doing. What Mei Yueli was doing was like a woman complaining to her partner. Yi Chen continued his journey to take Mei Yueli flying to his villa. Mei Yueli, who was on Yi Chen's back, became quite calm. She seemed to be enjoying being on Yi Chen's wide and warm back. Why is a man's back so wide and very comfortable? Mei Yueli began to think that Yi Chen's back felt wide and very comfortable. Mei Yueli felt comfortable when she was above him. Mei Yueli had no idea where this thought came from. This thought suddenly appeared in Mei Yueli's brain. Mei Yueli didn't say much. She enjoyed being on Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen finally arrived at his villa. After arriving at his villa, Yi Chen brought Mei Yueli down and into the villa. When Yi Chen entered the villa, it happened that he did not see a single female figure welcoming him. It seemed that women had their own busyness. Yi Chen took Mei Yueli to a special family room in the villa. There was a suitable place for Mei Yueli to rest and recover. Yi Chen couldn't possibly bring Mei Yueli to his room. It would be a misunderstanding if one of the women found out. When Yi Chen entered the family room, he found that Mu Shuiying was in this room. It was seen that the two of them were watching the news on the television in this room. The news that Mu Shuiying was looking at was news about an incident that had befallen residents in the capital. Mu Shuiying carefully listened to the news anchor on the television. Mu Shuiying was a smart woman. She quickly adapted to the technological developments in the modern Earth. Did you see what was in the box thing? Mu Shuiying suddenly said to Yi Chen, who was behind her. Mu Shuiying has detected Yi Chen's whereabouts, so Mu Shuiying knows that Yi Chen is currently behind her. Of course, that time I was in that place. Yi Chen of course knew about the incident that happened in the capital. He happened to be there to help fight a demon who intends to absorb the blood essence of the capital's inhabitants. Do you already know who the person behind all this? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. Of course I already know. The person behind all of this is a demon from the era of the gods. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that the perpetrator of all this was a demon from the era of the gods. Hearing this, Mu Shuiying immediately turned around and looked at Yi Chen. She couldn't believe what Yi Chen had just said. What did you just say? Mu Shuiying again asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen repeated his words again, telling Mu Shuiying that the culprit was a demon from the era of the gods. Mu Shuiying looked surprised when she heard this. She couldn't believe that the culprit was a demon from the god era. If what Yi Chen said was true, then that would be very bad news. Shuiying's senior sister, is that you? Suddenly Mei Yueli, who was on Yi Chen's back, spoke. Mei Yueli suddenly called Mu Shuiying, who was in front of him. Mu Shuiying immediately looked at the woman behind Yi Chen. She wondered who the woman was on Yi Chen's back. Mei Yueli, who was on Yi Chen's back, immediately jumped towards Mu Shuiying. Mei Yueli suddenly hugged Mu Shuiying, who was in front of her. Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying were both confused when they saw what Mei Yueli was doing. Shuiying's senior sister. This is really you. I can't believe you are still alive. Mei Yueli looked happy when she saw Mu Shuiying still alive. Who are you? Mu Shuiying didn't know about Mei Yueli. She felt a little strange about Mei Yueli. Shuiying's senior sister. It's me, Yueli. Have you forgotten me? Mei Yueli told Mu Shuiying who she was. Mu Shuiying began to look at Mei Yueli, who was in front of her. It was true that Mei Yueli looked very much like Mei Yueli, who was still a little girl. You really are Yueli? Mu Shuiying asked Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli nodded at Mu Shuiying. She was glad that Mu Shuiying finally remembered herself. Chapter 895 ran away from the sect because of an arranged marriage. Mu Shuiying was quite surprised when she saw Mei Yueli, who had grown into a very beautiful woman with a well-developed body. You have now grown into a very beautiful woman. I barely remember you. Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli, who was in her arms. Mu Shuiying started stroking Mei Yueli's head that was in her arms. Mu Shuiying looked like a mother who was spoiling her child. It was strange that Mei Yueli seemed to be enjoying what Mu Shuiying was doing. Mei Yueli seemed to really enjoy her head being petted by Mu Shuiying. Mei Yueli started to remember her past together with Mu Shuiying when she was young. In the past, Mei Yueli was often treated like this by Mu Shuiying, so it wouldn't be strange for Mei Yueli to like her to be needed this way by Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen was quite stunned when he saw what had just happened. He did not expect that Mei Yueli would know Mu Shuiying. You two know each other? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. Yi Chen wanted to know since when Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli had known each other. Of course, we both come from the same peak of the sect. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen that they both came from the same peak. Yi Chen was shocked again when he heard this. It was unexpected that Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying came from the same sect. That meant that Mu Shuiying was from the same peak as Mei Yueli, both from the same sect. Nine Immortals Peak. Senior sister, where have you been all this time? Do you know that the master has been looking for you all over the place? Mei Yueli said to Mu Shuiying. Hearing Mei Yueli's question, Mu Shuiying immediately looked away. Mu Shuiying seemed to avoid the question that was being asked by Mei Yueli. Yi Chen saw Mu Shuiying's strangeness. It seemed that something was happening between Mu Shuiying and her master. Otherwise, why did Mu Shuiying look like she was trying to avoid the question that Mei Yueli had asked her? Yi Chen became curious about what really happened. He wanted to know what had happened to Mu Shuiying and her master in past. Yueli. As long as I am in this place, I will continue to live in this place. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli that she had been living on Earth all this time. Senior sister, why are you living in a remote place like this? Mei Yueli asked why Mu Shuiying lived in a place like this. I have my own reasons for that. Mu Shuiying refused to tell Mei Yueli about the reason she had decided to leave the sect and live in this place. Yi Chen became more and more curious about what was going on. He was getting more and more curious about Mu Shuiying's past. Senior sister, please tell me, I want to know about that matter. Mei Yueli whined to Mu Shuiying. She really wanted to know the reason why Mei Yueli left the sect and had to live in a remote place like the Earth. Mei Yueli actually started acting like a little girl in front of Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying was helpless when she saw what Mei Yueli was doing. Even though Mei Yueli had grown up, she still acted like a child in front of her. Mu Shuiying turned her eyesight towards Yi Chen. She saw that Yi Chen was just as curious about how Mu Shuiying could leave the sect. Are you also curious about this? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. Of course, I'm a little curious about this. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying the truth. Yi Chen wanted to know a little about Mu Shuiying's past. After finding out that Mu Shuiying was from the same sect as Mei Yueli, Yi Chen's curiosity towards Mei Yueli became even greater. The reason I left the sect was because my master tried to affiance me with someone I didn't like. Mu Shuiying told the reason why she was able to leave the sect. It turned out that the reason Mu Shuiying left the sect was because she had tried to be affianced with someone she didn't like. Ha! How could you master that to do that to senior sister? Mei Yueli could hardly believe what she had just heard. She didn't expect that her master would affiance Mu Shuiying with someone she didn't like, even though Mu Shuiying was the favorite disciple of master. How to master able to affiance Mu Shuiying to someone else? This was completely inconceivable to Mei Yueli. Master has a good reason for doing that. It's because my condition is getting worse every time due to excessine qi. That's why mastery has decided to find someone worthy of me. Mu Shuiying started telling Yi Chen and Mei Yueli about her past. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli listened carefully to Mu Shuiying's past. It seemed that the reason Mu Shuiying had run away from the sect was because she didn't want to be affianced with someone she didn't like. It was like a story that Yi Chen often listened to in novels. A woman runs away because she doesn't want to be arranged with someone they don't like, so that was the reason for staying in this place. It turns out that from the start you were deliberately hiding in this place to avoid engagement? Yi Chen now understands why Mu Shuiying, who has high cultivation, can be on earth. It turns out that Mu Shuiying is running away from an arranged marriage. No wonder at that time Mu Shuiying had said that she founded the Frozen Ice sect to find women who would accompany her alone. Apparently this was the reason. So that's the reason senior sister left. Mei Yueli finally understood why Mu Shuiying left the sect several thousand years ago. Turned out to be an arranged marriage with a person she didn't like. So now you two know the reason why I left the sect? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen and Mei Yueli. Yes, now we understand. Mei Yueli and Yi Chen simultaneously answered Mu Shuiying. It's good if you both understand. Please keep this matter a secret from others. I don't want anyone else to know about this matter. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen and Mei Yueli to keep this matter a secret. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli nodded. Both of them promised to keep this matter a secret from outsiders. Senior sister, you have to help me find justice. Mei Yueli suddenly asked Mu Shuiying to help her seek justice. Who would dare bully you? Mu Shuiying asked who had dared to bully Mei Yueli. That man is the one who dared to bully me. Mei Yueli pointed at Yi Chen, herself telling that Yi Chen was the one who bullied her. Mu Shuiying immediately looked at Yi Chen with an extremely sharp gaze. Mu Shuiying's gaze was very uncomfortable for Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying's gaze seemed to penetrate Yi Chen's body. How can he bully you? Isn't your cultivation much higher than him? Mu Shuiying started to wonder how Yi Chen bullied Mei Yueli. It was clear that Mei Yueli's cultivation was far above Yi Chen's. If Yi Chen dared to bully Mei Yueli would have defeated Yi Chen very easily. Mei Yueli looked troubled while trying to answer Mu Shuiying's question. She couldn't possibly tell Mu Shuiying about the scene she had previously experienced with Yi Chen. Chapter 896. Can you make me one too? Yes, how could I do that? If I dared to bully you, you would have beat me up before I could do that. Yi Chen immediately raised his voice to defend himself. Mei Yueli didn't have any proof of bullying from the start, so Mei Yueli wouldn't be able to complain to Mu Shuiying. It's obvious that you have been bullying me. Mei Yueli pointed at Yi Chen in a very dissatisfied manner. Yi Chen is truly a shameless man. He actually dares to twist the facts. Then do you have evidence that I have done bullying? Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. He wanted a proof that he had done bullying. Mei Yueli didn't have solid evidence, which was why Mei Yueli couldn't prove it to Mu Shuiying. Yueli, tell me how Yi Chen bully you. There's no way Yi Chen can do that to you, right? Mu Shuiying still couldn't believe that Yi Chen was bullying Mei Yueli. In terms of cultivation, Mei Yueli was clearly far above Yi Chen. If Yi Chen really did bully Mei Yueli would have beaten Yi Chen up. Mei Yueli gritted her teeth. She was really very annoyed with Yi Chen. In his heart, Yi Chen laughed with satisfaction. He was happy to see Mei Yueli cornered like this. Forget it. Mei Yueli sniffed coldly. It was useless if this matter continued. She would lose even more of her face. Originally Mei Yueli intended to ask Mu Shuiying for help to pack Yi Chen, not expecting that Mu Shuiying would instead defend Yi Chen. This made Mei Yueli very, very upset. Why would senior sister Shuiying want to defend a lewd and shameless man like Yi Chen? Mu Shuiying shook her head when she saw what Mei Yueli was doing. It seemed that even though it had been thousands of years, Mei Yueli was still the same as an unreasonable little girl. Yi Chen, hurry up and give me my earrings. Mei Yueli collected her earrings from Yi Chen. She wanted to immediately see the earrings that Yi Chen had made for her. can't you ask nicely and be a little gentle?
Yi Chen asked Mei Yueli. The tone that Mei Yueli used was unpleasant to listen to. It was like a bandit asking her victim for something. Mei Yueli's mood wasn't very good right now.
So the tone Mei Yueli used was a little harsh to Yi Chen. Yueli, you have to be more polite and gentle when asking something from someone. Mu Shuiying scolded Mei Yueli for the attitude she had just shown. Mu Shuiying wanted Mei Yueli to be a little more courteous towards Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was still the benefactor who had saved her. So Mu Shuiying hoped that Mei Yueli could be a little polite and respect Yi Chen. Mei Yueli couldn't believe that Mu Shuiying continued to defend Yi Chen. Actually, what happened that Mu Shuiying wanted to defend Yi Chen instead of herself. Mei Yueli started to think that Yi Chen might have given something to Mu Shuiying so that Mu Shuiying would really defend Yi Chen like this. You heard what Mu Shuiying just said, hurry up and ask more politely and kindly. Yi Chen started to pose a victory pose in front of Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli could only grit her teeth. She had no choice but to back down for now. Yi Chen, I beg you to give me the earrings that you promised before. Mei Yueli tried to ask her back in a slightly gentler tone than before. Even though Mei Yueli's tone sounded gentle and polite, Yi Chen could still feel a slight trace of hostility in Mei Yueli's words. That's good enough. This is your earrings. Yi Chen passed a box containing the earrings he made to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli immediately received the box given by Yi Chen. Mei Yueli couldn't wait to see what was in the box in her hand. Mei Yueli started to open the box in her hand. When Mei Yueli opened the box in her hand, she saw that a pair of earrings looked very beautiful. Mei Yueli's ruby eyes shone when she saw the earrings in the city. These were the most beautiful jewels Mei Yueli had ever seen. Mei Yueli's mood immediately improved when she saw the jewelry in her hand. She was completely satisfied with the jewelry that Yi Chen had made for her. Mu Shuiying was curious about the object Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying began to peek at the thing in Mei Yueli's hand. When Mu Shuiying peeked at the box in Mei Yueli's hand, she found a pair of earrings that were very beautiful. Mu Shuiying felt that she wanted one like the one in Mei Yueli's hands. Mu Shuiying was a woman. Naturally, she liked things like jewelry to beautify herself. The temptation of the heavenly goddess diamond was too strong for a woman, so it wouldn't be strange for Mu Shuiying to show a little interest with the pair of earrings in Mei Yueli's hand. Mei Yueli started to take out a pair of earrings made of heavenly goddess diamond. She started wearing this pair of earrings. When Mei Yueli wore a pair of heavenly goddess diamond earrings, she looked even more beautiful. Mei Yueli's aura of beauty became even stronger when wearing earrings made of heavenly goddess diamond. Mei Yueli immediately went to the mirror in this room. She wanted to see what her appearance would look like after wearing earrings made of heavenly goddess diamond. When Mei Yueli looked at herself in the mirror, she found that her appearance had become even more beautiful just because of the pair of tiny earrings she was wearing. Mei Yueli is really very satisfied with this. He is satisfied with Yi Chen's handicrafts, which are very beautiful when he uses them. Yi Chen saw Mei Yueli's mood change. Mei Yueli looked very happy when she got the pair of earrings she made. Heavenly goddess diamond is indeed extraordinary. It can make the mood of a woman who was previously angry to be happy and happy. Yi Chen couldn't wait to give all of his wives the jewelry made of heavenly goddess diamond. He wanted to see the reactions of all of his wives when they got jewelry made of heavenly goddess diamond. Until now, Yi Chen hasn't given his wives any jewelry made of heavenly goddess diamond. He still hasn't had the chance to do that. Due to the incident in the Kunlun Holy Land and Ling Yin's attack, Yi Chen did not have time to give all the women the jewelry made of heavenly goddess diamond. Problem after problem kept coming, which made Yi Chen feel very inconvenient. Yi Chen, where did you get such beautiful jewelry? Mu Shuiying suddenly spoke to Yi Chen using voice telepathy. Mu Shuiying wanted to know where Yi Chen got such a beautiful jewelry from. Of course I made it. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he was the one who had made a pair of earrings for Mei Yueli. Then can you make me one too? I will pay a high price if you want to make me one like that. Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen to make one like Mei Yueli's. Mu Shuiying didn't even hesitate to pay a high price if Yi Chen wanted to make one like Mei Yueli's. Yi Chen didn't expect that Mu Shuiying would be interested in the jewelry he made. It seemed that Mu Shuiying was attracted to rare items like the heavenly goddess diamond. Chapter 897. Mu Shuiying smile. Are you really interested in the jewelry I make? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. Of course, I am a little interested in the jewelry you make. Mu Shuiying showed interest in the jewelry made by Yi Chen. The heavenly goddess diamond is indeed an attraction that is very difficult to resist for every woman who sees it. Even a cold and indifferent goddess will be attracted to the heavenly goddess diamond. So how much pay do you want? I can give you all the resources you want. Mu Shuiying asked about the payment that Yi Chen wanted. Mu Shuiying was very confident in her resources, so it wasn't strange that Mu Shuiying would dare to offer such a high price if Yi Chen was willing to make a pair of earrings for herself. I don't want something like that, I want you. Yi Chen pointed at Mu Shuiying, himself telling Mu Shuiying that he wanted Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying's expression was normal when she heard Yi Chen's words. Mu Shuiying looked indifferent when she heard what Yi Chen just said. Mu Shuiying is extraordinary. She can be very calm when listening to the temptations that come from Yi Chen. It is quite rare to see a woman act normal when teased by Yi Chen. Yi Chen started scratching his head. He was confused when he saw Mu Shuiying, who looked normal when he teased him. Mu Shuiying is truly a very calm and indifferent woman. It is quite difficult to move this woman's heart. Why didn't you react when you heard my words just now? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying, who was in front of him. I know that you were trying to flirt with me, so hurry up and say what you want in return, Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. From the start, Mu Shuiying already knew that Yi Chen was trying to tease her, which was why Mu Shuiying was still calm when she listened to Yi Chen's words. You really are boring. Can't you just put on an expression that's a little pleasant to look at? Yi Chen was completely helpless when he found out about this. Yi Chen, I'm discussing a serious business with you, so please don't mess with me. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to be a little serious when doing business with her. Fine, this is for you. Yi Chen threw a small box at Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying caught the box that Yi Chen had thrown. She began to look at the contents in the small box that Yi Chen had just thrown. When Mu Shuiying opened the box that Yi Chen had thrown, she found a pair of very beautiful earrings. This earring had a different pattern from Mei Yueli's. It was as beautiful as the one Mei Yueli was wearing. Mu Shuiying smiled slightly when she saw the beautiful earrings in her hand. Mu Shuiying's smile was so beautiful. Yi Chen felt a little dazed when he saw the smile shown by Mu Shuiying. The smiling Mu Shuiying was really very beautiful. She really looked like a goddess when she smiled like that. It seemed like a fair price to exchange the heavenly goddess diamond jewelry for the smile that Mu Shuiying had. Unfortunately, Mu Shuiying's smile only lasted a moment. Mu Shuiying returned to the way before. She returned to a calm and indifferent appearance. So what do you want as payment? Mu Shuiying asked what Yi Chen wanted in exchange for the earrings in her hand. You don't have to pay with the things you have. I just hope you can help me if I need your help. Yi Chen didn't want Mu Shuiying's belongings. He only wanted Mu Shuiying to help him when he needed help. Are you sure about that? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen again. Yes, I am absolutely sure. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he was very sure of what he had just said. Okay. Mu Shuiying nodded at Yi Chen, she agreeing with what Yi Chen wanted. Mu Shuiying did not expect Yi Chen to give herself the heavenly goddess diamond for nothing like this. Yi Chen was really too kind to give herself such a valuable item for free. Mu Shuiying immediately kept the jewelry box in a safe place. How do I look? Do I look beautiful? Mei Yueli returned to Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying's side, herself asking Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying about her current appearance. Of course you are beautiful. Yi Chen was the one who commented on Mei Yueli. Yi Chen told Mei Yueli that she looked more and more beautiful. Mei Yueli looked very happy when she listened to Yi Chen's praise. Her heart felt sweet when Mei Yueli listened to the praise given by Yi Chen. Boom, an extremely violent explosion occurred. It seemed the origin of this explosion came from outside. What happened? Yi Chen started to wonder what was going on out there. How come there was an explosion going on out there? Let's see. Mei Yueli invited Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying to go and look outside. Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying immediately nodded at Mei Yueli. The three of them immediately went to check the situation outside. When Yi Chen, Mei Yueli, and Mu Shuiying got outside, they saw the city burning everywhere. There were countless hysterical screams of despair that could be heard from afar. Yi Chen immediately used his God Eyes technique to see what was going on. When Yi Chen used the God Eyes technique, he saw that there were thousands of people who carried weapons and had strength attacking the people in the city. From the looks of it, Yi Chen could tell that these people were not cultivators. Obviously they were from the large faction that controlled the world. These people actually attacked the city and spread fear to the people in the city. Several people attacking the city started heading towards Yi Chen's villa. It seemed that they wanted to attack the Golden Eagle district. Yi Chen did not remain silent when he saw these people attacking his residence. Yi Chen immediately stepped forward to stop the people who had attacked this city. Yi Chen, wait a moment. Mei Yueli called Yi Chen, who had first gone to fight the people who had attacked the city. These people don't seem to come from this land. Are they from the big faction that controls this world? Mu Shuiying saw that these people were not from this land. It was clear that these people were from the great faction that controlled this world. Senior sister, what are we going to do? Are we just going to watch or help? Mei Yueli asked what they should do now, whether the two of them should interfere in this matter or not. Let's help. We can't allow this persecution to continue. Mu Shuiying intended to help solve this problem. Mu Shuiying owed Yi Chen a lot. She couldn't possibly let Yi Chen's hometown be destroyed by these people. Senior sister, then I want to go see my friend first. Mei Yueli wanted to see Xia Qingyu's condition. She was afraid that bad things would happen to Xia Qingyu. Go away.
Mu Shuiying allowed Mei Yueli to go see Xia Qingyu, fine.
Mei Yueli nodded. She immediately went to Xia Qingyu's place. Mu Shuiying took her veil. She immediately put the veil on her face. After wearing the veil, Mu Shuiying immediately went after Yi Chen, who had already gone against the people who had attacked the city. Chapter 898 Big faction started attacking the city. Yi Chen was currently going to face the people who attacked the city. Yi Chen was now standing right in front of the people who had dared to attack the city where he lived. Who exactly are you? Yi Chen didn't beat people straight away. Yi Chen first wanted to confirm where these people had come from. Look, we finally found one of the dogs from the Kunlun Holy Land. Let's kill this person. When these people saw Yi Chen, they all immediately wanted to kill Yi Chen, judging from the words these people just spoke. It seemed that the targets of these people were cultivators who came from the Kunlun Holy Land. These people immediately attacked Yi Chen. They all launched all kinds of attacks towards Yi Chen. The attacks of these guys were really varied. Each of them all had their own special abilities. Looks like you guys refused to tell where you're from. Then don't blame me for using violence against all of you, said Yi Chen to the people in front of him. These people didn't seem like they would tell Yi Chen about their origin. It was better that Yi Chen just beat them and find out where they came from. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam. Several attacks hit Yi Chen's body. A fairly strong explosion occurred around Yi Chen's body. Around Yi Chen's body was now enveloped by a thick black smoke from the explosion. The black smoke that was around Yi Chen's place began to disappear. When the thick black smoke that was around Yi Chen disappeared, Yi Chen's figure was no longer visible. Ha! We managed to kill one dog from this Kunlun Holy Land too easily. One of these people looked very happy when they found out that Yi Chen had died. Everyone in this group started laughing at Yi Chen's death. What are you all laughing at? Suddenly from behind came someone's voice. The people who were laughing before immediately stopped laughing. They all immediately looked towards the back. When they looked towards the back, they saw Yi Chen's figure who was already standing right behind them. These people started to panic. They all immediately retreated backwards. Too bad Yi Chen didn't let these people just back off. Yi Chen started to launch attacks on the people in front of him. Bam, 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 bam. Yi Chen knocked on these people. He very easily knocked out the group that came from the big faction. After knocking these people helplessly, it was time for Yi Chen to find out where they had come from. Quickly tell me where you are from. Yi Chen pulled the collar of one of the enemies in front of him. This person was clearly the one who previously shouted the loudest. Most likely this person was the leader of this group. I won't tell where I'm from. This person refused to tell Yi Chen where he was. You were stubborn, then don't blame me for being cruel. Seeing these people being naughty and unwilling to answer questions from him, Yi Chen was forced to use some harsh means to force these people to speak. Yi Chen didn't have the time to ramble on with these people. In the city there were still a lot of enemies hanging around waiting to be defeated. Yi Chen began to use some means to make the person in his hand want to speak. Arg. Stop it. Oak, I'll talk. The person in front of Yi Chen finally wanted to talk. He couldn't stand what Yi Chen was doing to him. Hurry up and speak. Yi Chen told the person in front of him to talk. I come from Chaos Bridge. This person told Yi Chen that they were from Chaos Bridge. Yi Chen now knows that it turns out that these people are from Chaos Bridge. What did Chaos Bridge do to attack this city? Yi Chen asked why these people attacked the city. I don't know about it. I was just ordered by my superior to attack and destroy the city that is in the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land faction. This person didn't know the reason for attacking this city. They were all ordered only to attack cities in the Kunlun Holy Land and destroy them. You useless bastard. Yi Chen threw this person flying away. He thought this person was completely useless. Chaos Bridge, how dare you mess up my place of residence? I will definitely make you regret it. Yi Chen would not let this matter pass. He had to make Chaos Bridge pay for what they had done. Yi Chen looked at the people from Chaos Bridge who was lying on the ground. What Yi Chen should do to these people? Cling. Suddenly the people from Chaos Bridge turned into ice statues. Seeing this incident, Yi Chen immediately looked up to the sky. Above the sky Yi Chen saw a beautiful woman wearing a white shirt and a veil. Mu Shuiying? Yi Chen muttered softly in his heart. This was Yi Chen's first time seeing Mu Shuiying wearing a veil on her face. For some reason when Mu Shuiying put on her veil, she looked more and more seductive and beautiful. Mu Shuiying descended right in front of Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen, don't waste your time with these people. Look over there, it looks like these people don't belong to the same faction. Mu Shuiying pointed somewhere. Yi Chen looked at the direction Mu Shuiying was pointing. When Yi Chen looked in the direction Mu Shuiying was pointing at, he found that there were several groups that were fighting each other. Judging from the battles they had, these people weren't from the same faction. There was no way they would fight if they were from the same faction. Yi Chen started to wonder what factions were attacking this city. Why did all of the factions suddenly decide to fight in this city? Even though all factions already have their respective territories, they shouldn't be allowed to fight or create chaos in the territory belonging to other factions. Actually, Yi Chen wouldn't really care if this group fought and killed each other. The problem is that these people were fighting in someone else's territory. It would be very detrimental to the people who live and are in this city. What will you do now? Mu Shuiying asked what Yi Chen was going to do now. I will beat everyone. Yi Chen said that he intends to defeat everyone who has dared to attack this city. Then let me help you. Mu Shuiying offered her assistance. She was willing to help Yi Chen beat people. Yi Chen nodded lightly at Mu Shuiying. He naturally received assistance from Mu Shuiying. If the two of them intervened, this matter would be resolved more quickly. Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying immediately split up. The two of them immediately went to fight the people who had caused trouble in this peaceful city. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion after explosion continued. The city was really in a state of chaos. People run to save themselves. From the explosion and the rubble of the existing buildings, the townspeople don't even know what happened to their city. Suddenly there are lots of explosions, fires, earthquakes around the city. These people thought that they were being attacked by a large-scale terrorist organization. Chapter 899. You're a liar, bitch. Yi Chen immediately went towards the enemy. He immediately fought every enemy he encountered. Yi Chen didn't care at all which faction group he faced. Yi Chen fought all the big factions that had made a mess in the city. Boom, boom, boom. Everywhere there were explosions. In this city the fighting actually broke out. The city that used to look good is now burning and covered with ruins all over the place. The people in the city were crying and looking desperate when this happened. Yi Chen started to knock out enemies one by one, himself very easily paralyzing every enemy he encountered. While paralyzing the enemy, Yi Chen tried to find the group leader of the large faction that was attacking this city. He intends to capture all the leaders of the large faction group. When Yi Chen was looking for the leader of these people, Yi Chen saw that there were about 4 people fighting in a very large city square. Yi Chen clearly observed these people. Judging by the strength they put out, they strong enough. Are they the leaders of the big faction group that attacked this city? Yi Chen started to suspect that these people were most likely the leaders of the big faction group that attacked the city. Yi Chen immediately went down to determine whether these people really were the leaders of the large faction group that had attacked the city. Yi Chen descended right in front of the 4 people who were fighting. When Yi Chen came down, the 4 people who were fighting immediately stopped their battle. The 4 of them immediately looked at Yi Chen, who had just arrived at this place. These people looked very foreign to Yi Chen. They didn't know who Yi Chen was. Are you the leaders of the people who have attacked the city? Yi Chen immediately asked if these people were the leaders of the large faction group that attacked the city. These people were silent. They seemed unwilling to answer Yi Chen's question. How presumptuous you are, young man. Do you not know you are talking to Bam? Before any of the 4 could finish his words, Yi Chen had already knocked this person down to the ground. A large trench was formed as a result of the friction caused by Yi Chen's attack. Yi Chen's attack was so strong, the person who was hit by Yi Chen fell unconscious. The remaining 3 people who were here were shocked when they saw that one of their opponents could be defeated by Yi Chen with just an attack made by Yi Chen. Even though Yi Chen's attack looked very relaxed, but the impact that was caused was enormous. I ask once again, are you the leaders of the people who have attacked the city? Yi Chen shouted to the 3 remaining people. Yi Chen has started to dislike people from the great faction controlling this world. Too bad these people remained silent. They refused to answer the question that was given by Yi Chen. Since these people refused to tell Yi Chen had to find out the answer alone. Yi Chen started attacking the 3 people in front of him. Shadow clone. Yi Chen used the clone technique to battle these people. In front of Yi Chen, 3 clone shadows appeared. These 3 clone shadows directly attacked towards the 3 people who were suspected of being the leaders of the people who had attacked the city. The 3 clones made by Yi Chen deftly attacked the enemy in front of him. The 3 enemies in front were immediately alert. They immediately attacked the clone made by Yi Chen. Evil Dark Spear, Bloodsuck Riper, 1,000 green poisonous snakes. Each of the 3 launched their attacks to welcome Yi Chen's clone. Seeing the incoming attack, the 3 clones made by Yi Chen immediately used the techniques they had to fight the enemy. 100,000 fire swords each from the clone made by Yi Chen used the 100,000 fire swords technique. Hundreds of fire swords appeared around the body of the clone made by Yi Chen. Hundreds of flaming swords began to aim in the direction of the enemy's attack. 100,000 fire swords very easily broke all attacks launched by the enemy. Yi Chen's clone didn't waste any time. They immediately took advantage of this opportunity to knock out the 3 enemies in front of them. With good timing and cooperation, Yi Chen's clone was able to capture all 3 enemies. Now these 3 people have been caught by Yi Chen. After all the enemies have been captured, it is time for Yi Chen to interrogate the 3. Tell me, what is your name? Yi Chen went to the first person. He immediately asked what this person's name was. I won't tell you. You better kill me. The first person refused to tell Yi Chen who he was. Pa! Yi Chen slapped the face of the man who was in front of him very hard. This man's teeth suddenly fell out when he was slapped by Yi Chen. The first person fainted immediately because the slap by Yi Chen was so violent. The sound of the slap just now was loud enough for anyone who heard it to hear. Yi Chen went straight to the second person. It just so happened that the second person was a woman. "What is your name?" Yi Chen asked the woman in front of him. Yi Chen hoped that this woman would answer himself. Yi Chen didn't really like hitting a woman. "My name is Yuka. I am an important person from Carmilla's Rose." A pretty woman with pale skin answered Yi Chen's question. This woman said that she was one of the important people of the Carmilla's Rose faction. This woman's name is Yuka. She is a person who has a fairly important position at Carmilla's Rose. Yuka felt scared when she saw what Yi Chen had just done. She was afraid of suffering like the two previous people. "What is your purpose in attacking this city?" Yi Chen asked the purpose of this woman in coming to attack the city where he lived. "I was ordered by leader to find the assassin who killed the higher-ups from the Carmilla's Rose faction who came here a few days ago." Yuka told Yi Chen the reason she came here. "If you came here looking for the assassins of the higher-ups of the Carmilla's Rose faction, why are you causing trouble in this town?" Yi Chen asked Yuka. Yi Chen wanted to know why Yuka made a mess in this city, even though his goal was only to find the person who had killed the higher-ups of the Carmilla's Rose faction. It's because the Yagatama Orochi faction, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer came and started a large-scale battle. Yuka told Yi Chen what happened. Initially Yuka just wanted to find a killer in disguise. Unexpectedly, the Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer faction came and attacked them. A battle was inevitable when one of the Yagatama faction, Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer attacked. Eventually the city became a battle zone between the Carmilla's Rose faction, Yagatama Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. "You're a liar, bitch. Aren't you the one who attacked us first? You women from Carmilla's Rose are not good women." Suddenly the man next to Yuka raised his voice. "This man told me that what Yuka said was a lie." Chapter 900, The Current State Situation. The name of the man who just spoke was Aldo. He was from the faction Devil Lucifer. "Who are you calling bitch liar, you shameless devil?" Yuka said to the man who had just mocked herself with a bitch call. Yuka really doesn't like it when she hears someone who dares to call herself a bitch. It's an insult to her. "Are you saying you want to fight?" Aldo challenged Yuka to fight. He was not satisfied when he heard what Yuka had just said to him. "Who's afraid of your threat?" Yuka accepted Aldo's challenge. She was not afraid to fight against Aldo. Yi Chen patted his forehead when he saw what was going on. These two people still had time to argue even when they were in this condition. "Then come on." Aldo immediately invited Yuka to fight. He would teach this female vampire a lesson. "Come on." Yuka started to release a terrible blood aura. It can be seen that Yuka intends to fight against Aldo. "You two shut up," Yi Chen shouted to Yuka and Aldo. He was annoyed to see what these two people were doing. It seemed that each of the people from the big faction couldn't get along. They continued fighting whenever they met. Yuka and Aldo immediately fell silent when they heard Yi Chen's shout. They trembled when they heard Yi Chen's voice. "Quickly say, what do you mean just now?" Yi Chen told Aldo to tell him what he meant earlier. Actually, what this woman said was a lie. It's obvious that the woman from the Carmilla's Rose faction ambushed and attacked first. Aldo told Yi Chen that Yuka was the one who attacked them first. That's why Aldo and his followers put up a fight. "You are a liar. Since when we attacked you first, obviously you are the first to look for trouble." Yuka denied what Aldo said. "Who are you calling a liar, you bitch?" Aldo shouted to Yuka who was in front of him. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He was not satisfied when he saw Aldo and Yuka have different stories. Yi Chen began to wonder which of these two people himself should believe. "Master, these people are really very troublesome. You better just knock them. There's no point in letting them continue to fight like this." Chuyuachan told Yi Chen to knock Yuka and Aldo who were berating each other. Yi Chen quite agreed with the advice given by Chuyuachan. These two people didn't help at all. They only added to Yi Chen's headache. Yuka and Aldo threw taunting words at each other. People who see and hear this will definitely be very upset. Yi Chen decided to knock these two people unconscious. "Yuachan, is Ching Cheng inside the ferry gate?" Yi Chen asked where Ching Cheng was, whether Chang Cheng was inside the ferry gate or not. "She should be currently training with Mulanin." Chuyuachan told Yi Chen that Ching Chang was currently training with Mulanin. "Good, hurry up and call her, tell him I need her help." Yi Chen told Chuyuachan to call Chang Chang. Yi Chen needed Ching Chang's ability to seek information from these annoying people. "Okay, I'll go and tell her." Chuyuachan nodded at Yi Chen. She would tell Chang Chang that Yi Chen needed her help. "Yi Chen, how are the conditions here?" Mu Shuiying came over to Yi Chen. She asked about the current condition in Yi Chen's place. "Everything is good. I managed to knock out the leader of the people who attacked this city." Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he had succeeded in capturing and incapacitating the leaders of the people who had attacked the city. I see.
Mu Shuiying nodded at Yi Chen. How about yourself? Have you finished defeating your enemy? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying.
He wanted to know if Mu Shuiying had finished defeating her enemy. Mu Shuiying nodded at Yi Chen. She had finished fighting all the enemies that had attacked the city. With Mu Shuiying's level of cultivation, Mu Shuiying could easily defeat all the enemies. The enemies who attacked the city were not moved when they met Mu Shuiying. In the blink of an eye, they were turned into ice statues by Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying sensed that there were several people at full speed coming to where they were right now. Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying immediately looked towards the arrival of the people heading to their place. There were dozens of people in ancient clothes coming towards Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying. From a glance, these people were likely cultivators from the Kunlun Holy Land who was ordered by Zhang Shiyun to go help repel the invaders who attacked this country. Lord Yi Chen, I was ordered by the queen to come to help. A woman knelt in front of Yi Chen. She told Yi Chen that she was ordered to come here to help Yi Chen and the others. After Yi Chen got Zhang Shiyun as his woman, the people in the Kunlun Holy Land started to think of Yi Chen as the new ruler, so it wasn't strange for this woman to call Yi Chen the title lord. Yi Chen nodded at the woman kneeling in front of him. Even though these reinforcements came a little late, they were still willing to come and help. Tell me, what is the current situation? Yi Chen asked the woman in front of him about the current situation. Report: the current situation is very chaotic. The entire territory of the Kunlun faction was attacked and destroyed. The number of casualties continues to increase. Currently, the cultivators of the Kunlun faction are trying to repel the enemy. This woman told Yi Chen about the current situation. It turned out that not only this city was attacked, it turned out that all the places in the territory belonging to the Kunlun Holy Land were also attacked. Do you know which faction is attacking? Yi Chen asked what faction attacked the Kunlun Holy Land territory. There are 4 factions that have been confirmed, namely Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Meanwhile, the Holy Church and Blue Esper still haven't shown any movement. The woman told Yi Chen about the faction that had moved to invade their territory. Yi Chen nodded, finally getting quite useful information. Now Yi Chen knows that the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions are attacking this region. You guys go and help the people in this city. Yi Chen told these people to go and help people who were injured or trapped in the rubble. All cultivators nodded to Yi Chen. They immediately went to carry out Yi Chen's orders. It turns out that you have quite a high position in this area. Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying just found out that Yi Chen was in a high enough position. That could be seen from the behavior shown by the people just now. It is not me who has a high position. One of my women who has such a high position. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he was not a person of high position. Zhang Shiyun was the one who had a high position in the Kunlun Holy Land. How many women do you actually have? Mu Shuiying asked how many women did Yi Chen have. I have many women, and in the future there will probably be even more. Yi Chen replied to Mu Shuiying. Straight face, Mu Shuiying.